All right, it is 9:01. Good morning, Realty Texas. Good morning, Mega.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good
Good
morning.
morning.
I am
Hi,
super
good
excited
morning.
to see all of you this morning. We are starting our second week of Mega. First week is already done. That means that we are 25% of the way through Mega. It's going by quick. We had lots of activity going over the weekend. I saw lots of activity in our Microsoft Teams MEGA-16 group. Lots of you doing yoga, lots of you doing open houses, lots of you memorizing your contract paragraphs. So let's talk about this weekend. Let's open it up first for those of you who maybe put the Ford script in practice this weekend. Who'd like to share?
I fortunately had my daughters all here, so I was able to role play that with each one of them. They try to make it natural and good, and they gave me a little feedback, and so each one went better. And then I went to the open house on Sunday and hosted it myself by myself, and just was very genuine and nice to people, gave them space, and then asked them questions and asked them, you know, what their passion was, things like that. It was very comfortable.
So thank you. Good job. Anybody else want to share? Amazing.
I'm having trouble using the full script because it has some kind of well, I went to the open house and Mary Beth's open house, and it has some kind of moment to ask or say right words. And I don't have a moment. I mean, I don't have I guess, experience to, catch the moment to able to establish trust or um getting flow.
Well, Aki, I'm glad you're here um, for multiple reasons. The Ford script that I put in practice, that I asked you to put into practice, um, it's okay to try to, role play and practice the Ford script at the open house. But I think all of you have seen my mega video regarding my grand open house, and then I have specific scripts for open house to try to convert people. They're very powerful scripts and they work really well. So if
Right.
your intent for using the Ford script at the open house was to convert a guest into a buyer, that would not have been the goal of using the Ford script in that moment.
Oh,
Using
okay.
the conversion script that we have for our grand open houses would have been the goal. If you use that, then it will help you convert people. The purpose of the Ford script this weekend was so that you can broaden your SOI by creating more conversations and having and getting to know people in a deeper level. We need to be having conversations with people at the grocery store and at the city council meeting, and that we just randomly meet. And if you're one of those people, and now I'm just pushing this to the entire group, Aki, I'm not specifically talking to you about this, but if you're one of those people who have a difficult time starting a conversation with someone or keeping that conversation going, then we want to use the Ford script. So thank you for that, Aki, because I want to make sure that there's no confusion about that. Okay, what about the Ramsey and the Guru video? What did you think about that? Did everyone watch those two videos?
Yeah,
Iris?
yeah. As a matter of fact, where I found a lot of what they were saying is if you kind of condense it down between the two of them, it was a lot about your time and planning throughout the entire process, which we can use in our everyday life. This is why we talked about building the calendar and having set times throughout your day to be able to do a lot of this stuff. Because if you're doing it and you're following this is all really, really strong keys to being successful. So what I found between the two was that if you just condense them both together, because they kind of correlate with each other, one's talking a little more about planning and one's talking a little more about your time. If you kind of put those together, we use these every day. So it was something that was very helpful to me.
Thank you, Jeff. Certainly powerful. I think when you look at those two videos and you could liken it like an onion, that you can pull those layers back as far as you possibly want, all the way to the core of what it is. But in the very core of what it is that you put you get what you want based on the intention that you spend and focus your energy on. And whether that is esoteric or whether it's just, grit, however you want to look at it, depicting on, you know, how open you are to new world ideas, I guess. The purpose of me having you watch those two videos is to really express the importance that we can be as successful as we want to be. Oftentimes, we focus our attention on all the wrong things. And when we focus your attention on helping people and being grateful and being thankful and putting out positive energy, it comes back to you. But more importantly, it seems to, throughout history, it's the number one thing. So time is our our only non-renewable resource. We only get a little bit of it. Time is incredibly precious, and we go to work to build the resources necessary to live the life that we want. And we can do that simultaneously. We can live a quality life while we're working and enjoy our craft and have an immense pride in what we do and be a voice for good while we're doing it and create generational wealth, and fast forward all the way until we're out of time and people are celebrating us at our wake. And what do we want people to be saying about us at that time? What is the reputation that we want to leave behind? And, it's so powerful when, he counts those 10 seconds and says, what was those 10 seconds? That was your life passing by. That wasn't 10 seconds. That was 10 seconds of your life that just passed by. And we only get so many of them. And it requires money to live on Earth today. Uh, I heard a quote a couple years back that I never forgot about. Humans are the only mammals on planet Earth that pays to live here. And it's true. We have to bring in money, and we gotta put a roof over our head and food and gas in the car and all the things. And so there's a lot of different ways you can do that. But I find that real estate and being able to help people get a roof over their head, wow, what an incredible job this is if it's done right. But even in, the amazing quote from Albert Einstein, that says, in everything that you do, consider the end. And that very famous quote, which we're going to talk about a lot today and on Wednesday, is very insightful because you can use that quote in reference to everything in your business, everything from your business as a whole, everything you do, consider the end, building that referral based business, or the phone call and a conversion for that phone call, or a day or a week or a business plan. And everything you do, consider the end. And I think that when we step back and we look at what we do as a real estate professional, it's pretty amazing that we get to do this. But it's not successful for everyone. And this career can be a really amazing career, but if you're not making any money doing it, then it's kind of a very expensive hobby. And most people can't afford a very expensive hobby if that's supposed to have been their primary income source. And if you're not making the amount of money that you need to make in order to turn this from a very expensive hobby to an income producing machine at the level of multi generational wealth, then we have to focus our attention and our time on all of the right things. That means putting the distractions aside, getting rid of the non income producing tasks, and focusing on how we can make the most of this. And it's leveraging your spheres, leveraging your village. And that's what Ramsey and the guru, that was the heart of their message, is that it takes a village. It takes people. And the more that you're out there helping people, the more that you're going to be surrounded people out there helping people, and you need your village to help you. So I'm hoping that if you haven't watched those videos, that you'll watch them, look at them in the perception of both time and your business. Okay, Iris, I see your hand up too.
Yeah, you just mentioned all those important points based on the videos. Sadhguru is amazing. We need to have more visionaries like that in the world, because it gets you back to our basics and the things that we're supposed to focus on. We are sometimes we get immersed in this world, and it's a lot of information and a lot of things that are basically distractions. So I'm grateful for all this insight that you are bringing to the table, Jack, because it really can change the conversation and the way that we see the world. And opportunities are everywhere, and sometimes we can be our worst enemy in this business, because we have to establish a mindset of positivity, and we really can impact a lot of lives and a lot of people. So I'm grateful for all the learning that we're receiving, all this wisdom and your leadership, because really we really need to make the difference. We want to be the real estate that are transforming lives. We don't want to be those sales agents that they don't commit and they are not present for our clients, you know? So we really want to make a difference. So thank you for sharing those, because they were fantastic. And time, energy, and money, it's the same thing. So it's all connected. It's all energy. You know, the money is available. It's available for everybody. Opportunities are available for everybody. We just have to sometimes change our mindset a little bit, and things will change. So thank you.
Thank you, Iris. And just talking about everything as distraction and how easy it is to lose focus on the root of the whole thing. That is the very reason why I asked you to create a goal board, the whole class, and every mega. I always ask every mega student to do a goal board, so that every day you wake up, you look at your hand, you think of the 5 things to be grateful for. We add yoga to our practice to help heal our body and our mind and our spirit. Then we jump in some positive affirmations for the day, which is supposed to be what the morning huddle is about. Then we get out of the morning huddle, and now it's time to start our day. And that means get on the phone and have conversations with people. Hopefully, with the goal that's every person I speak with, I'm going to try to make sure that my conversation was the best conversation they had today, and then I'm going to leave them. I'm going to give each one of them the best day possible. And if I can walk away and impact people by making every single one of those people have a better day because they spoke with me, then I've done my job for the day. Creating a village where people respect us, and we respect them, part of that is by helping each other. And our goal board, that's supposed to be the driver. You look at your goal board and you look at your family, you look at your friends, you look at your future, you look at the dreams and the goals and all the things, then it helps center you immediately. And it's a visual representation of your why. And your why is very powerful, because there's a lot of distractions during your day, and there's a lot of people going to pull you in a lot of different directions. And if you want to make the millions, well, clearly that's going to happen by your village. Your village is going to bring you the millions. And every person you meet at an open house becomes part of your village. Every person that you meet along the way, whether it's someone who registered on our website, becomes part of your village. And so you may be operating from a full business philosophy, or maybe you have been operating from a business philosophy that every new person you bring into your business, you're only going to really focus on new people into your village. And every time someone's new to your village, you're going to try to sell them a house. Well, that's a difficult way to run a real estate business, because you are showcasing your services to the people who don't know you, don't love you, don't trust you yet. That's the more difficult way. But for a lot of agents, it's less difficult because it comes with less fear. You don't care if a stranger rejects you, but a family or a friend reject you, that can be a mortal wound that can take a lot to get over. So we have to get over that fear. And the more that we call this fear, and the more that we call those people who know, love, and trust us and have those conversations and humble ourselves, the more they're wanting to help us, because it's like the video that we saw on Friday, regarding the Navy SEALs. He said it takes the village. It absolutely requires, and that's why they do all of those leadership classes together, where they're forced to interact, carry the boats into the ocean, and be in the Tortuga mud flats, and all the things. So our job is quite a bit easier than that because certainly takes less of a physical toll on us. We're not, immersing ourselves in mud for 24 hours straight through the bitter cold. We are grabbing a cup of coffee, sitting in a very comfortable chair, picking up the phone and calling people who know, love, and trust us and talk to them about all kinds of things, including that how they can help you is by referring you people and how can you help them and figure out how can you help them. Okay. So, yes, you're right, Iris. This is a lot about mindset, but it's not just a lot about mindset. Mindset is everything. It's 100% everything. Okay, let's talk about the different before we power on because we've got a lot to talk about today. I always like to kind of go over what we did last week, what we did last weekend, etc. So, how many of you did yoga for the first time this weekend? Anyone? Lewis. He says, well, kind of. All right. I want to hear from a couple of you about your yoga experience this weekend. Maybe you're back to yoga after a while. Maybe it's something that you did a while back but haven't done it in a while, and that you've implemented yoga during Mega. And I'd like you to share your experience with the class. Lewis, let's start with you.
Well, I definitely watched a few videos on yoga. Um, Definitely new to it. But it definitely helped me out with stretching my back, which is a main issue with me. And I didn't know yoga helps with that. So, um, but I honestly didn't do the full hour. I just tried what I could, and then I got busy with the C2EX because I think I set it for 2 weeks, and now I'm really crunching my time. But it was interesting. I definitely will continue it. It's something I look forward to now. So thank you, Mr. Jack.
Thank you for putting yourself out there and jumping in with both feet and doing yoga. I appreciate it, Lewis. Anyone else like to share their yoga experience? Iris.
Share real quick. I'm not new to yoga. Yoga's been a practice that is very treasured to my heart. But what I did this weekend, I just got together. I was teaching a class yesterday, and we got together and we did yoga in the beginning of our class, and that was really great because all my students, they were new to yoga. So I was having a lot of fun talking about the poses, discussing the poses, and mostly focusing on breathing techniques, which is the most important thing in yoga. I really recommend you guys to focus on your breathing when you start the practice because that's everything. That's the core of the practice. If you can, it's not only about the poses, it's just about the whole entire component, and it's just so much fun. So it's something that if you can do it in a group, it's really good because then you have that support. So yeah, it was fun.
Kelly. Thank you, Iris.
I have not done yoga yet. I used to do it a long time ago, but I did have dinner with a friend. You had asked us last week who is the most influential friend in our friend group. And I actually had dinner with he and his wife on Friday. And one of the things I learned about him was that he practices yoga. So I thought, okay, there's a correlation here. I really need to try it. So my plan is to try it this week for sure.
Amazing. Thank you. I look forward to hearing about your yoga experience on Wednesday. Indu, I know you're a big yogi.
Thank you, Jack. I hope you guys can hear me. Yes, actually, since I told you, I've been a yoga practitioner for a while now, for over 35 years and more. This time I introduced my husband to it. He has been complaining about his lower back ache, and also his right leg doesn't bend completely. So I felt like maybe his hamstring and something need a stretch, and I asked him and requested him to practice yoga with me, and which he did. And he couldn't be thankful enough when he realized that instantly he could feel the relief in his back and his leg could stretch and could bend. So um, This is my way of telling that yoga may not be a cure for everything, but it sure does lubricate your body in a way that you're able to use it, optimally. So yes, yoga is my thing to go to. I would take medicine later before I would always go to yoga. So yoga is my go-to thing. Thank you, Jack, for giving me the opportunity.
Thank you, Andu, for speaking up. It helps us have more clarity, helps us get rid of the stress, because as we know, we heard from Vanessa Van Edwards, it's so important that when we're on the phone and we're having conversations with people, that we are at our best when we're speaking with them. We have coaches for our kids to play their best as an athlete on the field, but how are we an athlete on the field? We are an athlete on the field when it comes to prospecting and pulling business into your business. And so, how can you prepare yourself for uh, your profession and your week and your day? Hopefully, it's hitting that reset button to give you that necessary clarity to be able to approach your calls and have really good phone calls and really good engagement with people, because we're continually taking on their stress, helping them through it, giving them advice, walking them through transactions in a very stressful situation. I mean, stressful is an understatement when you're talking about a point to point move, when you're helping someone sell their home and buy a home, and everything is coming up to a day where they're going to have a whole life change happen in 24 hours. Put everything they own in a truck, put it in a truck, go drive it somewhere else and unload it and get the utilities on, the water on, the power on, the food in the fridge, and probably back to work on Monday. And when the close dates start separating and your point to point close starts falling apart, then you are really adding a really stressful moment in their lives. So that means that we have to be at our best in order to help them through it. And we can only deal with so much because we also have our own lives. Many of you have kids and family, and some family that you're actually helping through medical issues that they're having, and all these things. We have to have capacity to help us help them. And hopefully, more of you will jump into yoga so that you can experience that. Lots of income producing tasks this weekend. Anybody get any buyer rep agreement signed or listing agreement signed this weekend? Usually we have at least 3, 4, 5 by this point in Mega. Lewis?
Yes, sir. So on Saturday, I went to an open house and a couple signed and, well, wrote down as much information as they could. So I'm still in the process of emailing them the buyer rep agreement, and hopefully I have a list of homes to show this weekend.
Good. That's what it's about. Go out there, meet people, have conversations, build that trust, and figure out what it is they're looking to buy. Give them a list, get a rep agreement, go show them homes. Exactly what we're supposed to be doing. Good job. Brendan, what do you got? Hopefully 5 buyer rep agreements.
I actually just got a rep agreement in the sense of for a lease, and then the individual said he was wanting to look at buying a house after that process. He said he wants to rent a home for a few months and then buy a home. So,
Well, most likely going to rent it for a year, but absolutely, that's what we do. If they can't buy today, we'll help them get a roof over their head in terms of a lease, stay in contact with them over the duration of that lease, and then help them with their home purchase at that time. Sometimes it's credit repair, and sometimes it's just helping them stay accountable to whatever the reason was that they didn't buy, whether it's they want to learn the area or whatever their rationale is for not buying and making themselves a tenant. Okay. Referral based business. This is the beginning of our week 2 in Mega. Referral based business is not something, it's a reward. It's a reward after doing. Iris, is your hand up from before? Or did you have a comment? Okay, I saw your hand just pop up, so I didn't want to leave you hanging there. Referral based business is a reward. for all of the hard work that you get getting referrals from clients. Now, you don't just get referrals from past clients. You get referrals from your entire sphere. So sometimes when people think building a referral-based business, it's, oh, they've already been in business for 15 years and they've already sold people homes, and now those people are coming back to them a second time. And that's not a referral, that's repeat business. Or they are sending their friends to them because they already purchased a home. I think so many salespeople approach this career with such the wrong mindset. They approach this career with the mindset that everyone is either a transaction, and they put people in two buckets. I want to buy or sell, or I don't want to buy or sell, or can't buy or sell. And their database is full of people who want to, not people who can. And the majority of people who come into your life right now, the 80% of them are going to have no interest in buying today. Which means by the time you have been in this business for 5 years, you'll have gone through the first 5-year cycle. And all of those people that you've met, as long as you've stayed in touch with them, the law of ratios and odds means that most likely all of them will have cycled through using you as a real estate agent. Your first 5 years is where you're going to really feel the impact of running your business as a business through a database, because you'll find on year 3, oh, I've known these people for 3 years and now they're just buying. When you're in your first 6 months, you're thinking, how come I've only closed 2, 3, 4 transactions and maybe even no transactions? And the mindset that you bring to the business is you're mining for a diamond in the dirt, and you're creating these dirt piles everywhere as you're digging in the earth. And that's not really how we're supposed to be approaching this. Everybody is opportunity. Our family, our friends, our coworkers, people who are in high school went 20 years ago. We moved out of Florida maybe 5 years ago, and we're discounting all of those people as well, because maybe those people know people who are looking to buy, sell, lease a home that you can help them get an agent for a referral fee. So it's my hope that the way you approach this business changes as you get out of Mega. You can start looking at people differently, not as a transaction, but as a raving fan of your business who can bring you business. Because you know that every person, there's a much higher propensity that they're going to give you a buyer, seller, landlord, or tenant than they themselves transact. So, in over, uh, based on the things that I keep sharing with you about the 20% rule that people are going to buy once every 5 years, what does that mean over the course of 5 years for everyone in your database? It means that they're going to buy once but send you 5 transactions. So they're going to send you 5 times more transactions through their spheres than they themselves are going to transact. So that means that if we're not asking for referrals, we're not going to close the amount of business that we need to close to turn this from a hobby to an income wealth producing type of business. Knowing your contract is very important. That's one of the most important tools that we have in our toolbox. Our profession and what our business is different than the tools that are in our toolbox. And one of the tools is knowing the contract. Another tool is knowing the professional promises that we make, the standards of practice, and the code of ethics. How many of you have completed your 1 to 4 family contract project for the class? I've seen 4. Kelly, Isa, Tina. Who else? Andrew and Jeff. Okay. Coming into week 2, this is where we start seeing a good amount of momentum in the class start getting their videos over to Lisa. So don't stop using your flashcards. And I'm hoping that you're not going to remember these 23 just in time to graduate and then it just vanished from your mind. I hope that you continue having pride in knowing your code of ethics and your contracts paragraph forever, and continue to commit this to memory and checking in with it about every 6 months. Every 6 months, I read the Code of Ethics, I review the License Act, I read my entire contract, so there is a list of things that I do every 6 months. And it's no secret In your realtytexas.me dashboard, in the bottom right corner is the regulatory section. Those are the things that I read every 6 months, and I've done that since before I was a broker. Hey, Lisa, has anyone done their code of ethics? Okay.
Yes. Jeff,
Good job, Jeff.
backwards even.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Jeff. I'm expecting lots more of you to jump into this. I know this one's a little bit this one's a little bit more difficult, so it's gonna take a little bit of time to memorize this. So I get that. All right. Prospect, convert, close, follow up. That's something we need to be thinking about every day. Hopefully this is on your bulletin board or your goal board, because I need you guys always focused on remembering that every day we need to be focused on the train leaving the station, which is starting with prospecting and pulling people into our business, getting the rep agreement signed, getting them to the closing table, and then getting referrals from them. And with every single person, we should be looking for completing this entire cycle. As you heard from Tom Ferry, all the money is in tech enabled, systematic, relentless, scheduled follow up, meaning that all your people need to be in a database. We still need to be collecting and getting all of our contacts out of all of the different sources we have, get them in one place so that we can be having that introductory call with them and then calling them 3 times a year and doing the 33 touches. We're going to be talking about that today. That's kind of the heart of what today's all about. And the key to success in real estate is relentless follow up. I put you guys in a group and we talked about this word relentless and what does it really mean. And mine is being so laser focused on an outcome that nothing stops you. And all of you came to the table with an idea of what relentless means to you. You need to be relentless about following up with your people, because if you don't, a lot of people are going to be falling through the cracks, and that's where that's money falling through your systems in your database. The afraid, do not be afraid. Fear not. Be not afraid is indeed one of the most frequently repeated commandments in the Bible, for those of you who read the Bible. Many biblical scholars and theologians have noted that it appears 365 times, symbolizing a reminder each day of the year. Let's listen to this cool video.
Watch this. Do you know what the most repeated phrase in the Bible is? The reoccurring message is repeated 365 times. Watch this.
365 times, do not be afraid. What does fear do to you?
It
Hold you
stops
back.
you.
Dogs.
Paralyzes you.
Let's say it'll hold you back from succeeding.
Where does it come from?
Your mind.
Christine.
I was gonna say that depending on the level of fear, it can motivate. There's a really great book by Gavin DeBecker called The Gift of Fear. But your intuition has to be turned on, and you can't be like overly fearful because then it could paralyze people. And it typically comes from things, beliefs that don't exist that we haven't seen, or things that have happened in the past.
Mm-hmm. So fear can be a great motivator. Procrastination, the fear of failure, can be a motivator, which is kind of the emphasis of that. We can be motivated by fear, but fear for most people is a success blocker. Most people, the things that they fear are things they stay away from. It's the reason why most people don't call their spheres, why they don't pick up the phone and ask for help. The fear of rejection. And there's a lot: a fear of loss, a fear of rejection, a fear of ridicule, a fear of being embarrassed, a feel of not being valued. There's just a lot, but everyone carries around an insecurity, and that insecurity, people are afraid that they can hide it from the world, and their biggest fear is that someone is going to find that out. Whether it's important that people think that we're strong, or it's important that people think we're smart, or it's important that people think we're successful, or it's whatever it is that it's important to us, this underlying thing that is causing us to have a success blocker in our business, to not make our phone calls. There's a lot of different approaches to fear that will stop people from not making their calls. What I'm saying is, I've heard so many different excuses when people break it down of why they didn't make their calls. And at some point in their career, they finally get over it. And it's an emotional moment for them of why they didn't want to reach out to their spheres. There's some feeling here of anxiety or fear or trepidation that stopped them from picking up the phone. When they look at the phone and they think about calling their people, between that phone call, they're feeling the anxiety, they're feeling the fear. And then you have to ask yourself, where is that coming from? And only you can answer that, because we all have a different angle from that. Like I said, rejection, fear of, that by asking for help, that maybe we've been pretending that we're more successful than we are. Maybe we're pretending that we're smarter than we are. Whatever it is. And all these things don't matter. I mean, we need to just swipe that all away and say we need to humble ourselves, because everyone starts out somewhere. Everyone who started real estate or started their profession started out on day one. And take a huge deep breath in and just let go of all of that, because just like anything, you have to give yourself permission to let that go, let that anxiety go, and uh, and allow yourself the permission to let it go and make the calls. And oftentimes we find that, oh, okay, my fear wasn't validated. This person on the phone, they gave me a referral. We had a great conversation. We reconnected and it felt really good. And next thing you know, you're both walking away from that conversation having dopamine. Fear is false evidence appearing real. At some point you were afraid about something and you were super focused on it, and then you started looking for evidence on how to make that real, and you've created something that now is a success blocker in your life. And for us, every professional, there are success blockers, and every coach's job is to try to figure out for each person that they are coaching how to get them through whatever their success blockers are. And it always has to do with either a procrastination person who can't self start, or fear, or a combination of both of those things. So it is my hope that as we get into week 3 next week, that we will have conquered our fear. And there's going to be some 3 very big, significant moments this week that are going to help us all get over certain things that we might be afraid about in our business. That will be a very powerful day for each of you. We remembered, Charlie is showing me a picture of my screen. Are you able to only see part of my screen?
It flickers between full screen and that partial view.
That's what it was doing last week.
I know it has to do. I added a third monitor to my computer, and it's reacting weird to it. Is it better now?
Yes, it stopped flickering.
Okay. So apparently the fix to this is when it starts doing it to reshare my screen again. So, all right, I'll pay attention to that. So thank you, Charlie, for letting me know. If you're going to pay for leads, which nothing wrong with doing that, leads we're trying to figure out how we can get 100 leads a month so we can close 4 transactions, 1 week, 52 transactions, $500,000, $1 million. It makes sense for this profession to be making this not a hobby, making it an income source that is significant. And it's hard. People sometimes come to me and say, I'd be happy just closing 6 or 8 transactions here. And that's your goal. That's awesome. The amount of work that it takes to close 6 to 8 transactions, ironically, is the same amount of work that it takes to close 40 or 50 transactions. Because the work of the business isn't the closing of the transaction. It is finding the client in the first place. And the processes that are required to have in your business to find 6 or 8 people is the same process that it's going to take to find 52 people. It's hard coding your time, doing the outbound phone calls, and staying in touch with those people. We learned on Friday some interesting statistics from the Boomtown study, which is a 1-year study that was $3 million, that if people receive a call within 20 seconds, they're 391% more likely to convert. 30% of leads never receive a follow-up call after the very first time an agent calls them, and 40% of success on the first call of getting in touch with them, or converting them, actually. 60% on the second call. And as you go all the way through, it ends up at 90% over your 6th call. And so if you want to increase your conversion rate, call more times. And keep this handy as well, because I always have the question in my first couple classes, well, when is the best time to make your calls? And studies have been conducted on that as well. And here's the study. Obviously, Wednesday, Thursday is the 2 best days, and Monday and Friday are the days that convert the least. But as they say, there's no such thing as a bad day. We have cross-pollination, which is our weekly sales meeting on Tuesday. Google yourself and find where and what pages are showing up, and understand what your reputation is out there. If someone were to Google you right now, what would they see? So take yourself through that and blog. Create at least 5 blogs on the Realty Texas platform. Those will show up on page 1. Then do all the other things. Go to Zillow and upgrade you don't have to pay, just go to Zillow and upload your photo and get your entire profile filled out. Go to realtor.com and go to homes.com. Go to the 3 main ones and fill out that profile, knowing that it's going to show up in page 1 of Google. Also, regardless of where you are in Texas, you have the ability to create an account with har.com, Homes and Rentals, aka Houston Association of Realtors. There is a huge relevancy for every agent in Texas, the people in El Paso, the people in Dallas, to create their free agent page on HAR, because it's the #1 searched real estate site in Texas. And they have also really great SEO. There are also signed agreements with all of the different all the different boards, MLSs in Texas. So if you put something for sale, if you put a listing in Austin or San Antonio, it will syndicate to HAR. And HAR has better SEO than any of the other boards, and most boards don't even have a website. So that means that people are finding your listing by Googling the address, and it's bringing their way to HAR. And then HAR, if you have not claimed your free profile and filled it out, then it's going to go to an HAR member. And that HAR member is going to get a referral, because they're going to call and give that lead to someone in the local market. After the Austin Board of Realtors signed an agreement with HAR, they did a study, and $300 million worth of commission referrals were made the next year between Houston and Austin. Not a good thing for our membership. All of our leads were landing in Houston. Houston agents were then getting those leads and then calling an Austin agent and referring that business back to them, which is commission equity skimming. That's what referrals are. And so that was a great thing that HAR did for their 54,000 members. They're the largest association. They're the largest single association in the country, or large, but they're not the largest MLS, but they are in the top 5 largest MLSs. So in any event, go to Zillow, go to Realtor.com, go to Homes.com, and go to HAR and fill out that profile so that you can fill your first couple pages of Google with lots of content about you. Photos on profiles, make sure they're current, that they're relevant, that you've got your photo on all of them, all the things. Doing your power hour every day. I'm hoping that by now you guys are doing it. We're going to force you into this in the next couple of days, which is going to be powerful. But I'm really looking forward to hearing some of you bring me more stories about you being on the phone with someone you haven't spoken to in a while and find out that they're interested in buying and selling. Because once that starts happening 2 or 3 times from you and you start seeing that pattern in the spheres, you start realizing, wow, I had a lot of untapped business here. There was a lot of business in my sphere that, how come none of these people were calling me? And that's the thing, is that, remember I was talking about how the synapses is your brain and how our brain is wired. Our brain is not wired the way that a salesperson might think it's wired. You might think, well, I'm a real estate agent and all of my spheres, they're loyal to me and they're my friends. So just because I got my license, now all of them are going to be calling me when they need to buy a house. We think that's true, but that's not how our brain is wired. Our brain, when we think about real estate or hear someone talking about buying, selling, or leasing a home, the way our brain is wired is that we think about the last time we purchased and sold a home, or the most relevant story, not you as an agent. So if you want to fire in someone's brain when they hear someone talking about buying, selling, leasing a home, your job as a salesperson is to help program their mind so that they connect two completely dissimilar synapses in their brain together, which is neuralistic programming, real estate and you. So that when they hear someone talking about buying, selling, leasing a home, you fire in their brain. That's what we're trying to do, is create an army of raving fans. And we let people know, it'd mean the world to me if when you hear someone talking about buying, selling, leasing a home, that you would call me and let me know. Because this business is all about finding the clients. And then, and how can I help you? What can I do for you? Because I want to help you, and create that kind of level of service. And if you create that dialogue and you reinforce that message 3 times, by the time you've reinforced it 3 times, people are going to start calling you and saying, hey, you know what? I heard someone talking about buying and selling the other day. You're like, oh my gosh, you are so sweet. Thank you so much. That means so much to me. You have no idea. Get that contact information, fill out a handwritten thank you card. We have a candygram that we send them, and I can never remember the name of that service, but Amy McAllister has it, where we send them a gift in the mail, send them a link, and they click it, and this cute little candy box opens up, and they can choose from all the different candies. And then it's called sugarwish.com, and it sends them a cute little gift, and then take them to lunch. You got 52 Fridays, and my recommendation is you make the best of them, because if you take a client out to lunch, it's a business lunch and you can write off the food. And so there's some confusion on that right now, whether it's 50% or not, but regardless, even if it's 50%, one of you are eating for free. And that is a powerful thing. And so that is the level of thank you that you should be sending them. So I'm hoping that I hear more of this idea that you guys are calling your people, having conversations with them, letting them know that you're in real estate, that you'd be grateful for their business. And if they know someone looking to buy, sell, or lease a home, that they will call you. And that when that happens, you reinforce how important and grateful that you are for that. And that you take them out to lunch and do something profound enough that is at the level of what they've just done for you. Iris.
Hi, thank you. I have a question for you. So, as part of my sphere, I have a lot of EMS personnel, and when I'm planning on reaching out and doing something more personable than just a phone call. And so, do you recommend for us to put information, let's say about the Heroes program or something like that, just to motivate them, and just to, I want to open that sense of curiosity with the ones that are not homeowners, right? And what did you recommend? Did you think that would be appropriate, Jack?
Well, I think that everyone needs a niche, and I think there's
Mhm.
riches and niches. And if that's going to be your niche, then you need to make that a niche and create a Facebook program, heroes for something, and create a business plan around it and a goal board around it, and how you're going to help those people and figure out how to create a community in that, and in ways that you can give back um, to that group, and make that a niche, and not just make it a idea, but make it your niche, because I think there's a lot of money to be made, and a lot of good to be done in a niche like that. Okay, thank you, Iris.
Thank you.
Open houses every week are really important. Both you as a listing agent, giving you a way to advertise to the world about your open house and people coming to you. As we get into the spring and summer, we'll see more and more people showing up. Building your database to your 200, but at least getting everyone in one place. So when you blast out a social post, or when you blast out a listing, or when you blast out a blog, that you're communicating with your sphere, and it should all kind of tell a story. It shouldn't just be a mishmash of just, knee-jerk reaction stuff. There should be a business plan associated with this. My team in here does a good job to make sure that they're creating a content calendar and putting that content calendar together for you, branded with your information. But then what are you going to do to make sense of it all? So that's going to be important. Your message, and being consistent with that message, and your blog being on your message about that. Um, whether you are a foodie, or whether you love wine, and you just create a brand about going and reviewing restaurants, and you blog about that. You can take whatever your passion is, pets alive, or whatever your brand is, and you can create around that. Anybody remember Bob Barker? What's the first thing you think about when you think about him?
Price is Right.
Okay, and what was his motto?
Let's make a deal.
Well, get something about getting your animals neutered or
Neutered.
Stay and neuter your pets.
That's exactly right. And so his passion was about making sure that there wasn't a bunch of feral cats, or the pets aren't being euthanized, because there's just so many of them. And so, I mean, when you go to the pound and you see all of these puppies that they're at capacity, and it's just heartbreaking. So what is your passion? Build a brand around that, and use that in your business. Articulate your value, which is your unique value proposition, so that you have more passion, but also you feel more confident. Because if you're not feeling like you're reacting to everything, that you're operating from a plan, you know what your business plan is about, you know what you're about, you know what your business is about, now you can stand up a little bit taller, because you've got momentum, you've got directed energy at one thing. Most people get in real estate and they just think, okay, I want to sell the entire state of Texas. I want to sell every kind of property. I want to sell every kind of thing. And they've got no laser focus on anything. And that's almost a recipe for disaster for a real estate profession, for a career, honestly. You've got to focus on one thing and get that out there, because people are going to remember you for something. And then fill your toolbox with as many tools as you possibly can. Now, Lisa, we were going to save the points to right before break. It's 9:53, or right before our first break. Are you ready to share the points? Are you ready for that?
I literally need like a few more minutes, so if we could do it when we come back, because a lot of people dropped points in this morning, and I would just want to make sure it's fair, so they don't question how come they don't have the points.
Okay. So when we get back from our break, which we're not quite ready for, then Lisa will do the points. Who's this guy?
Steve Jobs.
pretty powerful innovator, pretty powerful leader. He created a brand with so much loyalty that people fell in love with the aesthetic and the dream of what it would eventually do, and less about what it actually did. You know, at the time where they pulled out the gate with, you know, the original Apple IIe, and then later the iMac and all the things that came out, it was a dream. And this is a very powerful video. But this talks about less about the product you sell and more about how you sell it, but what you're about, what your message is. If you don't believe in your brand, if you don't believe in your value proposition, if you don't love what you do, it means that you're going to show up to do just enough to get by and then go back and do the things that you love more. When you love something, you spend more time thinking about it, more time dreaming about it, having more curiosity, digging a little bit deeper, trying to get better at it, wanting to be the best, having pride because you know that you're good at it. It gives you a sense of pride at being good at it, and you want to be better at it. Curiosity and intuition, if you listen to these things, they will take your business into places that maybe you never even thought possible. Let's listen to this video, and then it's going to take us to break.
Today, I want to tell you 3 stories from my life. That's it. No big deal. Just 3 stories. The first story is about connecting the dots. I dropped out of Reed College after the first 6 months, but then stayed around as a drop-in for another 18 months or so before I really quit. So why'd I drop out? It started before I was born. My biological mother was a young, unwed graduate student, and she decided to put me up for adoption. She felt very strongly that I should be adopted by college graduates, so everything was all set for me to be adopted at birth by a lawyer and his wife. Except that when I popped out, they decided at the last minute that they really wanted a girl. So my parents, who were on a waiting list, got a call in the middle of the night asking, "We've got an unexpected baby boy. Do you want him?" They said, "Of course." My biological mother found out later that my mother had never graduated from college and that my father had never graduated from high school. She refused to sign the final adoption papers. She only relented a few months later when my parents promised that I would go to college. This was the start in my life. And 17 years later, I did go to college. But I naively chose a college that was almost as expensive as Stanford. And all of my working class parents' savings were being spent on my college tuition. After 6 months, I couldn't see the value in it. I had no idea what I wanted to do with my life, and no idea how college was going to help me figure it out. And here I was, spending all the money my parents had saved their entire life. So I decided to drop out and trust that it would all work out okay. It was pretty scary at the time, but looking back, it was one of the best decisions I ever made. The minute I dropped out, I could stop taking the required classes that didn't interest me and begin dropping in on the ones that looked far more interesting. It wasn't all romantic. I didn't have a dorm room, so I slept on the floor in friends' rooms. I returned Coke bottles for the 5-cent deposits to buy food with. And I would walk the 7 miles across town every Sunday night to get one good meal a week at the Hare Krishna temple. I loved it. And much of what I stumbled into by following my curiosity and intuition turned out to be priceless later on. Let me give you one example. Reed College at that time offered perhaps the best calligraphy instruction in the country. Throughout the campus, every poster, every label on every drawer was beautifully hand calligraphed. Because I had dropped out and didn't have to take the normal classes, I decided to take a calligraphy class to learn how to do this. I learned about serif and sans serif typefaces, about varying the amount of space between different letter combinations, about what makes great typography great. It was beautiful, historical, artistically subtle in a way that science can't capture, and I found it fascinating. None of this had even a hope of any practical application in my life. But 10 years later, when we were designing the first Macintosh computer, it all came back to me. And we designed it all into the Mac. It was the first computer with beautiful typography. If I had never dropped in on that single course in college, the Mac would have never had multiple typefaces or proportionally spaced fonts. And since Windows just copied the Mac, it's likely that no personal computer would have them. If I had never dropped out, I would have never dropped in on that calligraphy class, and personal computers might not have the wonderful typography that they do. Of course, it was impossible to connect the dots looking forward when I was in college, but it was very, very clear looking backwards 10 years later. Again, you can't connect the dots looking forward. You can only connect them looking backwards. So you have to trust that the dots will somehow connect in your future. You have to trust in something, your gut, destiny, life, karma, whatever, because believing that the dots will connect down the road will give you the confidence to follow your heart even when it leads you off the well-worn path, and that will make all the difference. My second story is about love and loss. I was lucky. I found what I loved to do early in life. Woz and I started Apple in my parents' garage when I was 20. We worked hard, and in 10 years, Apple had grown from just the two of us in a garage into a $2 billion company with over 4,000 employees. We just released our finest creation, the Macintosh, a year earlier, and I just turned 30. And then I got fired. How can you get fired from a company you started? Well, as Apple grew, we hired someone who I thought was very talented to run the company with me. And for the first year or so, things went well. But then our visions of the future began to diverge, and eventually we had a falling out. When we did, our board of directors sided with him. And so at 30, I was out, and very publicly out. What had been the focus of my entire adult life was gone, and it was devastating. I really didn't know what to do for a few months. I felt that I had let the previous generation of entrepreneurs down, that I had dropped the baton as it was being passed to me. I met with David Packard and Bob Noyce and tried to apologize for screwing up so badly. I was a very public failure, and I even thought about running away from the Valley. But something slowly began to dawn on me. I still loved what I did. The turn of events at Apple had not changed that one bit. I'd been rejected, but I was still in love. And so I decided to start over. I didn't see it then, but it turned out that getting fired from Apple was the best thing that could have ever happened to me. The heaviness of being successful was replaced by the lightness of being a beginner again, less sure about everything. It freed me to enter one of the most creative periods of my life. During the next 5 years, I started a company named Next, another company named Pixar, and fell in love with an amazing woman who would become my wife. Pixar went on to create the world's first computer animated feature film, Toy Story, and is now the most successful animation studio in the world. In a remarkable turn of events, Apple bought Next, and I returned to Apple, and the technology we developed at Next is at the heart of Apple's current renaissance. And Lorene and I have a wonderful family together. I'm pretty sure none of this would have happened if I hadn't been fired from Apple. It was awful tasting medicine, but I guess the patient needed it. Sometimes life's going to hit you in the head with a brick. Don't lose faith. I'm convinced that the only thing that kept me going was that I loved what I did. You've got to find what you love, and that is as true for work as it is for your lovers. Your work is going to fill a large part of your life, and the only way to be truly satisfied is to do what you believe is great work. And the only way to do great work is to love what you do. If you haven't found it yet, keep looking and don't settle. As with all matters of the heart, you'll know when you find it. And like any great relationship, it just gets better and better as the years roll on. So keep looking, don't settle.
What do you love about real estate? What is your biggest passion in life? A moment ago, I said we need to find our niche. We need to double down on those things that we're passionate about and bring that passion into our life, into our business, and commingle the two things together. If you love what you do, you're going to be curious about it. You're gonna dig deeper, and your path is going to find its own way, with or without your approval. Fired, rehired, who knows what, but the path is the path. But you've got to follow your passion, because if you're doing something that you're not passionate about, then it's going to take a toll on your mind, body, spirit. And if you're just following it because you want to get rich, that's going to not lead to very good places. Getting the wealth, he didn't start Apple to be a billionaire. He had a passion about something. You need to find your passion, and I'm hoping when you look at those goal boards that it's revealed up there. What is that passion? Maybe it's family and community. Well, you're definitely in the right business. So over the next 10 minutes, while you're on your break, I would like you guys to be thinking about what is your passion and how can you take that passion and bring it into your real estate practice as a niche and have that impact your business and bring all of that passion and love into your business, which is going to revolutionize everything. When we get back from our break, we're going to go over points. It's 10:05. Come back at 10:15. Thank you, everyone.
So try to turn your video back on if you can.
Okay. Welcome back from break, everyone. I hope that we had a couple of minutes of reflection on our passions in life and maybe how we could figure out how to incorporate that into our business so that we build a practice that's rooted on passion, because passion brings out greatness. It's where the greatness comes from. Okay, Lisa, I hear that we have some points and I hear that you are ready.
I am. I just wanted to make sure I got the last stragglers in, because since it's the first time, I wanted to make sure everybody's points were in there. And remember, if you have any questions about your points, not this platform, just reach out to me personally and we'll go through the points together to make sure I have everything that you have submitted and it's all in the right places. Okay, so you want the top 5, Jack?
Yep, and I'm getting my system ready because I always track the top 5 month over month. So here we are. Mega. Okay. Who is in our number 5 spot?
I mean, we are 1/4 of the way through, and to graduate, well, you have to be at every single mega class or make up one if you miss it. And you have to have 15,000 points. So this should be very encouraging for you all, make you feel really excited. In 5th place with 5,425 points is Aki Weathers.
Good job, Aki. That's awesome. We are more than 25% of the way through our points, and we're just through the first week, so that makes perfect sense.
Exactly. And then in 4th place, just slightly more points, 5,925 points, is Kelly Pratt. And Kelly, I still owe you a gift card, so I'm going to put it at the front desk for you for being the first one to do her memorization on the 1 to 4.
Awesome. I love that.
In third place with 6,175 points is Tina Thompson.
Tina, good job.
In second place with 6,475 points is Jeff. I know you were at the bottom of the list until you did your code of ethics and your 1 to 4 forward and backwards. So see how easy it is to take the lead. Let's keep up the good work, and your open houses too. All right, in first place with 7,225 points is Andre.
Amazing.
He also did C2EX on top of Fairhaven. So there's a lot of points right there.
All right. Drum roll, please. Good job, Andre. That's super cool. So in our number 1 spot is Andre. All right, so our number 1, so we are between 5,400 points and 7,200 points. That's where we are coming out of week 1 coming into week 2. It'll be very interesting to see as the points change. We see a huge change usually in the last week of Mega, because that's when people start getting in those major points for contract paragraph memorization, code of ethics, and those are some of the larger point systems. But remember, please, you can get lots of extra points by going to your city council meetings, by attending them, by doing your yoga. And I'm hoping we see a lot of people in our classes getting representation agreements signed, because remember, get in those points for those rep agreements, because it's super important. That is what this is all about, changing your mindset and going out there and prospecting and getting hired. We left off on Friday doing some role playing. We're going to jump back into that as just sort of a review, because I want to bring that back into today a little bit. Asking clients for more referrals. Hi, Ann. If you know anyone looking to buy, sell, or lease a home, would you call me and let me know? Your referrals would mean the world to me. And then, of course, I'd be happy to. Thank you so much. Client referrals are my number 1 source of business, so without them, my business would not be thriving. So really, it does mean the world to me. And then reminder, ask, hi, Ann. If you know anyone looking to buy, sell, or lease a home, please let me know about them. On average, my clients send me 2 referrals a year, and I can't wait to help your friends and family. You are really great to work with, and I bet they would be great to work with too. You need to find your voice in asking for referrals. It needs to be something that you do on a regular basis, and you need to say it with emotion and love and care and all the things that get them excited about wanting to help you in your business. Okay, I want to hear every single one of you say it. I'm going to put you in groups, and I want you to say it like 5 times until the other person hears it and it doesn't sound like you're reading anymore. So take a screenshot of this. I'm going to also throw it in the chat. The problem with putting it in the chat is that when you go into a group, you get a new chat. So you lose the chat, which makes no sense, but that's how Zoom built it. So you can copy this out of the chat if you don't have your slides open, or you can take a screenshot and take it into your group. But I want you guys, you're probably going to read it the first time, maybe read it the second time, and then just keep doing it until you guys have a really good flow. We are officially back, everyone. All right. Who nailed this really well? Who feel like they really nailed this? Really, really nailed this project. All right, Jeff. All right. Was it you that nailed it, or was it your counterpart?
Well, we both kind of nailed it. Mohammed got a little more fluid as he's doing it, because the practice obviously makes it a little bit more perfect.
Okay, so go ahead and do it, Jeff, for the class.
All right. So, hi, Jack. If you know anyone looking to buy, sell, or lease a home, would you call me and let me know? That would mean so much to me. I appreciate it. I'm sorry, I kind of paraphrased it a little bit, but yeah.
Okay, thank you, Jeff. Wells, you're up. Batter up.
Well,
Say it with passion. Make me
say
believe
that.
it.
Oh, okay. Well, Angela also did great, which was my team, but I give myself props too. So here I go. Hi, Jack. If anyone you know looking to buy, sell, or lease a home, would you call me and let me know? Your referrals would mean the world to me.
Nice. That's how it's done. Exactly right. Angela, you want to give it a go? You got called out.
Okay. Gosh, it's just a second. Okay, I had something on there. Hi, Jack. If you know anyone looking to buy, sell, or lease a home, would you please call me and let me know? It would mean the world to me.
Thank you. Andy, I see your hand up too. Hello.
Yes, greetings.
Greetings.
Okay, I'm ready. Hi, Jack. If you know anyone looking to buy, sell, or lease a home, please let me know about them. On average, my clients send me 2 referrals a year, and I can't wait to help your friends and family. You are really great to work with, and I bet they would be great also.
Thank you, Andy. Excellent. So, are we getting how important this is? I mean, this is so important. It's funny how the most important thing is the thing that no one's doing. But it's why 5% of the agents are sharing in 95% of the business, because they're not afraid to ask. And if you can't bring yourself to ask, then you don't deserve the business. And that's a hard thing to swallow for a lot of us. So, how many of you have been putting this into practice? How many have you asked a stranger or someone that you would have never asked this question to in Mega? Angela, who did you share? Who did you ask?
I've been asking people like in person. For whatever reason, it's really easier for me to ask people in person than it is on the phone. And I don't know if it's because I can't see what their expression is, but I have been talking to people in the neighborhood. I talked to people at the car show. I practiced for the forward on people at the car show. I went around and talked to everybody just to practice. And they all love to talk over there.
So
It was like,
we got to
but
push
I
you
just,
out of your comfort zone, because you've been spending your entire life talking to people in person. You got to do it on the phone too.
okay. I'm going to try today. That's my goal today. I've written it down. I have 5 calls to make at lunch, and I'm just going to try it.
Powerful. I love it.
Okay.
Christine.
Yes. So I've been asking for referrals when clients come back around asking for things. So I've lived in Austin for 20 years, and before that, a long time ago, I was a concierge at a hotel. So like where to eat, what to do, property taxes are coming up, blah blah blah. So as past clients call me to ask for something, I give them that thing, and then I'll ask them for referrals at the end.
Okay. Thank you, Christine. I've had a lot of people who was not a client who referred me business. So let's remember that it doesn't have to be a client. It can be someone who's not a client or hasn't bought and sold with you yet. I know a lot of people, they wait until the client thanks them or is in the process of a transaction before they ask for the referral, which means if they've closed 20 homes, then that means that they're trying to get 20 people to refer them, which hopefully will be business this year for sure. But we have a sphere much bigger than that. So this is good. We're asking people for referrals. That's the first step. A lot of agents aren't asking anyone, clients, past clients, or friends. So we're starting to dip our toe and asking for referrals for those people who are working with us. But we gotta do better. We gotta do more than that. We gotta extend that out to everyone. Everyone. Okay, very, very good. Thank you for all for sharing. Next up is the 5 things. This is the script that we did a couple times on Friday. The lead's name, your name, brokerage name, where they came from, and the property. So it's super easy. Hi, Tom. This is Jack Stapleton with Realty, Texas. Realtor.com said you were interested in 123 Main Street. When would you like to see that property? The Code of Ethics and TREC both state that we have to, at first dialogue and as early in the conversation as possible, identify ourselves as a real estate agent. So we need to let them know. So when you look at this script, it's following kind of the cadence that TREC is looking for. First, we're going to acknowledge that we know their name. That means that somehow we know them. So usually when you call someone by name, they pause for a moment and think, okay, does this person know me? How do I know them? So we want to get this out of the gate because they're trying to determine whether they like us, don't like us, are going to hang up on us on the phone because they don't know who we are. They don't know our phone number. So we have a very limited amount of time. So we're telling them who we know their name, who we are, because we have to do that in early in the conversation as possible. And then we didn't just randomly call them. We're calling them back because Realtor.com asked us to call them because that's who it was. Or if it's a website, you registered on our website, whatever the source is. So when we call, we always look at the source to see where did this person come from, because this person doesn't know us, but they registered on our website or they clicked a lead somewhere and they were pulled into our system through an API and asking for help. Now we're just calling them back. So we have a very limited amount of time to keep their interest and make this relevant to them. And then the sooner that we call them, the more they remember registering. And they're like, oh, yeah, great. Thank you for calling. I am interested in that property. If it's been a couple of days, then maybe there's less of that. And now they're, oh, no, someone already answered my question. So we want to get them as soon as possible. And here's a script. Hi, Tom. This is Jack with Realty Texas. Realtor.com asked me to call regarding 123 Main Street. When would you like to see this property? Very simple. Set the appointment. Remember, we are not trying to pre-qualify them. We're not trying to figure out they're ready, willing, and able right now. We're trying to set an appointment to go out in the real world and get hired. That's hard for a lot of agents because they don't want to go out and get in the car and drive somewhere. They don't want to do that unless they know that this person is going to buy a home from them. But the problem is if that's the attitude, we're cutting off half our business, because half the business, it takes an appointment to meet them in the real world to get hired, not get hired over the phone. Studies have shown that the more you try to do to pre-qualify someone over the phone, the less apt they are to work with you. But when you schedule an appointment with someone, when they're on the way to go see you and they've never met you and probably don't even remember your name, and someone says, oh, hey, what are you doing this afternoon? I'm going to meet my realtor. Studies of NAR did a study on this, and it blew everyone's mind. Like, wait, but and then went back in the study and looked. Did they sign a rep agreement to this person? Do they already know who this person is? Or this repeat business? How is it that they're calling this person? That's what they did. All they did was schedule an appointment. They're going to go meet someone. So it's easier for people to say, I'm going to go meet me a realtor than is, oh, I'm going to go take a look at a house. They actually say that. So but an exactly contrasting study said that people spend a lifetime dreaming about homeownership and spend exactly 0% of time about dreaming about hiring a real estate agent. So although they're looking for the house, when they set the appointment, they're going to see you, but they realize that you're the one that's going to unlock the door for them. So they're not going to go see the house. They're going to see you that's going to show them the house. And so that's how this is keyed up in their brain. And knowing that that's how it's keyed up in their brain is very interesting. So then we play on that. We go and meet them, because if they're already calling us their real estate agent or their realtor, then we go meet them and then we just do the job and show them the home and say, if you don't like this one, let's go and find out what it is that you're looking for, and then go see everything that matches your criteria so you can compare them against each other so you can find a home that you really love. Very important that we set the appointment and go get hired in the real world, because that's the job interview. Kelly.
So do you recommend that you do the quick rep agreement at the door and not try to do it before you actually
Yes.
meet them at the property? Okay.
Yes. So, and you guys watched the video on Friday, right? With me going through the quick rep at the door with them right there. By the way, some regulatory changes happened back in 2024. There's a couple of formalities we need to get through the way really quick. Please bear with me. That's how I start the conversation. Christine.
What if they're pretty insistent on seeing the forms before you meet?
Yeah, so hopefully you have these printed out in the buyer rep agreement already, blank version of it. You've got a file folder of IABSs and blank rep agreements that you have in your file that you can hand them a blank copy so that then they can just sign it digitally. If they want to sign the piece of paper, that's perfectly fine. Okay.
No, what if they want to like see it before we actually meet?
Oh, well, so I don't have a conversation with them about that. I set the appointment and go and meet them. So most of them are not saying, "Oh, by the way, are you going to make me sign something when we show up at the door?"
Okay. I've had this has only happened once where I met somebody with the forms printed out and like they just refused to sign it. And
Sure.
thankfully I was working in my neighborhood, so I just went back home. It was like 3 minutes away.
Yeah,
She was very, very insistent that she didn't want to sign anything.
understood. So I've a lot of people you might find that, and I'm sure you did all the things, but some things that might help through that scenario. I'm not saying that you didn't already do all of these things and you exhausted all efforts and she was just completely unreasonable, but stating that I am not authorized to open the door by the realtor organization without having an agreement to open the door. And if you want, we can tie it to the specific property, but I can't open the door, and neither can any other real estate agent show you this home and represent you without opening the door.
Yeah,
So,
no, I appreciate that. I think it makes it tough when other agents don't do those things because that's what got, tossed back at me. I'm like, well, this is how to do it correctly.
well, and it's not even because the practice changes. It's, we tell them it's a $5,000 fine, and the agent can be thrown out of the association for not getting these. These are practice changes, regulatory. Every single agent, all 1.5 million of them across the United States, are required to get this agreement signed before opening the door. And so this isn't me. This is the entire profession. And if an agent opens the door for you without without one of these agreements signed, then one of two things is happening. One, they are opening themselves up to being booted out of the realtor organization and a $5,000 fine, or they already represent the seller and they're representing someone else, not you at all. Okay, good, excellent. So who feels somewhat confident in this script? Eh, all right, I see two people are saying they're kind of confident. Who's not feeling confident in this? Ooh, okay, Brandon. Let's do it. Let's you and I right in front of the whole class. You can see your screen, right? So you got it. You can go ahead and just read it off the screen. So I am going to be the client. Let's let you be the agent, and then let's flip. But I need you. There you go.
Can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you good. So ring ring, hello.
Hey, Jack. All right, so we're going based off of the script we were practicing.
The one that's on the screen right now, yes. Ring ring, hello.
Hey, Jack, this is Brandon with Realty Texas. Um, I was referred to you by your friend. Asked me to call you regarding blank address. When would you like to see this property?
I am available this afternoon.
Okay. Are there any other homes that you would like to see?
Right now, it's just 123 Main Street.
Okay, Jack. Someone else from my firm may call you. Just let them know Brandon already helped you.
Okay, let's do it the other way around. Good job. Excellent. Say hello.
Ring ring. Hello?
Hey, Brandon, this is Jack Stapleton with Realty Texas. Realtor.com asked me to call you regarding 123 Main Street. When would you like to see that property?
Are you free tomorrow?
I am free tomorrow. What time is good for you?
I'm free around 6 o'clock.
6 p.m.?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I can certainly make that work. Are there any other properties other than 123 Main Street that you're interested in or that would you like to see?
I think this one's just fine for now.
Okay. Got it. All right, Brandon. So someone else from my office may call you. Just let them know that Jack has already helped you, and I look forward to seeing you tomorrow at 6 p.m. at 123 Main Street.
Awesome.
Awesome. Thanks for calling. All right. So we want to make it short and simple. Set the appointment. After we set the appointment, what is the very next thing that you must do?
See if there's any other homes they'd like to see.
Put it in CRX.
Follow up.
Asking for a referral.
Isa, so step. I'm hearing lots of things, but there's one very specific thing.
Put it in your calendar.
Remind them what to
Oh, she
do.
got it. Isa got it. Good job. What did you say?
Remind them what to do if another agent calls them.
No, that wasn't it. Someone else said it, and I thought it was you. I'm sorry.
Put it in your calendar.
Yes, Indu. Because if you forget to write it down, how long are you going to remember that you're meeting them tomorrow at 6 p.m.? What happens in an hour from now and you think, oh dear, what time did I say? Did I say 4? Did I say 6? What are you going to do then? You're going to call him back. Hey, Brandon. Hi, this is Jack. I'm so sorry. I forgot what time I'm meeting you tomorrow. Who wants to make that call? The very, very, very next thing you do is write down the time and put it on your calendar. 2 things is good from that. 1, you're not going to forget about it and ghost them. And number 2, you're not going to have to call them back and ask them what time. But what I like to do is I like to do something before I even put it on my calendar. I send them a text message. Hey, Brandon, this is my number. I'm looking forward to seeing you tomorrow at 6 p.m. at the property. The reason I send him a text message is because I'm also reminding him in writing. And then I put it on my calendar. Then I'm going to call the listing agent. A lot of you got that right. Pick up the phone, call the listing agent. Hey, this is Jack Stapleton, Realty, Texas. I got someone interested in your property. You got any offers? I'm going to look it up in the MLS, see if it's active. And then I look up and like, it's not even for sale. Okay. Hey, Brandon, you know what? I was looking up, I called the listing agent on that 123 Main Street. Where did you find that? Because I'm not seeing that it's for sale. And whatever, and then dig deeper, call him back. But I did look and I saw in that same subdivision that there's another single story home that's for sale around that same price point at 126 Main Street. I just sent you a link to that via text. Would you like to see that one? So we must immediately, after we get off the phone, send him a text with the time. Then, and there's some scripts, and you're going to see where that is in the scripts. That's the follow-up tasks. Then you're going to add it to your calendar. Then you're going to call the listing agent and verify the appointment. And if the time doesn't work, you're going to call them back. But we're trying not to make this first call go bad. We're trying to make this first call be really simple and show them how easy it is to work with you. You simply ask them a question, you say yes, and it's done. They're like, wow, that was much easier than ever I thought possible. This person didn't ask me if I have a FICO score and if I'm all of the questions. You just simply made it easy. And psychologically, people want to work with people who are going to make it easy for them to work with. And if we start making it difficult from the beginning, they're going to associate you with difficult and they're not going to want to work with you. So right now, we're in the conversion portion of this. We're trying, we did some prospecting, they called in. Now we're trying to set an appointment so we can go convert them in the real world. All of this has a purpose and a reason. Andrew.
I was just gonna what you were saying about text messaging. I noticed if you put in like a time and date and all that stuff, your phone will ask you to add it to the calendar sometimes. And so that's a good way to just kind of do 2 things at once.
Yeah. Love it. Does anyone remember why we're asking them if someone else at my firm is going to call them? Isa, you had your hand up again. Was it still up from before, or do you have a...
It was up from before. I apologize, but basically it was just so that if other agents start calling them, because this is what happened when they register on Realtor.com, they can already state that they have somebody working with them.
Exactly right. Because we know that a lot of leads are coming from Realtor.com, Zillow, Homes.com, and these sites that sell, that are not real estate websites at all. They are entertainment sites. Zillow is listed as an entertainment site. and they sell leads to real estate agents, and that's their model. So aggregate data. Their entire sole purpose for existing is to take the data that we give them and then sell that data back to us. That's their entire existence for living. So these are the 5 topics that we kind of want to drill into. The first attempt, the subsequent morning call, and the subsequent afternoon call. This is our intent to reach cycle. So it very well may be that they didn't answer the phone. And so instead of answering the phone, we're going to leave a voicemail. So here it is that they answered, and this was the answered script, but they didn't answer. Now we're going to leave a voicemail. Hey, Brandon, this is Jack Stapleton with Realty Texas. Realtor.com asked me to call you regarding 123 Main Street. Did you want to see this property? Give me a call back at 512-264-5115. Talk with you soon, Brandon. And then the system is going to send him a text message as well. Now they didn't answer. So they're going to fall into our CRM's intent to reach pipeline. We talked about pipelines on Friday. Falls into that intent to reach, and now we're going to have a battery of calls. We're going to call them in the morning and the afternoon, and the morning and the afternoon, and we're going to keep that cycle going. So first attempt. Hey Brandon, this is Jack Stapleton with Realty Texas. I got a message from you and was calling to see how I can help. I'll give you a call back after my afternoon appointments. I hope you're having a fantastic day, and I look forward to speaking with you soon. And just keep going back and forth. Then you call them at 4 o'clock. Hey, Brandon, it's Jack Stapleton, Realty Texas calling back. Looks like you're still busy. No problem. Just wanted to make sure I got your questions answered. I'll call back in the morning when I get into the office. I look forward to talking with you then. Have a great evening, Brandon. And then the next morning, I'm going to call and make sure that if you're going to make a promise and call, then you're going to make good on that promise and call them back. It's a promise that you made, make good on it, and just keep calling on that cycle. They're getting their messages. Most of the messages are being digitized into a text message. They probably saw it and they're like, okay, this person is going to call me tomorrow. I'll just talk with them then. And just keep up that cycle. Now here is a role play. This is a 1 minute and 35-second conversation for setting an appointment. This is the whole appointment. So we've kind of gone through this a few different times. I would like someone to role play with me as the buyer. I'll be the agent. And then I want to turn it around the other way. And so then we role play in the opposite. Then I'm going to put you guys in groups. And when I put you in groups, then I want you guys to flip back and do this at least twice until you get it down. And in Mega, in person, what we used to do is actually have them trade their phone numbers and call each other, and actually do this over the phone, which I find was really helpful because you're doing it over the same medium that you need to practice on. Doing it in front of your computer, you've got to work on the phone side of things because there's a little bit of delay and you got to learn that cadence so you're not both stepping on each other as you're both talking. If you've ever been in a conversation and you both keep starting to talk at the same time and ending the talk at the same time, and you keep just hitting each other and you don't have the right cadence, it's because at the beginning of the call, they detected that you are a follower and they're going to follow you, and then you change tempo, and so you're both hitting the same cadence. You got to break that cadence, but there's also a momentary delay. There's a little bit of a delay in the phone before people respond because it takes 1/1000th of a second for the message to actually get there. And so after you speak, a second later they're hearing your message, so there's a delay. So we have to be cognizant of that delay. All right, Charlie. So I'm going to be the agent. You're going to be the buyer. So ring, ring.
Hi, this is Charlie. How may I help you?
Hey, Charlie. This is Jack Stapleton with Realty Texas. Zillow asked me to give you a call regarding 123 Main Street. When would you like to see that property?
Are you available tomorrow around 3 o'clock in the afternoon?
Absolutely, Charlie. I can meet you over at 123 Main Street tomorrow at 3 p.m. Are there any other homes that you'd like to see?
At the moment, no.
Okay, great. I'm going to put you on my calendar for tomorrow at 3 o'clock at 123 Main Street. If you come across any others that you'd like to see, please let me know so I can add them to the list.
Will do, and thank you.
My pleasure. I'm looking forward to seeing it, by the way. If someone else gives you a call from my office, just let them know that Jack Stapleton has already helped you.
Okay, I will let them know.
Thank you. I just sent you a text with my phone number. If you need anything in the meantime, just let me know.
Just got it in my phone. Thank you again.
Great. All right. I look forward to seeing you tomorrow.
Wow.
Okay. That is a minute, 30-second phone conversation. Do you think that most agents turn this into a conversation that has nothing to do with 123 Main Street 99.9% of the time?
Yes.
So if you were a buyer and you saw a property at 123 Main Street and you wanted to see it, and you called the phone number that says, if you're interested in this property, call this number, and the person on the other end was trying to learn your life story and pre-qualify you, how do you think you'd feel in these two different scenarios? Someone who calls and just sets the appointment and schedules it versus someone who asks you a bunch of questions. How do you feel your level of frustration might be? I mean, I get that you might be expecting a couple of questions. That's true. But how are you going to feel if you don't get those questions and they just make it easier for you and set the appointment? You get off the phone. How is that going to feel differently to you? What do you think?
One's well use of time. The other one is like, come on, why are they calling? It's just a waste of time if someone's rambling.
Okay, Isa, thank you. Kyle?
I recall when I was shopping for my house, I wasn't a realtor at the time. When I was immediately shown the house, I felt like there was a level of respect, like they believed in me for purchasing, versus when I would meet another agent and they immediately wanted to send me to a lender and immediately wanted to know how much money I had saved. It made me feel like you think I'm not qualified and you don't even know. And so that taught me a lot.
Yes, your luxury buyers, they don't like people making assumptions about them. And so the higher the price range, the more this becomes important. So thank you. That's exactly right. When we are easy to work with, we are going to find clients who are easy to work with too. That is true. And the harder we make it for people, the harder it's going to become for us. Yes, you're going to meet people at the property, like Christine said, who gets there and they are a big waste of your time, and then you go back home. That does happen sometimes. But that is the price you pay for doing this across everyone, because if you get 50 phone calls and you meet all 50 people, you're very likely to get 5 of them to transact with you. You have 50 people and you try to pre-qualify all of them over the phone, you're likely to get 1. You just earned 4 $10,000 paychecks. You just earned $40,000 over the course of doing this. Is that worth your time? And even if they can't qualify, they may have someone who is. They're part of your database. Now, there's a lot of questions. Well, what happens if they're already working with an agent? I have a script for that. Got it. I'm going to need permission from your agent to show you the property. Do you have your agent's name so I can give them a call and ask permission to show them the property? Because I don't have authorization. The big question is, why would someone call someone other than their agent to show them the property if they already have an agent? They don't have an agent. Or if they do have an agent, they haven't signed anything yet. And if they have signed something, what in the world is going on? So I'm having a conversation with them about that too. All right, because right now you've proven that you're easier to work with when their agent is, because if the agent was easier to work with, they would be standing in front of them right now. Jamia.
Okay, how do you handle if a client is contacting you not regarding a specific property, they are wanting you to do a search for them? So then, like obviously you have, yeah, you got to know their criteria, and everything. Like, can you just tell me how do you go about that situation? They don't have a specific property.
Yes. So we will definitely hit those role plays as well. This one is a lot of our leads come in because we're running ads. So when we return calls, 99% of them are going to be people who have registered on our website or because we're running Facebook ads and running Google AdWords and Zillow and Realtor.com, all of that, they're coming in based on clicking a button, based on the carrot that we've dangled in front of them, which is the pretty house. Here's a pretty house. Want to see it? You want to see it? Let's go show it to you, and then go meet them in the real world and try to get hired for the job. You might get someone calling you about wanting to buy a home, but the question is how did they find your information and why did they call you? So the first question would be, who is it that referred them to you? Because you want to know that out the gate. So it just might well be ring ring, and Jack says hello. Jamia says, "Hi, Jack. I was referred to you by Colin and Amanda Jurin. They said you were awesome to work with, and I'm in the market to buy a home. So what am I going to do based on that conversation? I'm going to want to meet this person in the real world as soon as possible. So the first thing I'm going to do with the spontaneous trait transference that we learned from Vanessa Van Edwards, which is anything negative you say about someone sticks to you, but the adverse is also true. The reverse is also true. The positive things that you say about people stick with you and them as well. Oh my gosh. I'm going to have to give Colin and Amanda a call and thank them so much for the referral. They are amazing. Thank you, Jamia, for calling me. I really appreciate it. Um, I would be honored to assist you with helping you with your home purchase. First question out the gate, I would ask them, what's your time frame? What is your time frame? Is this urgent? Am I going to stop what I'm doing to help you right now, or are you looking at 6 months from now? Once I figure out your time frame, then I'm going to ask a question. What are you looking for? And then I'm just going to listen, and I'm going to try to absorb it as much as I possibly can. And then I'm going to offer them this. I like to offer all of my clients a buyer orientation. Some people take me up on it, some don't, but it's kind of a 30-minute sit down. We go through the entire process so that you know what to expect. Some of my clients who are more savvy, that have purchased a couple of homes in the past, sometimes they don't want to take me up on that, but I like to offer it, and I think it's a really good first step. Is that something you might be interested in? And then they're like, you know what, that actually sounds really good. Great. Are you local, or because we can meet in person or on Zoom? No, I'm local. Awesome. I can meet you at my office, a coffee shop. Where would you like to meet? And then set up the appointment, meet him in the real world, have all your buyer presentation ready to go. And then part of your buyer presentation is what we learn in Ready, Set, Sell, which is a crystallization worksheet. Put them in the client gateway, send them, get them to a lender, figure out if they're a cash buyer or if they're going to be obtaining financing, and do all of that in person or on Zoom, face to face, because you're going to need to know how ultimately they're going to pay for it. Does that help? Okay, Lewis.
I was just gonna say, since we're gonna show a home to somebody for the first time as an agent, do we need a mentor, or do we just do that on our own?
Yeah, so your mentor is going to be rep agreement to close. And so you don't have a rep agreement yet. If this is more about going to Ready, Set, Sell or going in our coaching program to go out and convert the appointment, once it has been converted, then you need a mentor. Yes. Okay, because right now, you are all approved to go talk to clients. We are all 100% competent to go out and meet a client and convert that client into business. Now, once we know what it is they're looking for, we have to determine, are we competent to help them with a skyscraper that they want to buy that's 300 million, or lease a property that's 900 somewhere in who knows where, right? So it depends on what is they're looking for, what is their competency, and how can we help them to determine whether or not we have the competencies to help them out. Okay, after the call, this is the list. Update your notes, change the pipeline, spool the RPR report, and favorite the home. Send a thank you bomb and an RPR together. Set up the portal in the MLS client gateway and put the showing on your calendar so you don't forget the time. So here are the after call things that you should have written down that you don't forget. Now, they called you at 123 Main Street. RPR report is a super cool report, but you're thinking, I don't have their email address because that wasn't part of my script. Well, there's going to be a lot of text messages that I'm sharing back and forth between the client. And so after I've set the property up, my recommendation is you send them send a text message. Hey, I just ran a property report for 123 Main Street. I'd like to get that to you. You can send them a link via text so they can open up on their phone, or you can ask them for their email address and email it to it. But I find it's easier to upload it to your documents and send them a text right through your system, and you have the ability to send them a link, upload it into your documents folder, and then send them a link. Isa.
Hi, I figured this would be a good time to ask this question. In the first week, I made some phone calls and I got a few leads. Most of them are looking to buy within 6 months to a year. They asked for me to still set up a portal for them so they could look at the homes and kind of get familiar with the market, right?
Yep.
And in that situation, would you still follow up with them every month? Would you
I
still?
would have already sold them a house.
Okay. Well, I did everything they asked me to. I've been following up with them through text as well.
They would have already moved in by now.
Well, thank you, Jack. You make me feel so much better. Okay, so then what? Do I just tell them when are we looking at a house? When would you like to go see one?
What are you looking for? Get them. You got to
I
get
know
the
what they're looking for. I have all their criteria, everything.
good. So one of the most powerful questions you can ask them in that moment is to gain what their readiness is if I found you the perfect house right now, what would you do?
Well,
Open-ended question.
they have leases. That's the only downside. They have contracts on these leases.
Yep. So they're not going to have a payment in the first that they're not going to have that first payment. So that usually means when is your move out date? Well, my move out is in August. Great. So if you move in July 1st, you don't have an August payment, and that gives you 4 weeks to be able to move so that you're not cannonball run moving. And so a lot of people like that. But you're right, if they're up against a lease, one thing we're not going to do is recommend that they go to their landlord and cancel their lease because that can land us with a loss of license. So we're going to ask though, if you found the perfect home today, what would you do? um, uh, I'm going to ask them, well, I would be kind of disappointed because there's nothing I can do about it. Got it. So what is our time frame really? And what is the reason for that time frame? We're with the lease. Great. I'm going to send them a portal. I'm going to be having a conversation with them. I'm going to be getting them with the lender because I'm going to tell them the sooner I can get you, how are you going to be paying for the home? Are you going to be paying cash or obtaining financing? I'm going to get a loan. Awesome. Okay. So, and I tell even my A plus people, I tell them, look, remember, the sooner that you get with a lender, the more they can help manipulate your credit to take even excellent credit and make it even better. Because the better your score, the lower your interest rate's going to be. And so, and of course, then I don't tell them this, but in this group, the higher their score is, everything from mortgage insurance, all of that is going to be less. And so, if a lender has 60 days to play with someone's credit profile, there's a lot they can do because they're going to take their credit profile and put it through a simulator. And that simulator is going to come back and it's going to say, pay down this credit card to this dollar amount, open up 2 more credit cards, even if it's a prepaid credit card, and that will take your 680 and turn it into 714. And that's a completely different score that's going to give them a better pricing. And so the problem is, in order for that to happen, you need a 30-day cycle for the credit bureaus to update the reports and to be reflected on their credit report. So the sooner you can get them with the lender, the better for them. So in any event, yes, if like you said, if there is a goal, there's something blocking them from actually purchasing, like they're stuck in a lease, yes, I'm talking to them on a regular basis and I am sending you messages, putting myself on concierge, calling, hey, did you like that property? I'd call just once a week in to check in. Say, okay, I saw you favorite 3. What did you like about those 3? What was it specifically? Well, we really like the kitchen. Got it. So you like the white tones or so you're not liking the darker tones? Okay, got it. So what was this about 123 Main Street? What did you love about that property? Well, the backyard was huge. Got it. So small backyard's probably not going to work for you. Not ideally. Okay. Because now you're painting a picture of what that they're looking for, and the better you can see that house in your head, the better you're going to be at helping them source it. Good question. Thank you for asking. Jimmy, I see your hand up.
I just kind of missed what you said about lawsuit, and so I just needed, can you repeat whatever you said? It was something about the lease terms or, yeah, can you just repeat that? You said something
Yep,
about
it wasn't a lawsuit, it was a loss of license, which is
loss
worse.
of license. What was it that you
We
said?
can get through a lawsuit, but we can't get through a loss of license. So the Occupations Code, Chapter 1101 of the Real Estate License Act, has these. I'm going to actually bring them to you. Grounds for license revocation, which is Chapter 1101-652. Grounds for suspension or revocation of a license. There are 33 items in this list. You will see that I have them all highlighted here in my book. These are the 33 ways you can lose your license. If there was a list of 33 ways of losing your license, might all of us read it? The answer is yes, and it's 1101-652. And one of these says that I have it circled here. There. 1101-652, subsection item 21, induces or attempts to induce a party to a contract of sale or lease to break the contract for the purposes of substituting a new contract. So trying to get them to break their lease contract with their landlord to substitute a purchase contract is grounds for license revocation. So telling your client, oh, just go to the landlord and just ask them to break or get you out of the contract or try to break it, giving them the idea that that's even possible is grounds for loss of license. So thank you for asking the question. And although this is the 1101-652 grounds for suspension or revocation of a license, there's also 1101-756. And I owe you a break, so I'm going to go and bring this up. Now, I would like somebody here. Oh, there's much better for me.
So breaking the contract isn't the same as having them pay, like having the builder pay out the rest of the month's rent, right? I guess I think that's why I'm like kind of like.
Nope. If you've put in their mind that they can break a contract at all, and that person, okay, let me just ask you this: you're a landlord and you have a tenant, and you have five rental properties, and those are your rental properties. You own them, and you have 5 tenants, and you get a call from your tenant saying that some real estate agent asked them to call you because they want you to break your lease with this person to get out. What are you going to do? What are you going to say? You're not going to be happy, right?
Yeah.
Right. So now, sometimes the builders will say, you're not asking to break the lease. They're just not going to have to worry about paying rent twice. So the lender is not asking to break the lease. They're saying, we're going to pay you back so that thing can sit there vacant for the next 6 months, and we're going to pay it out the end of the contract. That's a different thing altogether.
Gotcha. Okay, that's what I needed clarification on. Okay.
Can you ask them if they have a buyout?
You should not be putting them. You should not be having a conversation with them about breaking their contract.
Okay, because I know a lot of apartment communities have buyouts.
They do. So someone read this title for me for the class.
Texas Occupations Code, OCC section 1101-652, grounds for suspension or revocation of license.
Okay, so now we're going to go down to paragraph 21 and read this.
Induces or attempts to induce a party to a contract of sales or lease to break the contract for the purpose of substituting a new contract.
Attempts. Even your attempt, it doesn't even have to break. Just you attempting to get them to break their contract for lease to substitute a new contract is grounds for you to lose your license. Now, if you do this, then you have violated another section, but this talks about that there's a grounds for revocation, but here is the next one, which is Occupations Code 1101-756. It's down a little bit further. So this one is 652. You keep scrolling down till you get to 756. A person commits an offense if so there's a repercussion. There's a repercussion by breaking the rules if you don't honor Chapter 1101 of the Real Estate License Act. So the License Act was created to create give you a license and then put a set of rules to make sure that everyone is following. And then TREC was created to administer the act to make sure that we're following the rules and to create the criminal penalty if we don't. There's a criminal penalty here as well. A person commits an offense if the person willfully violates or fails to comply with this chapter, 1101. What is the offense if you don't comply with Chapter 1101 of the Real Estate License Act or you break one of those rules?
I say misdemeanor.
Okay. So this is what happens. Let's just go and just ask that question. In Texas, a Class A misdemeanor is the most serious type of misdemeanor and carries penalties of up to 1 year in jail and a $4,000 fine. So we're dealing with regulatory stuff here. We are licensed and we must follow the rules. We don't get to just do whatever we want and think, well, I can break the rules. Someone's going to slap my wrist. There are much bigger things out there than getting a wrist slap. Some of it can be loss of license, jail time, and fines. So I highly recommend that each of you read 1101-652, grounds for suspension or revocation for a license, and reads all of these 20 because promising future profits from a real estate purchase is one of them. Oh, buy this property in 5 years from now, you'll be able to sell it for $200,000 because we've had 1% appreciation. So you'll put $200,000 in your pocket. You can't promise. You can say that they're likely to make money from the purchase, but you can't promise it. And if it sounds like a promise or you're selling them on certainty, then that's also ground. So there's a lot of things in here. And I want you guys to read all 23 of these. I'm putting this in your chat so you can find it easily. With that, we're going to take a quick break. It's 11:20. Let's come back at 11:30. Isa, I saw your hand up too.
Yes, my last closing, they started working with me a month prior to their lease ending. And they had to give a notice, right? And it was like a 60-day notice, which they told me they put in the notice immediately, but then they close on their house, move out, and they are being fined actually, because according to the people, even if they had put in a notice, so now they were on a month to month, but that month to month is a higher price than where they were at before. And now they're facing, I don't know, I think she said 2 months worth of rent at that higher price.
Yeah.
Is there anything that they can do? Obviously I never,
It's
I
very
didn't say that in any way, just so you know.
Is there anything they can do? Yes, they should have been advised to contact a real estate attorney and advise them about their rights under the lease and to make sure that they speak to the landlord about their move out so that they dot their I's and cross the T's to make sure that they don't inadvertently violate the terms of their lease and end up with fines or loss of deposit. If sometimes they have to give a 60-day lease, a 60-day notice to quit. And
they're
not being, let me
end.
finish.
Okay.
Let me finish. Often, because you don't get fined, you don't get fines. That's not a thing. But what can happen is if you don't give a 60-day notice, then you get to the end, then they can say your 60-day notice is activated today. And now you have to pay rent for the next 2 months at the higher amount. So my suspicion, what happened is they didn't give notice on time. They got to the end, found out that they had to formally give notice. And calling the landlord and said, "Hey, I'm thinking about moving out because I'm buying a home," is not notice. Notice in the lease agreement says, "I'm required to provide this notice to this email address at this and by this time," and they send in notice. And that is notice, and the lease agreement will say how and where to provide their notice. And so we don't represent them in this. We should be very careful to make sure that we tell them, if you have questions about the lease, that is something a real estate attorney is going to have be able to advise you on, because I can't interfere with that agreement that you have with your landlord. You can have a conversation with your landlord, read your lease agreement about what it is to provide notice, and make sure you understand it well. And if you don't understand what you're reading, I recommend that you get an attorney. I have one I can provide you so that they can review it, so that you can make sure that you don't end up having problems later. That is how you have to address it.
I did advise her to contact a real estate attorney. I just didn't send her any.
Yeah, well, and if they ask us, "Oh no, I need help," we don't get to help. We don't get to offer them advice at all, because that is the illegal practice of law, which is one of those 654 grounds for revocation of a license.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, no problem. A couple more hands. We're already on break, so we are on break, but I'm going to continue answering questions as they come up. Gabriel, you're up next.
Hey, Jack, just a quick question. I'm over here trying to print the slides, but the email that you sent us on Friday regarding today's modules, for whatever reason, I click on that hyperlink and it's pulling up module 3 rather than
We have
the
already
referral-based business.
put.
Yep.
I
So
will.
I was
It's
just
in
trying
the
to.
chat
Sorry.
already. If you go back to the chat, I put that link in there a couple of times for you.
I think I might have been late to the class, so I
Okay.
might have missed those. So
Okay.
I
I'll
apologize.
repost it for you right now.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Jumia, you're up.
Okay, so I have a question. I have a client that I'm working with right now that she is in a lease and she hates her place and she wants a new place. I'm pretty sure, if I remember the date correctly, her lease isn't up until October. I know I've seen other people be in that same situation, like they post on social media, like, "I don't like my current place, and I need a new place." So what is the proper way for us to handle that if we're not telling them to break their lease, but they're wanting to, pursue with a new place and everything? Does it make sense what I'm saying? And they're coming to us for help for a new place.
So this is the thing. You can help someone help them find a new place when their current lease is up, but we don't get to help them break the lease and let them know, if we even hint that they can terminate or break that lease, because they can't. In Texas, the landlord is protected. You go to California and some other states, the tenant is very protected, but we're not protected here. This is a landlord rights state. So the most of the leases out there are very clear. If the tenant does damage, they're going to get dinged for that. If they move out early, that's fine, but they're going to continue paying rent all the way until the very end, on the very last day. And if they don't pay rent and they move out, then they can go to a small claims. Any filing fees and loss of income that maybe was derived from all of that is going to get tacked onto it, along with fees and all the rest. So my best advice to you, if they hate their place, that you'd let them know, "I would love to help you find a new one." If you abandon this place in the middle of your lease, that could be huge issues. Talk with your landlord and see what you guys can work out. And at the point where you are able to have an earlier move out date, then I can help you get something in place. But right now, if you found something earlier, you would be paying rent twice.
Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back.
Okay, welcome back. Somebody tell me what SOP stands for. There's two different SOPs, and that's why I want to bring this up. We've got SOPs. There's two different SOP is used in multiple differences, but I want to hear them twice because I use this word for two different things. Kelly.
Standard operating procedure.
Okay. That's one of the two. 100% one of the two. And what is the other one? Kelly?
Standards of practice?
That's exactly right. So SOP for the NAR Code of Ethics, you'll see Article 1, Standard of Practice 1-2. So that is a SOP, standard of practice. Versus you in a business, you will have a standard operating procedure. You have policies and you have procedure. And even in our Realty Texas policies and procedures manual, we have a policy and then a procedure. Here's what the rule says, and this is how, these are the steps to follow. This is an SOP. This is a standard operating procedure. This should be a procedure that you have for every single time you get off the phone with a client. If you have procedures in place to run your business, you're going to have a much more organized business. So you should have procedures. You should have a procedures manual. You should have a binder. And these things should be in plastic paper. And then you should go to your SOP about that and follow the SOP until you know it so well that you don't have to follow it as a guide anymore. That way you have an SOP for your buyer orientation. You have an SOP for your listing agreements. You have your SOP for your lead follow-up system. You have your SOP for maybe even appointment setting. So you need to create SOPs for your business. That's not something someone's going to give you because your value proposition is rooted in the tools that you have in your toolbox. And everyone operates their business in a little different way. I'm going to give you SOPs on some things that you can use as a guide. And here is an SOP that you can add to your binder. So I hope that all of you go out, get a binder, have a nice cover for it, and then grab a bunch of plastic inserts and then start building, get your tabs and do SOP. Every single one of my staff persons here at the company has a binder, SOPs for their position, and they have to follow their SOPs. And you as a real estate agent should know different. Helps organize you as a practitioner. When you meet them at the property, here's another SOP. IABS, rep agreement, RPR, agent one page, client one page, quick CMA. These are the things that you're going to bring with you. What is the difference between the agent one page and the client one page? For those of you who took your exam for MEGA, you probably noticed that this was an exam question, one of the exam questions. So I'm going to cover it again. What's the difference for let's say for those of you matrix users who print out the MLS sheet, you have a couple of different reports you can choose from. One is agent full and one is client full. The agent one page and agent two page, what's the difference between these? This is very important that you know this. Isa.
One has details that are private to the seller, and the other one has details that are available to only like the public.
Yes. So it's important that we bring the agent one page with us, but we don't get to give the agent one page to our client. And sometimes they want it and they're trying to pull it out of your hand. So I bring my copy, which is my agent one page, and I give them the client one page. And I can't tell you how many people thought that I should give them because it had more data and they wanted it and try to pull it out of my hand. And I would tell them, I can't. There are gate codes here. There are alarm codes here. I can't give this to you. So bring the one page, the client full and the agent full, so that you can give them their copy and that you have your copy. Your copy is going to have the listing agent's phone number and the showing instructions and the gate code, and if there is a gate, where the location of the lockbox on the property, all those things that helped you during your showing. You know you're in trouble when you get to the property and there is a code that you need. Or when you walk in the front door and you start hearing the alarm code start beeping from the security alarm and you realize that you don't have the alarm. So now you're trying to log into the app, or you're trying to log in. When I say the app, I mean the MLS app, or you're trying to log into the MLS to find it, and you know that it's a race between you finding that code and the alarm going off. And sometimes you're on the phone with the listing agent and you get their voicemail and you've caused a nightmare for yourself because you didn't read the showing instructions before you showed up. So make sure you review the showing instructions and determine whether there's a gate, whether there's an alarm code, and where the location of the lockbox is. And some lockboxes have a code on the lockbox. And so you get to the property and you walk over to that lockbox and you look at it and there's a code to it and you're like, oh, I brought my MLS Supra, but this isn't a Supra lockbox. This is a code lockbox. And then you don't have the code and then you're struggling to find it. So make sure that you're prepared. You should know what type of lockbox and whether or not there's a code. So you're not standing in front of the property at 110 with you, your client, and their baby in tow, and them standing in the driveway for 10 minutes as you're trying to figure out how to get into it. That makes us look really, really bad. Has that ever happened to you? I mean, it's happened to most real estate agents. It's happened to Lisa. It's happened to me. It's happened to all of us. So we learn how to make sure that we don't fall into that situation. Andrew, are you saying it happened to you or did you have a question?
Oh, I was gonna tell us, it happened to me. I actually looked at the code. I actually went there like 30 minutes early to the house before I showed anybody, and there was no. I couldn't get a hold of the listing agent. Couldn't get a hold of his office. I couldn't get a hold of anybody. No email response. No nothing. One of his numbers was going saying it was no longer in service. So it was a weird situation. But and then in the listing notes there was nothing about an alarm system. And so I opened the door like normal, went in, not even a few minutes later, this alarm just starts blaring. I, I didn't know what to do. I had to just stay, and luckily I got there 30 minutes early because after a while it just turned off because I couldn't get hold of anyone to give
Yeah.
me a code or anything. And it by the time the tenant got there, there was no alarm going off. So I saved myself.
So, I can tell you that agents have two calendar days to respond to an inquiry. So there's a lot of agents who are maybe they're out showing properties, maybe they're in a listing appointment, maybe they're in a closing, maybe they're in a mega class that day or a GRI class, and they're just not being able to respond in that moment. So we have to know where to look. It is against the rules to put a gate code in the agent notes or the private notes or the public notes. There's actually a field specifically for it, and then there's a tag for alarm. And sometimes they're not going to put it in that field. Sometimes they put it in the attachments. So part of our SOPs is to take an MLS class from the board, all of us, and then before we show the property, go through the attachments and look at all the attachments and print them out. So we have the seller's disclosure, the T47, a list of upgrades it might have there, and maybe there's a PDF that has alarm code on it, offer instructions as well, and then print out the agent one page full and see if the alarm code is there or if it mentions a code. And if there's nothing in the MLS attachments, and the alarm code is blank, and there's nothing that references an alarm, it very well could be that what I would think in that moment is, did the seller respond to my showing? Because sometimes the seller will lock their home and they will turn their alarm on because they don't have any showings scheduled that day. So then I'm gonna make sure, oof, did they, am I approved for this? And if not, then sometimes the seller will set the alarm and the agent told them not to and they did it anyway. So it could be the listing agent, it could be the seller, or it could have been our bad. So part of the showing procedure is having an SOP to make sure that we do the research. I love the day before going, and if I'm going to be showing properties, sometimes I will preview all the properties before I show them to my clients so that I can get familiar with the area, familiar with the driving route, lots of things. So, yes, sometimes when we get to the property, it's not easy to get a hold of them. And we end up calling their office, and their office says, yeah, I haven't seen them for a couple of weeks. I don't know where they are. We're standing in front of a property and the alarm's going off. Oh my gosh. Yeah, you're going to need to call the agent because we can't help you with that because most offices aren't going to have the alarm code either. So yes, this is why we're having this conversation because we are we're going to run into a lot of messy things out there. You're going don't There's a day that we talk about, preparing for showings, everything from making sure you have enough gas in your car, to having and to making sure that you have stops for bathroom breaks, all the things. So thank you for bringing that up because sometimes the seller set the alarm and there's nothing and we're just stuck in that scenario. Yep. Okay, we are going to be going to lunch at noon. So you got a break a few minutes ago, but we're going to be going to lunch right at 12 and then coming back at 1. RPR, how many of you have run an RPR report and printed it out, or at least gone through the whole report, the property report? Kelly has, Kyle has. Have all of you done it? Has any of you not gone all the way through an RPR report? Okay, so a lot of you are saying that you haven't gone through an RPR report. Most agents, when they get in the business, they're just kind of trying to figure it all out, and there's so much, there's so many tools. They don't know where to focus, they don't know where to start, and they don't know which ones are going to really help them and which ones they should focus their attention on. Every MLS has what's called a single sign-on. This is what's called the SSO, the single sign-on for Unlock MLS, formerly Actress or Awesome Board of Realtors. Most of our markets use something like this. Same thing, matrix.ctxmls. Log into Central Texas MLS. Same thing. They use Matrix and they have a single sign-on. Whereas the single sign-on might look a little bit different. So between the two, it's all basically the same thing. It is you log into the single sign-on and there's a bunch of products here. These are all the different products that the MLS is offering as part of your subscription. So you log in here with a password. Once you're here, everything here opens without a password. So Remind, so for Awesome Board of Realtors, your Real is Tax, Transaction Desk, the Stats, which is really cool, Rent Spree, which is also really cool, and then a whole bunch of MLS tools. And you will see that we have RPR is one of the tools. This is one I highly recommend that you use on a regular basis. So I don't want to go there. I want to go here. Let's go and check out our buy page. Let's find an address on a property that we're interested in. Let's grab this one. We go to RPR. Here, I'm going to click RPR. It's going to open RPR from your MLS, so there's no password needed. The very first time you open RPR, it's going to ask you to set some settings up. I highly recommend that you go through and open RPR, and if you have problems or have questions, you can either get with Katie or you can get with your MLS, who all have classes regarding RPR. Next week, I'm going to, in part of your homework, is going to be 5 videos on how to use RPR. So we're kind of getting ahead of ourselves here a little bit, but that's okay. All right, so I'm going to type in the address, and here it is. It shows up under addresses, 3210 K Street, Austin. I click it, and it's going to bring this property up in RPR. Something cool about RPR is that it's all the MLSs across the United States all are branded into one. And RPR was created between appraisers and real estate agents, so you can print a CMA in here. You can do comps in here. You can also print out a really good property report. You have the ability to create multiple different reports, a neighborhood report, a market trends report, or just a property report. So when I click create report, I've got a buyer template, a seller template, a property flyer, market activity template, or a school template. I want to create a buyer report. So there's multiple different templates you can choose from. And here are all the pages in it. I'm going to grab the first one, Mr. and Miss X. I'm going to call it something. And now here's my report. And I can download this report. Or I can send them a link to the report and text it to them. So you have the ability to edit this report, but just off the cuff, it's going to have a picture of the property, the address on top, the title up here. So if it's going to have the buyer's name, it's going to have the overview of it. It's going to have the list price and the RVM. There's a difference between an RVM and an AVM. This has a 5-star RVM confidence. RVM stands for Realtor Valuation Model versus AVM is Automatic Valuation Model. So sometimes we can run an RPR report on a property that was never listed. If you're going to list a property, this is, and it's never been listed in the MLS, you can type in that address and it'll print the same report. It's just got less information because it didn't pull it from the MLS. Because this is also sitting on top of the property tax data. So now we're going to have property information, public facts versus the listing facts versus any agent refinements that you've made, interior features, exterior features of the property, current photos. Then there will be the prior photos of a prior listing. And here is historical photos. So these are historical photos. So you can then start seeing the difference between the photos from today and the photos from prior MLSs, which is kind of cool. Then at the end, you start getting market trends, median price, medium sold price, median days on market, sold to list price ratio, months of inventory in that neighborhood, and then some heat maps. Here's the median list price and how it's changed year over year since May of 2020 in the last 5 years. Same thing here, median list price and how that's changed. Median sold price and how that's changed. Housing facts for the zip code, the city, the county, the state, and the USA, and how they differ. Population by children by age group in that zip code. Toddlers, high school, middle school, elementary school. Population of adults by age group and for that zip code as well. Households with children and married without children, single children, married with children. Walk score, 4 out of 5. And then some information about the walk score. And then we have our vendors on a vendor sheet. And then at the end, sometimes they have school comments about people, about comments from the people about the schools that are in that neighborhood. So you can take this report and you can edit it, because right here you can edit each one of these. There is no CMA in here, so you can add some reports like market trends. 6 of 14 pages are actually checked off. You can grossly change this report. There's no CMA information in this report. I didn't select them all, or I can turn that on. So and it remembers your settings from the last time. An incredibly powerful report that you can hand to them at the property and say, here's a detailed property report. If you would like this report on any other property, let me know. I can get it for you. And as you can tell, there's a lot of really good information regarding this. And I think RPR is essential in providing services. It should be part of every single transaction. RPR is what I call expert representation and should be considered rudimentary. NER says consumers want 3 things from an agent: competent, expert negotiator, and they want to make sure that they're rooted in ethics. When we hand them a report like this, there's so much data here. And this is the most underutilized tool that the National Association of Realtors has, and it's so powerful, and it only takes you a couple seconds. So if you're not making this standard, if this is not an SOP in your business, make sure that you add it as an SOP. Real estate's complicated. There's a lot to it. There's a lot of facets to it. There's a lot of tools. There's a lot of things to know, everything from getting yourself hired all the way through to getting into the closing table. And every step of the way, there's room for learning. So what do agents need from their broker? Hopefully they are plugging in and trying to learn from the broker, and the broker has tools more than just giving them a business card. Advice, help, tips, support, guidance, and assistance. I'm going to talk you through all of these things today as part of this referral-based business thing. No matter if you're a new agent, if you're an experienced agent, we're going to show you how to take control and get on the path to be able to be providing your client with expert representation. Obviously, we're going to go through today and we're going to talk about referrals. We're going to go through all of the referral stuff, and we're going to jump into our mission statement, our vision statement, our public statements, and then I'm going to put you in groups after lunch, and I'm going to ask you, what is your mission statement? And then we're going to start crafting your mission statement and your vision statements, and your value statement. And then we're going to take that and you're going to go to your realtytexas.me and you're going to plug it in into your mission statement field. So when people go to your website, they can read your mission. We're going to read the mission of some of our preferred lenders, some of our title companies, so that you can see what, they have said their mission is, and learn what the Realty Texas mission is. And hint, it's not about being number 2. Our mission is about being number 1, being the best. We're not in this to be number 2 or number 3 or number 4. We're in it to be number 1. So what is your mission? What is your promise to your client? Today's exercise is going to help you with your value proposition, because all of this is tied together. We did your goal boards first last week, so you can put all of that thought into the goal board. Today, we're going to talk about your vision statement and your mission statement, put that mission statement together so that we can craft a mission statement, put that in your website, and then be adding that mission statement to your annual business plan and reviewing that so that you can stay on mission, you can stay on brand, and you can keep to the promise of why you're in the business, so you can tell the world what they get with you, why you're in this business. So this is going to be a very good second half of your day. Warren Buffett, arguably one of the most successful businessmen of all time. We're going to be talking, we're going to hear from him first, and then we're going to dive in and jump into a bunch of breakout sessions after we get back from our lunch. So this is a perfect time to cut for lunch. So we're going to break it off here. We're going to come back at 1 o'clock. And as soon as we get back, please try to be back on time, because we're going to watch this video exactly at 1 o'clock when we return from lunch. I'm going to stick around for 5 minutes though. I'm going to answer any questions that you guys have before I jump in with my team. So class dismissed for lunch. See you back at 1. For those of you who have questions, stick around and let me know what they are.
Welcome back. Who'd have thought they need Jack here where we need Jack here where we need. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back.
It is 1 o'clock. Welcome back from our lunch. Does anybody have a mission statement for your business? Jeff has one. Okay.
Back. Yay.
I do.
Yeah. Good. Find it, dust it off, because you're going to need it. Hopefully it's in a place you can find. Kyle's like, oh, got it written down. Okay. We're going to hear this message from, that's interesting. There. Hear this message from Warren Buffett about asking for client referrals, but this is a little bit on topic, but also off topic. So let's hear what Warren has to say.
The best advice to a small business owner, or for that matter, to a large business owner, is never stop thinking about how to delight your customer. Not to satisfy your customer, but to delight your customer. And when you wake up in the morning, start thinking about it. During the day, think about it. At night, think about it, and then dream about it. And no company's ever failed that had millions of delighted customers. And you start with them and you get them one at a time.
There's no substitute for hard work. The best time you're ever going to have is when it starts out just you, and it'd be great if it grows into a wonderful, big, profitable company. But you're never going to be happier and more satisfied than you are in the first year or so of getting your business going, because you do every single thing. You sweep up when everybody goes home, you're the first one in, you plug in the coffee pot, so when your people come in, they have hot coffee and can get straight to work. You work through lunch, set an example for them, but there's no substitute for hard work. People say luck, yes, but the harder you work, the luckier you get.
My advice to a small business owner or any entrepreneur would be not to be discouraged if the business you end up with is not the one you started out to pursue. Because so often you encounter difficulties, you encounter failures, and the important piece is to learn from each of those very quickly and to pivot and to move on to the idea that works.
Of course, you have to be close to your products, close to your customers, and think about them. That's the most important, but don't forget to think about your business, what your plans are, what you want to do next, how to take your business to the next level. Again, think about being in your business, but think about your business as well.
My best advice is to really work hard to clarify what your purpose is and be able to articulate that, be able to communicate it in a simple sentence. And the reason that's important is as you bring people into your company, I think the most important question you ask them is, why are you here? Why do you want to join this company? And if you hear that purpose back, if you hear that passion around that purpose, it makes everything a whole lot easier. Any skill can be learned and taught, but passion cannot.
Being an entrepreneur can be a roller coaster ride at times. You will have great days, you will have not so great days. You may even from time to time have an awful day. You've got to stay focused and stay level-headed and keep your feet on the ground.
Companies that do well at some level, even though it may not be written down on a piece of paper, need to have kind of a clear strategy of why they're different, why they're adding value, why they're producing something special that customers need and that they're not getting now. So I think if there's a clear sense of strategy and you can get all the people aligned around that, then you get a lot more power than if you're just scrambling and working harder and harder and without that clear direction. So that's my one piece of advice.
Okay, heard a lot of things here. What are some things that really stuck out to you?
Hard work, but with a plan. They go together.
Hard work and a plan. All right, we got some hands up. Corby?
I heard delight your customer. Delight your customer. Don't just make them happy, delight them.
Whew, that makes you really, I think what's great about Warren Buffett is he speaks in visions. So when he says something, you can see it in your head and what that really means, because words really matter. So delight your customers. That's a powerful one. One that I obviously took away as well. Thank you, Corby. Brandon.
He said, think about your business and how you can improve for your clients all the time when you're sleeping, basically all the time. So.
We heard three people talk about the need for purpose. You need to understand your purpose so that, you know, if you understand what you're trying to accomplish with your business, then and you got to make it simple. It's going to allow you to align yourself with people who also have that same mission. Your broker, your title company, your lender, other people who's part of the chain, who's part of this network. You've got an orchestra of people here that you are the conductor of, and what members you bring on your team is important, because delighting your customers, making sure that the customer is happy with the process. That's a very complicated process, real estate, buying and selling. I mean, you've got stressful negotiations, and then you get buyer's remorse the moment you go under contract. Then you've learned about all the property's defects right out the gate, and then determine, ooh, okay, well, I was excited, but now a little less. Who's going to fix all of these things and get through the inspections, and then dealing with the lenders. And the whole process itself, when you're buying a resale home, isn't always fun and exciting. It can be very stressful. So how can we help our clients with that process to make them feel like they're well represented, that we have their back, and that we're going out of our way to make sure that you know, they're going to get to the closing table on time and trouble free, and that they're happy about that process. These are things that we need to be having in our mind right now, because that prefaces the conversation. What are you trying to accomplish with your business? If you don't have the why, you don't have the way. When you lose your why, you also lose your way. People get deep into their business and they kind of lose track of why they were in this in the first place. And they just kind of jump into transactions and helping people. But your marketing plan, what you put out there in the world, really is the outward representation of what people see from the outside. What is it that you want them to see? If they were to Google you, what is one line that's important that they see about you? They are going to go to your website. What is the first line that you want them to see? You have to figure out what is your most important thing that's going to separate you from your competition. What drives you? What are your passions? What legacy do you want to leave? And how do you want to be remembered as part of your thought into building this plan that you're going to have? There's another 5-minute video that we're going to jump into and watch this video as well. Same kind of thing.
Hello and good day to you. I just thought I'd take a moment or two to talk to you a little bit about one of the biggest challenges that pops up for so many people that I meet as I travel around the world, speaking to people looking to build their business. And everybody I meet that's looking to grow their business in some way, shape or form says they're just like more new customers. And when they're talking about more new customers, their number one preferred acquisition method of new customers through the door is bringing in referred opportunities. People that have been introduced to their business by existing happy customers. So I say to rooms full of people is, if you want more referrals, how do you go about doing it? And I get puzzled faces. I ask them a simple question. I say, look, if you don't ask, then you don't get. Yet still rooms full of people are telling me they'd love more referrals, but they're still not going out their way to ask.
Is that anybody here? Sound familiar maybe? Okay.
Each and every time that's capable. So I figure that they're not asking maybe for just one of three reasons. One of the reasons they couldn't be asking could be perhaps that they're too lazy, too bone idle, can't be bothered to even, ask that simple question at the end. But I don't think that's you right now listening to this. You're clearly somebody who is a positive self-starter, wants to make a difference. So you're definitely not lazy. So it must be one of the other two reasons. The two reasons are either you don't know when to ask or you don't know how. And I think it's one of those two that's stopping you getting the amount of referred business that you'd like through your organization right now. So let's deal with the when. Because I figure if we can deal with the when and the how in this short video, then chances are you're going to ask slightly more often.
Oh, I'm going to leave you hanging on purpose. All right, I'm putting this into your chat, and this is going to be part of your homework to watch this video later, not right now. Okay, so that's not the topic of what we're jumping into right now. But a lot of what he talks about is you having a mission and going on to that mission and knowing you having putting out there in the world, what is it you services? Why should they hire you? And now they come to you and they know a little bit about you already. Asking for referrals. We've already been through this. Get right here. Your mission statement. More important than agents realize. And most agents don't have a business plan, don't have a mission statement, don't have a vision statement, never read their broker's mission statement, never read their title company's mission statement, never read their lender's mission statement. So if you got something so important and 95% of them don't have it, why? Why do you think if you were to call up agents right now and 95% of them, if you ask, do you have a mission statement? And they say, yes, read it to me. And then like, oh, well, no, I don't have a mission statement. Okay. Why do you think that is? I want to hear from you.
Maybe money?
It takes money to have a mission statement?
No, maybe their mission statement is money, but they don't want to say it outright.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay. So their mission is self-serving. I see. Okay. So their true mission, if they were to put it out there, would maybe hurt their business. Ooh, boy, that's maybe they're in the wrong line of business. All right, Brandon, you're up, and then who else?
I think it's simply not taking the time and putting the detail into their business and coming up with a mission statement.
Okay, thank you. Part of it, agreed. Wells?
Insecurity, not feeling like you have the right words or the right mission in place.
Okay. I like it. Andy?
Actually, my question is it's a small digression, but can you provide us with a couple of mission statements as a kind of
Yeah.
template, so to
I'm
speak, a
gonna,
boilerplate for us to create our own, please?
in 3 slides, I promise it's all coming. I'm gonna read you
Oh, I'm
our
sorry. I should have known you would. Whatever. I'm jumping the gun. So
No,
it's all, you're doing a great job, sir. Fantastic. Sorry.
no, but thank you for the question. It's prophetic, right? Because it's like, okay, well, I want to see what does one look like. We're gonna dig in deep into that, and we're gonna read a bunch.
Yes,
Absolutely.
great.
Aki, you're up.
All right. Ask you mission to find out how serious you are.
Okay, but why don't they have one? That's the answer I'm looking for. Brandon,
Why do
Wells, and
because of a lack of confidence or a lack of plan.
I like lack of plan. I think that's probably the closest thing to the truth I've heard so far. I mean, just cutting back all the BS and getting to the root of it. Why don't they have one? It's a lot simpler than what we're thinking, I think. Angela, Iris, and then Indu.
I was just thinking, I think a lot of agents don't realize they have a business. This is their business, and they just go out there and just start selling real estate, and they don't think of it like, this is my business, this is my brand, and that's why you have to have a mission statement. It keeps you focused.
And the truth is, it's not the agent's business. It's not the agent's brand either. And so they're right to think that they don't have one because what LLC do they have? What business are they running? They're an independent contractor working for another broker with their brand and all of that. So they're right to not think that, but they're wrong to not think that they have a brand. They should take the brand and do something with it. So I would say you're partly right and partly confusing the issue. Iris, Indu, and then I'm going to drop the bomb. But you're exactly on the right track because what the rationale behind it is exactly mine. 100%. Iris, Indu.
So I think a lot of agents that just jump into the idea and they're not in alignment with the brokerage mission and vision. And not only that, I mean, I think when you are looking for vendors, for example, and to create your team, you're supposed to sit down with these people and see what is their mission, what are they trying to accomplish, and what are they trying to do to see if they're in alignment with what you're trying to do. And this is kind of like the core of the business. But I see a lot of agents that they're not they're not into it. They are just going by the day and they doing things based on whatever is going to happen throughout the day. So they're not guiding their business. Their business guiding them, if that makes sense.
Okay, thank you, Iris. Indu?
I sometimes feel really that people I talk to, they have not aligned or thought deeper about their purpose of life could be so aligned with what they want to do in life, and that could be the mode of income and career and goal and be ambition in their life. I really feel if your principles and value align with your thought and mind and purpose with the work that you do and you earn money out of it, it makes the huge mission for you for your life. So it's just not the money generating business. It is also is changing you inside out into a different version of a person who not only just want to embellish the income but also embellish their own personality and their life through this business. And I think that's the biggest mission for me in my life about this business.
Thank you for all that spoke up. From my vantage point, as previously as a top producing real estate agent, also teaching at Champions and listening to why they're getting their license, remembering why I got my license, and then selling and selling and then opening a business, teaching and then having agents and listening to them, I've seen a lot. And what I've come away from all of this is that most agents did not go to business school. They certainly didn't go to business school for real estate. And because they didn't go to business school, they didn't do any business planning. Their business planning was, I'm going to get a real estate license, because the only entry point, the gate that opens the door for someone getting into real estate is a license. They didn't open a business. They got a license. And now they have a license to go and work under a broker. And so all of their pre-business planning was pre-license at Champions or at some education school history, and then taking what they've learned from all of their past work experience and knowledge and wisdom. So no one told them they needed a business plan. They didn't know they needed a business plan. They didn't think that that was important. The thing is, though, it is important. It's just as important as any other business owner to have a mission statement. And the first part of building a business plan is creating your mission statement. Every agent should have a mission statement. Every agent should also know the mission statement for their brokerage, their lender, their title company, and all the partners that they affiliate with. A mission statement is very telling about who and what they are and what they're about. It reflects all that concentrated effort that went into planning it in the first place, that the professionals put into their business. It reflects their values, why they're in business, and what they're trying to accomplish with their business. And an opportunity to see if their published mission of what it is that they're about their business, aligns with their values. Like some of you said, and even Charlie, maybe their mission is not something that is going to resonate well with people because it's not about helping people at all. You should hold your affiliates accountable for their mission, your title companies, your lenders, and when they screw up, you should mention them to them about what their mission is. Or if you have upset with a bank or someone else, call them on their mission. Say, this is not what your mission is. That's what I do. If I'm working with someone, if I haven't read their mission, I'm not going to go complain to them. I'm not going to go complain to them about what services they're offering if I haven't even cared enough to go and read their mission to see what it is that they're offering in the first place. So before you complain about a service professional's services that they provided, you should have asked them for their mission in the first place to determine whether this person has put enough thought and effort and care and love into their business to have a mission statement in the first place. And if they don't even care to have a mission statement or value statement, maybe that says more about them than anything else. So just for perception purposes, having a mission statement says a lot about you and what it is you're trying to accomplish with your business. So if you're going to align yourself with other businesses, their why should be just as important as your own. Realty Texas has these, and they were crafted on the first week of December 2017 is when no, that's not true. The first week of December 2016 is when I drafted these. Our mission statement, our promise about us, how we are unique, why choose us, and our diversity. I'm going to read you ours. I'm going to show you mine. I'm going to read you the value statement and the mission statement of multiple title companies and multiple lenders. So the mission statement for our company can be found in our Realty Texas Policies and Procedures Manual, right after the glossary on page 1. And the mission of Realty Texas is to provide the best buying, selling, and leasing experience industry-wide. Period. That's it. We don't want to be in this to be second best. We're not trying to be second best. We want to provide the very best buying, selling, and leasing experience in the entire industry. That is what our goal is. And a lot of effort and time and energy has been put into making that happen. So do you think then it matters to me if we have 500 5-star reviews on our Google account? Because if we have a 2.1 star, we're obviously not true to our mission. And so how we go about helping our customers and our clients in a transaction matters because we're not trying to do just enough to get by. We're trying to delight our customers. We want to give them an experience that is more than they expect to get. Many moons ago, I worked at a grocery store when I was a kid. I was in fact, the youngest Safeway store manager, seafood manager in the history of the company. I was 16 and a half years old, and I had earned a department head, and I was the seafood manager. Never had happened before. At the time, it was a big deal. And they had this program called RLD, Retail Leadership Development Program. And they had invited me into their leadership program to be on track for store manager. And then I was going through all the different departments and learning how each department worked. And they had hired this outside consultant to come in and teach us about customer service. And they put all the department heads, and we went to this meeting, the district meeting, and all those department heads from the entire district all met around and talked about what is the definition of customer service and what is it we're trying to accomplish, and how do you value and how do you quantify service. So we talked about it, and we went around the table, and the definition is something that stayed with me all these years. And their answer was, your goal is to always give the clients more than they expect to get. Now, that can, on the surface, it can seem a little flat, but it means that people usually have some expectation or a high expectation, and your goal is to surprise them. Your goal is to give them more than what they expect. And that is a tall order. And so my goal has always been, how can I always surprise my clients with the services that I provide, that they're delighted, more than delighted, but that they're getting more from me than they ever thought possible in a real estate professional. And that is how I crafted my business and how I landed myself here. Being the best, being number one, it's not about money for us. It's about making sure that our clients are the happiest here than anywhere else. That's true to our mission. We've stayed true to our mission, and that's something I'm incredibly passionate about. And there are times where I have to make a call. I have to make a personal judgment call on what I've heard an agent's done and determine whether or not that person matches our mission and whether or not they should be here. And I can tell you that most brokerages are hiring anyone with a heartbeat. If you've got a temperature more than 0, you're in a license, you're welcome aboard. That's not the case here because we have to stay true to our mission, and that's not easy to do with just anyone. So then I ask you the question, are you good for this mission? Are you personally good for this mission? And did you read the mission before you came here? Because you're agreeing to this as well. This is something that you're making a promise that you are going to provide our customers the very best buying, selling, and leasing experience industry-wide. Are you good for that mission? So our promise. We're going to read through our 5 things so you can kind of get a gist for what we've put out there in the world. And as soon as we do that, then we're going to read about Independence Title, Legacy Mutual, and then jump into the next one. The first one is our promise. We are focused on faithfully serving our clients, our communities, and be champions for private property rights in Texas. We respect and obey our code of ethics and the covenants of trust bestowed upon us. Our strong commitment to education and innovation enables us to stay ahead of the curve, remain cutting edge, and competent in our profession. We care greatly about the role we play in real estate. We take our responsibility to heart. It should go without saying, but we always act professionally, respectfully, and kind. Our strongest commitment is our promise to always do the right thing and to always put the needs of our clients ahead of our own. That is the promise that we make to our consumer. Are you good for that promise? I'm not going to read the about us, but I am going to read what makes us unique. Because we are unique on purpose. Realty Texas is decisively and deliberately unique. We are a true real estate firm focused on our customers' experience of buying, selling, and leasing homes rather than our focus being on marketing to acquire agents, as most firms operate. Our passion and focus is taking an active role in empowering our agents to deliver exceptional service and exposing our agents to the tools, processes, and experience necessary to become a seasoned and recognized professional that raise the bar of professionalism in our field. That is not what all firms do. That makes us very unique in this space. Why choose Realty Texas? We care little about the number of agents we roster, but rather the quality of service we deliver and the positive impact we have in people's lives. We seek realtor candidates that have an incredible passion for real estate, who put the needs of their clients above their own, and those that give back to their communities and their profession. We look for those that care more about the client's journey and success rather than their own compensation. We sponsor only the best of the best and help them thrive. Our customers must know that when they hire a Realty Texas agent, they should be secure in the knowledge that their needs will be taken care of far beyond their expectations and far beyond what they thought possible in a real estate professional. And then our diversity, which I double down on and will not delete. I don't care who tells me to. Under all is the land. It is a premise where homeownership is a fundamental right granted to all persons regardless of race, color, religion, sex, handicap, familial status, national origin, or sexual orientation. We all belong to the human race. Our differences are what make us stronger. While we cannot ignore the differences between us, we can choose to love each other more for them rather than less. We put the needs of our agents before our own, and we are champions for private property rights for all people. We commit to always doing the right thing, especially in the face of adversity, to always be honest, ethical, trustworthy, and kind in all of our dealings to everyone, all of the time, without exception. A company's culture comes from the top. The owners of Realty Texas are wholly invested in our commitment and love for diversity and holds everyone at Realty Texas accountable to its inclusive culture and commitment without exception. These have not been edited. These are the same that we came out the gate with in December of 2016. And I feel like they're more relevant today, even so, than what they were before. And I read these often because these are what holds me. These are the compass that holds me in the right direction, that holds me accountable for the decisions that I make as the leader of the group. As the CEO, it's my job to innovate. It's my job to, have the foresight to keep us going in the right direction. And your trust in me gives me the power that keeps the wind in my sails. But knowing that we are in the mission for the right mission matters, and that we are all in this together. So though that is the focused thought that was put into creating this business, your brokerage. Here is an example of one of our partners' mission, Independence Title. We at Independence Title join together in choosing to bring respect, integrity, creativity, and enjoyment to all of our efforts and relationships. We pledge to embrace our employees, customers, and community in this common purpose and to uphold these values in the choices that we make every single day. Here's Legacy Mutuals. Legacy Mutual Mortgage likes to think of its customers more than just a transaction and our referral partners more than just another realtor. Legacy is built on some simple yet paramount core values. Do the right thing, show people you care, and do your personal best. In our first mega module, The Mindset of a Successful Agent, we learned a quote from Albert Einstein: "In everything you do, consider the end." It is a very true, a very insightful quote from Albert Einstein, arguably one of the smartest humans to ever live. This is not just a quote about life and death, which most casual readers surmise, but rather a belief system of personal integrity that in everything that you do, consider the consequences, consider the benefits, and do these actions align with your value system, because you're going to pay for it later in one way or another. This means that you need to be focused on why you're in business, what you're trying to accomplish with it, and you need to be honest about that mission. You should have a written mission statement to keep you focused on a path forward. If not, it's hard for you to stay on target or on goal or on trend. You can lose sight of your goals and begin to focus on today, right now, and consideration of what you're trying to build could be lost. There's this concept called goal integrity. One of my favorite words, one of my favorite slogans. Goal integrity. And by the way, goal integrity is something that someone in Mega 10 brought to Mega. He used this word, and it was so impactful to me. After I looked into this, I added it to Mega. So this isn't even mine. This is one of my Mega students. Understanding, because I used to call it working with intention. Understanding what working with intention is all about. It's about having goal integrity. Working with intention refers to the conscious and deliberate approach towards one's work, where every action is purposeful and aligned with a broader goal or vision. It's not just about what you do, but why and how you do it. There is a very cool article that I came across one day on someone's LinkedIn profile. I'm going to share my screen really quick. Working with intention, an avenue to happiness in and outside of work. This is not very long. It's a very short read, but boy, is it a powerful read. It's in your homework assignment after class today. I'd like you to read this, but I'm also putting it here in our chat. It is a very powerful takeaway, and I would rather you read it on your own time where you have distractions put aside and you can really read it. All right, this is going to be the first breakout session. This one is going to be interesting because it's not about your business plan, but more importantly, it's looking at this: "In everything you do, consider the end," quote. This quote by Albert Einstein. And I'm going to put you in for 8 minutes discussing and debating what this means. And I want you to dig in deep. I'm going to put you in groups of 5. So you're going to have several people to talk. Make sure everyone's speaking, please. And I want you to pick a spokesperson. There's going to be points and gift cards assigned to this. And I want you to talk about, what does this mean to you and what does this mean for your business? How can this quote, how does this open your mind? Because this applies to so much more than just death. This is a good beginning topic to think about. Once we get out of this 8 minutes, we're going to come in and we're going to start crafting the beginning of our mission statement. If you already have one, then we're going to break it down. We're going to talk about how long a mission statement is. What are the top 20 words that are usually included in a mission statement? And then I'm going to put you in group sessions for a while for you to craft one, come back. I want to hear from some of them so that you can hear some others' mission statements, because sometimes you'll hear a word that paints a picture. And then you're like, you know what? That's the word I was looking for. I want to insert that in here because that paints the picture. Because the shorter and more impactful it is, the better. So this particular breakout session, again, group captain, spokesperson, and talk about how this applies to all the different parts of your business. Ariel, Isa, Kelly, Wilkinson, and Robert is in group one.
Is our group captain. Oh,
Sorry.
yeah, I was the group captain for ours. Okay, so we discussed most of our mission statements, and then we discussed as a group what we believe the mission is for our clients.
No. Well, you're supposed to be talking about one thing and one thing only, and that is this statement. In everything you do, consider the end. Is that not what you guys talked about?
No, we actually talked about our mission statements.
Okay, thank you, group 1. Group 2, who's my group breakout session?
So we have Miss Ann, but she was a little nervous in speaking, but we're supporting her. So she's going to try and do it. And if not, I'll step in.
Okay, Anna's got this 100%. All right, Ann. So.
Touching my heart because my language is not that good. I think to the same group 2. And I think always help people. Whereas and others they said, I wanna do thing, and that's always remember help people dream become true. Help people own house. Once start do thing, and that's always help people dream and help people own house, help people happy.
Okay.
I can reiterate the list because it's our list together.
Yeah, happiness, dreams. It can even go deeper than that. But okay, reiterate.
So we had put potential at the end is potential, gaining a potential friendship or being friendly, being successful at what our goal was, making it easy and simple for someone to say buying a home was easy and simple with our agent.
Yeah.
I put as a dream catcher, just catching those dreams and helping them make them come true, transforming lives and helping others buy a home, as Miss Ann mentioned.
I love that. I love that so much. I'm going to put that somewhere in my office. Be a dream catcher. What a cool marketing thing that would be to give dream catchers to your clients as pop buys. That is incredible. That is A+ stuff. Lisa's writing that down. That needs to be part of our pop buys. That is, I mean, we're talking about top 1% stuff here. That is, and I've never seen it done.
Thank you, Miss Ann, our team captain.
I didn't hear Ann say Dreamcatcher.
I appreciate that group to give me opportunities. Thank you.
That's awesome. All right, we're off to a good start. All right, group 3 is Brandon, Kyle, Luckinson. Who is our captain out of group 3? And Andy, you're in 4.
It's me, and for Brandon, Luckinson wasn't able to join, I guess. We were wondering why it was just the two of us, but we had a good discussion. Just talking about this in everything you do, consider the end. You have to have this end goal result set, and then the actions you take individually have to support that end goal. Otherwise, if you do things that don't, it falls apart. And so putting that to real estate, we have to put the tactics of that client and their needs is what's paramount, not our personal needs of growing a financial business, but each and every one of them being the leader through their process in all our acumen and our skills to help them make the right decision for what their goals are. If we do that each and every time, then it'll meet this goal of having just a growing, vibrant ability to reach more and more people in that effort. And that's considering that end is what we want. That's our mission, is to have each and every individual client with a successful goal for each and every one of them.
The conversation we're having right now is so important for a business person to have at some point. Be talking about how to be better, how to be talking about how to delight your customers. This what we're talking about right now. This is critical, and giving yourself an opportunity to slam on the brakes of everything going on in life and focus your attention on what you're focusing your attention on right now, distractions aside, is really powerful. And it's not something that you're going to get every day. Not everyone is got an environment for this. So please, like some of you have done already, let's really take this seriously. Kyle, you did a very good job. Very good. Group 4 is our group captain is Andy. Go ahead, Andy.
Okay, let me get my notes. Yes, when you keep the end in sight, you're always focused on what your goal is. I think of it as akin to like an airplane. When an airplane takes off, it's got one point. When that point is really far away, the target is New York from Europe. It's a very tiny point, and you're really on track only a small percentage of the time. You always have to course correct. So part of that is you're always thinking about what your goal, and you're always having to change yourself to course correct. And also by keeping the end in sight, you can realize that there are other qualities that come into it. For instance, someone said, when you have the end to provide service to people and help them get their own homes, It's important to constantly communicate with them, to get the referrals or wherever it is. You're always focused on what you need to do. And by keeping the end in sight, you realize that this is what you want to accomplish. And by focusing on that, you help to bring it about. Because by focusing and believing, you get to achieve it only by thinking about it. If you think about everything else, it gets you off that goal. So you're always course correcting by staying with a goal. Like having lifelong clients or continuous contact with people, it gets you back on track.
Very, very eloquent. Very well put. You did a very good job representing your group. Thank you, Andy.
Thank you.
Group 5 is Charlie, Gabriel, Indu, and Jonathan. Who's the captain out of Group 5?
got this. Okay. So here in group 5, I went ahead and took notes. So here we go. For Jonathan, he believes that it is important to be intentional because if you want your business to last, intention needs to be clear from the start. But then for Indu, level of service is important to be clear about because it sets expectations and boundaries. And for Gabriel, he doesn't want to half-ass things, and he believes in full heart and full service. And as for me, I believe that sometimes being good isn't good enough, so I need to be better than good and prove that goodwill is profitable.
Ooh, goodwill is profitable. I like that. All right. So, yes, I mean, that's pretty powerful, actually. Thank you, Charlie. You guys did also a very good job. You guys are making my job easy here. Group 6, Sherry, Corby, Mohammed, Tasha, and Tina. Who is my captain out of 6?
Hi. So I'm the captain of the team, and
Thank you,
then
Sherry.
our team, we share about like in everything we do, consider the end. I love everyone feedback, and the interesting that I heard from them is one of the thing that one person said is the best thing is always at the end. Best thing is at the end. The process can be long, and sometimes we get caught in the middle, which if we don't have goal or intentional or legacy why we doing certain thing, we will definitely fall out from the plan. And it's a lot of time that I'm pretty sure every single one of us probably go through that in life, that we start doing things and in the middle we feel like, why are we doing this? If we don't have the end in our mind, which is either goal or that, basically you will start not engaged to what you was doing. And well, one of us said at the end, it is not mean you done sometime. It's maybe the complement of the next beginning too. When you end with something, is the new beginning for another thing. So if you not have the end, you might keep doing things and keep involved with so many things, and you don't know, like you don't have clear path. So intentional is a very big thing that we think it's for this statement.
Okay. Very good. Thank you, Sherry. Excellent. 10 out of 10. Group 7, Aki, Alicia, Darlene, Jeff.
Well, the ladies nominated me for this. So, but what we kind of discussed and where I kind of summed it up is, in everything you do, consider the end. It's that you're completing the task, and that's with anything you do. Part of what the video you showed us with the Navy SEALs the other day was they were completing the task by being out in this cold out in the cold, stuck in the mud for this amount of time, and by completing that task, and in the end, you're rewarded, and that feeling that you're getting, you're just capturing joy, being rewarded. You're on top of the world. You feel trusted. These are things that your clients are going to get and that you will get as well by helping them in this process. So where we kind of summed it up was that, yes, you're capturing the feeling once you consider what the end is. And that's what the end is getting to that feeling.
Okay. You guys, my computer says my internet's unstable. Okay, back to normal. All right. Congratulations. You guys did very, very good. I am going to give a gift card to everyone in group 4, Andy, Angela, Jamia, Lewis, Rachel. Congratulations, group 4. You guys are going to walk away with the points here. All of you did very well. This is not an easy one. I think what stood out to me in group 4 was the picture of the pinpoint and where you're going and how far away you can be. It's something that's going to help get you there. It's the path forward. I liken it to um, your this saying, everything you do, consider the end. If you're considering the end, you're creating an anchor. And an anchor has mass, and mass has gravity, and it's pulling you forward. And it also holds you accountable for every decision of every step that you make on your way there. And that accountability is something, and we all need accountability. And it's a compass. And it's a compass that's always showing us the direction forward. So when you are in your business, you're thinking about in all things, consider the end. You're thinking about your reputation, how you're going to react to a specific conversation, how you're going to react to someone on the other end of the phone. Maybe the other person is a hothead, and we get to decide in that moment how we're going to react to that. Are we going to be professional? How does this align with our mission? In this moment, how am I going to react? Driving on the freeway. This person is a crazy driver, and obviously they have road rage. Are we going to inflame them and end up in an accident and the police come and our car's totaled because we allowed ourselves to get caught up in that moment? Or are we going to think big picture and say, you know what? When I look at the whole thing, this doesn't matter, and I'm not going to let myself get caught up in this. In everything that you do, consider the end. That means consider the consequences of your actions, and also build something worth building to have a journey that's worth arriving to the place that you put all this thought into in the first place. So that's kind of the whole premise of your mission statement. Where are you leading your business to? Because that means that's where you're going to lead your clients to. So building off this last breakout session, I'm going to give you another 10 full minutes to write your own mission statement, or find one that you already published and play with that as well. This is not a break. This is an investment in yourself. So let's try to put distractions aside, because I know it's easy to use these breaks. I promise I'm going to give you a break when we get back from doing this. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to send you a break. We're going to come back because I owe you one at 2 o'clock. When we get back from break, I'm going to put you in your breakout session. So over this break, I want you to be thinking about it. And then we come back, then you're going to jump in with your pen and start building this. When we get back, most mission statements, they consist of 29 words or less. The most common words in a mission statement are the word value, word customer, the word services, technology, help, quality, and products, which is not the meat of the whole thing in the first place. 85% of mission statements talk about the company's dedication to its customers. What is your dedication to your customers? What is it that you're trying to accomplish? Is it really going to be talking about your dedication to your customers? Is that what your mission is? Or is your mission something different? It's only for you to decide, not for me to decide your mission. Just to give you enough questions for you to challenge yourself, to put you on the path of what's true to you. Hopefully, you're not trying to come up with something that sounds good. Hopefully, you're introspectively trying to create a mission statement that resonates with yourself and what it is you're trying to accomplish. So it's something that you can be proud of. And if someone read it to you, it would also hopefully mirror what services you're providing. So what is your mission as a real estate professional? What is your mission? Where are you taking your business? What is your primary goal? We will learn in MEGA session 12, the end, that a successful person does not happen by accident. If you operate without a goal or a plan, we call that faking it. We call it hustling, and it's not sustainable. We're going to stop the hustling. We're going to stop the faking it. That's going to be chapters in the past. The new chapter that we're going to open is one of intention with focused planning. We're going to create a business plan and a mission plan and a vision plan. You're going to have your production goals, and you're going to be waking up with the right mindset. And we're going to start our business today with what is our goal going to be in 2025 for income. But let's start with our breakout session. So right now we are going on break. It's 2:00. Come back at 2:10. When we come back from our 2:10 break, we're going to jump directly into a breakout session and create your mission. So I will see you back at 2:10.
Jack, am I able to ask a question or should I just wait till later?
Ask a question and I may be able to respond to it if it's quick. I might have to push it back because I need to talk to my team really quick. But go ahead and ask your question. Let's see.
Okay, so it's regarding my mission statement, like it's related to it. Okay, I have had experiences where people with evictions come my way, and I really try to help everybody that comes my way, but I've just found that I am not successful with people who have evictions, and it makes me feel really bad. And so here recently, I've just come to terms where hey, I am going to try to refer them out because I don't know how to help them. Um, and so it goes like my mission statement mentions I build lasting relationships based on trust, integrity, and exceptional service. And I feel like I kind of fail with two of those things whenever I'm not successful with finding someone a property that is going to accept their circumstances.
Okay. So your mission is about how you approach problem solving, not how you can overcome the impossible. You can't help someone buy a home that doesn't have a job and has no money. You
Mm-hmm.
can't help someone who is got 5 dogs, 3 evictions, no money and no credit and want to buy a house. At that point, it's yes, I can help you. How I can help you is getting you an apartment and then get some good rental history behind you. And then when we come out of that, we can get a letter from the apartment company showing 12 months of on-time payment and then help you get into a home and then lease for a year and then help you become a homeowner after that. That's the journey I can help you with. Figure out how you're going to put a plan together to help people, but we can't overcome the impossible. So that shouldn't make its way into our mission statement because we have to be thinking about long term. So our mission statement should not really talk about who we are, what type of services, like tenants, really, because it's going to be more broader in scope and more about. And what I heard was good. And you're saying you feel like you failed in your mission. You only fail in your mission if you're not true to what your mission statement is. So I feel like if you refer it all out and your promise is to help all people, well, you can help people get an apartment, but you can have a conversation with them, learn about their situation, and then figure out how you're going to put a plan together for them. So, but on anecdotally aside, sending them uh, and I know you're doing this, but um, sending them a client gateway and the properties that they're interested in, asking for the rental criteria and see if eviction's on there, and talking to the listing agent before you submit apps obviously is going to be an important step, especially those properties that have been on the market for 3 months, 4 months. They start looking heavily at double deposits and all the things, but don't let this hit you up. Don't let this get you off track in your mission.
Okay.
Don't let it, this is nothing to do with your mission. This has to do more with, I think you should still help them. I think that you should try to figure out, a way around helping them by starting back to the basics and getting them in an apartment and build their history back up to the level where you can get them into um, a rent a house and then a buyer. Sometimes, though, I found that people who are renting, it's easier for them to buy a home than rent, but just figure out what their credit is. But yeah, I got to get with my team. I know that wasn't very helpful, but This is a good topic also for Mega Mini.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, it is 2:24, everyone. If you would take what you have so far and paste that into our Realty Texas chat, I want to see what you have come up with. So your students, your fellow classmates rather, can also see what you've come up with. We're going to send this to you home as part of your homework, where you're going to continue spending a little bit of time on this, and you're going to turn this project into your mission statement project, because the thought that you just put into this obviously has a lot to do with your value proposition. What is your mission as a real estate pro? Where are you taking your business? What is your primary goal? Paste your off-the-cuff mission statement into the Teams chat once you feel like it's ready, but right now put it into the Zoom chat. Reading the other mission statements is going to flood you with good ideas to carefully craft your final mission statement, which will be one of your homework assignments this week. So for now, put them in the Teams chat so that you can all kind of see the different words. Then you're going to take out of this today a homework assignment after you've read them all, and then maybe spend a little bit more time on it through your day today and Mega Mini tomorrow. And then one of our tasks on Wednesday is to start taking your mission statement and posting those to your Teams chat so that everyone can see it. I'm going to create a post that says, please put your mission statement here. You're all going to put your mission statements in there so we can see your final product. One of your assignments is to continue working on your mission statement until you have it polished. Your polished mission statement should be weaved into your value proposition, which is going to be your graduation project. Crafting a mission statement should not come as a surprise to you, as we've been reminding you about putting your thought into your UVP for the past 3 mega modules. Now it's time to establish your mission statement, and you've done that. So let's see what we've got. Anybody willing to read your mission statement to the class? Jeff, let's start with you.
I can read mine. Go ahead,
Okay,
Gabriel. I'll go after you, Gabriel. Go ahead, bud.
All right.
Hold
I'm
on, Gabriel.
sorry.
Hold on. We have another open mic somewhere because this is echoing. Gabe, do you have... Yeah, somebody else here has got an open mic. All right, Gabe, let's start with Iris while they can fix that up.
Thank you. So I'm going to read my mission statement. It says as follows. As a dedicated real estate professional in Austin, Texas area, I bring deep local market knowledge, a data-driven approach, and a commitment to personalized service. Whether you're buying, selling, or investing, I navigate Austin's and Central Texas dynamic housing market to secure the best outcomes for you. Our team of professionals will help you find more than just a home. We will help you transform your life. I include the team, Jack, because I'm new in the business. I would love your feedback on that, because at least for me, I don't want to make it about myself yet. I want to include the team.
Okay. We're gonna all kind of... Okay, thank you. Good job. Angela, you're up. Read yours.
My mission and goal is to help individuals and families through guidance, trust, and dedication to make every real estate journey smooth and meaningful.
That's a very succinct what you're going to do for them. That's kudos. Wells, you're up.
Okay, so hearing everybody else's, I know I need help with mine, but I'm gonna read mine anyway. I help open doors, buying, selling, or leasing. My mission is unlocking doors. My mission is making dreams come true. My mission is you. But I know that needs a lot of work, so I will work on it.
I think you're headed in a very good direction. Thank you, Wells. Charlie.
For mine, I said serious service for serious clients, delivered with simplicity, clarity, honesty, and levity.
Okay, powerful. Kelly.
My mission statement is to use my experience and knowledge to provide my clients with the most seamless, enjoyable, and stress-free buying, selling, or leasing experience possible.
Okay, thank you, Kelly. Lois, let's see if we got the AV stuff fixed.
My mission statement is to provide quality service by guiding and helping our customers and clients in the complex process of real estate transactions, not only by providing excellent knowledge, expertise, and care, but I, Luis Alviter, have taken it upon myself as a proud realtor to uphold our national standard code of ethics no matter what, and to protect the community from unscrupulous individuals or groups.
Okay, I'm going to give you one piece of critique. Take any negative word out of it. You got the word not in there. So make sure that every word is positive. So figure out a different way to tweak that one. Excellent job. Gabe, you're up.
All right, here we are. And my mission statement, veteran-led, veteran-led, value-driven. As a proud United States paratrooper and bilingual realtor, I'm passionate about empowering veterans and Spanish-speaking families in Austin to overcome real estate challenges. I bring discipline, loyalty, and heart to every transaction, helping you buy, sell, or lease with confidence and ensuring you feel supported and informed every step of the way.
That's good. Good job, Gabe. Tasha and Isa.
My mission is to guide and support clients through every step of the process with clear communication and commitment to exceeding expectations. I will strive to make every real estate experience smooth, positive, and rewarding.
Okay, thank you, Tasha. Isa.
My mission statement is, as a passionate and strategic realtor, my mission is to empower and inspire clients with clarity, confidence, and fierce advocacy. I guide every transaction with relentless dedication, blending sharp market insights with intuitive understanding of people's needs. My goal is not just to close deals, but to equip my clients with knowledge, power, and peace of mind.
Okay, I like that fierce negotiation little element that you had in there. That was good. Andy.
It is empowering every customer purchasing real estate through Realty Texas with innovative tech and the highest level of service to make the world a happier, and more prosperous place.
I like it. Wide in scope. Make the world a better place, one client at a time. I like it. Jeff.
My mission as a dedicated real estate professional, I, Jeffrey Nerdy, am committed to serving my clients with unwavering persistence, integrity, and personal care. I believe real estate is far more than just closing deals. It's about building long-lasting relationships grounded in trust, transparency, and mutual respect. Whether you're buying, selling, or investing, my mission is to guide you with expert knowledge, tenacity, and a sincere respect for your unique journey.
Nice. Thank you, Jeff. Christine.
My mission is to empower Austin Metro renters and buyers with education, advocacy, and trusted real estate services, bridging technology and experience to help clients make smart, quality decisions and to avoid costly mistakes.
Nice. Very nice. Nicely done. Endu and then Corby.
Oh, I just lost my going back. I'm sorry. Corby can go first.
Okay. Corby, Kyle, and then Endu.
Jack, I know you said, I think it was to someone else previously to take the negative word out. So I do have the word not in here, but I do want to see what you think of this.
Okay.
My mission is to delight my clients by accurately assessing and understanding their wants and needs, collaborating on solutions to issues they are and are not aware of, and intentionally and relentlessly focusing on delivering a smooth, thorough, and efficient home buying, selling, or leasing process.
Okay. Paste that into the chat. Kyle, you're up.
At Realty Texas, my mission is to find more than transactions. It is focused on delivering results that align with each of my clients' unique objectives, providing transparency and mutual respects delivered with my expert negotiation and marketing.
Awesome. Thank you. Good job. Isa.
Sorry, I had already done mine.
Okay. I didn't know if you had some follow-up. All right, Indu, you're up last.
Okay. I'm sorry, when I created a hands up, it just lost mine again, but I'm right there. Thank you for the wait. So my mission statement is my real estate mission is driven by empathy, harmony, and purpose. I guide clients with care, integrity, and trust and honesty, aligning them with home that reflects their dreams. Through education and honest communication, I build lasting relationships which help create peaceful, fulfilling space they are proud to call home.
Okay. Thank you. All right. So your mission is uniquely yours. It talks about what problem you are accomplishing, why you're in business, and why someone should hire you. And it needs to be authentic and keep you on mission. So then you ask the big question after you have this: can you sustain this? Is this where I need to be for my entire business? Is this today or is this forever? And how is this going to help be my anchor that guides me forward? And if it answers all of those questions, then you're on to something. But if it talks to today, and we're going to need to change it later, then the mission is not an anchor. It's just a path to somewhere in the future that dumps you off somewhere. And then you're not really thinking about answering the question about in all things we do consider the end. It's in all things we do consider the somewhere in between. And it really needs to be the anchor that pulls you forward. So sometimes when we hyper bracket our all kinds of things, if it's hyper bracketed into one thing, it might cause you some issues later. So good job. Again, it's uniquely yours. It's not my place, or I have no opinion on the matter. It's your mission. And so I'm just going to give you the tools and some suggestions around creating a mission that's going to survive the time, because this mission should survive the time. And 10 years from now, this mission should be just as true in 10 years from now as it is today, and 20 years after that, and 20 years after that. Hopefully, you're true to your mission, and that mission was grandiose enough to get you into the profession, keep you into the profession, and carry you through every single day. We talked about plan integrity. Someone read to us on Wednesday about T.K. Dixon and his chaos that he was living in at home, where he got up from his desk looking for a charger and did a loop around his house and started doing multiple different tasks before finding his way back to his desk, and got back to his desk, and the original task had never happened. So he wasn't operating from any kind of plan, and that finds its way into making your everyday chaotic. And if your everyday feels chaotic, and if every day you are reacting instead of acting, then there's something going on in your business that needs attention. Every day should, remember the book, I'm going to read it. I told you I was going to read this to you 3 times, and this will be the 3rd time. Successful people annually time block 3 things first. They make, I think after 800 times of reading it, I would have it memorized. Successful people annually time block 3 things first. They make a list of all the vacations and time off they want to take for the year, and they time block them off on their calendar. This way they've guaranteed themselves, their family, and their friends that personal time off comes first. Now they're simply working in between their time off instead of working all the time, and as a result taking too little time off too late. Second, they take out their calendar and time block a few hours every day devoted to the one thing. Obviously, that's lead generation. And third, they take time to time block an hour each week to plan their week. Operating from a plan, but having a standard of practice, an SOP that holds you accountable to planning your week. Meaning, okay, so in January, I'm going to do my business planning for the year. And every Sunday or every Monday, whichever you start the week, I'm going to hard code off all my vacations. And then I'm going to hard code every Monday to plan my week. And every Monday, you start your day with planning your week. What does my schedule look like this week? There's a lot of very successful business coaches that will tell you you should not start your business by reviewing, you should not start your day by going through your emails, going through your texts, and going through your voicemails, or looking at the news and dealing with all of these things. You should start your day proactively by looking at your calendar for the week and getting an understanding of what is going on today, tomorrow, this week, so you can start your week understanding what it is that you have on your week, what's going on. And then look at your first appointment, decide, am I prepared for that appointment? Look at all of the appointments for today and ask yourself, am I prepared for all of these appointments? And then you should check your messages, your text messages, your emails only after doing that. In order to build a referral-based business, hopefully that's one of the things that we're doing to consider the end in, is we have to act according to a plan. You must have a mission statement to know your why. Why are you in business? And you must have a business plan to answer your how. How are you going to fulfill your mission? Having the answers to both of these and following a plan ensures you're acting with this concept of goal integrity that we talked about. What is your business plan? Does it include a lead follow-up system? This is an essential part of your practice. You must act according to a plan. Remember Omega-2, Session 2, about TK Dixon, operating without a plan is chaos. Few agents have a mission statement or a business plan, which is why that 5% of the agents do 95% of the business. The top 5% operate their business with a plan. They have established procedures, SOPs. They wake up each morning focused on income-producing tasks. They have goal integrity, and they put the distractions aside rather than letting their distractions define them, their day, their business. So business planning. Also, very important, having a well-defined and thought-out mission statement and unique value proposition and having a plan in place to achieve your business goals, which is your business plan, are all necessary for the level of success that's necessary to operate your business as a primary income source. Taking the hobby and making it a primary income source where it's making the money that will allow you to give up the part-time job or give up the other thing and focus this, and where your spouse starts taking notice too, because sometimes our spouses make more and we're thinking now the spouse is like, maybe I should quit my job and assist you. That kind of level of support. And we have quite a few real estate agents who husbands are engineers and making good salaries, and they're looking at their wives. I can think 3 of them that have had this conversation just in the last 2 years with me. And they said, I'm thinking about quitting my job and being the the admin behind the scenes because they're making so much money. That's the kind of level we're talking about. A business plan should contain both a short-term and a long-term set of goals. A business plan should be reviewed at least once a year. And hopefully in January, you take Lisa and Andrew up on our business plan. Every year, Lisa's asking people to come sit with her in the month of December and January. December's kind of late for that, but in December, we start asking about it to review their business goals for the new year. You bring us the production goals and the amount of money you want to make, and we put a plan in place to help you achieve that. And that's something we do every year, year over year over year. And then you have your .me opening up every single day that you open your platform, reminding you of what your production goals are and showing you and holding you accountable, which is why it opens up every single time. People say, well, can you make that open up like every 5 times? No, it's going to open up every time. And you get through MEGA and you understand how important that accountability is and why it opens up every time. The business plan will establish your production goals and your lead follow-up system. You've got to have a plan in place for both of these in order to determine what actions you will need to put in place in order to achieve these. And remember, income producing tasks require you, for every hour you spend on administrative tasks, 2 hours of income producing tasks. So what does the roadmap look like here? Newer agents will have fewer past closings, obviously. So the time they spend prospecting to that very best source of leads and referrals doesn't exist for them yet. So newer agents have to work harder to prospect to people maybe they don't know as much, but after only speaking to every single person they already know to build a book of business. Your spheres are the second best. The very best are repeat customers because you've already showcased your services to them and they know what they get with you. And if it's done right, it's a home run and they want to work with you forever and ever, never again because they don't trust anyone else to help them anymore after what they saw you do for them. And so remember, we don't make decisions for them, and we're not going to go out and create a bunch of, prepackaged deal for them and come back and say, look how great I was. It was the advice that you gave them and walking them through the transaction and giving them good advice and respecting that they have a voice, figuring out what it is that they want and go and fight for it, but communicating the information back and forth. It's so important that you guys don't think that your job is to go out there and negotiate something and bring it back to your client and say, see what a good job I did, because that is not what we do. That is literally the definition of failing your fiduciary duty. It's important for the newer agents to reach out to their spheres, let everybody know how referrals would be important to them. And then once they've done that, you're going to have some downtime where you've already hit them all. Now you're going to be doing some other things like an 8x8 campaign, doing open houses, calling maybe firm leads, or even running their own. Because we're not going to call our spheres every day, but you probably likely have 300 people in your sphere. How long is it going to take you to call 300 people? I'm guessing 2 months, maybe. You're going to spend 20 people. You're going to call 20 people a day. That's 100 in a week. So by the time you get rid of through week 3, you will have, if you call 20 people a day, you will have spoken to maybe a third of them because you have left some voicemails, and you're going to keep trying to get a hold of them. So at the end of maybe month 2, maybe you will finally have spoken to everyone, and everybody knows how and what a great how much you would appreciate and how grateful you would be for their referrals. So until you've done that, you have no other tasks. If you go to work for an insurance company, does anybody know what your very first task is when you go to work for an insurance company? They give you a task, and you can't do anything until you've done this one task. Hint, it has to do with lined paper, and it sits in front of you, and you have to finish this task, and you can't do anything until this task is complete.
Write down the contact information of every person you know.
That's right. They force you to write down 100 people. 100 people that you know, you have to write down their names and phone numbers, and you write them down on a list. And then you call every single one of them. So your first task, and you do nothing until this is done, because they know this is going to take you a while. And then once it's done, you verify that there are no duplicates. And then you call each of them. You write down the first time you called them, and then the date that you actually spoke to them, and how long you spoke to them. And then check off a box that you asked for referrals, and you ask for their business, and you move on to the next one, and you keep doing that. You have no tasks until that task is done. They're in the same business that we are, selling professional services, because that insurance agent is not giving you their money. They're selling a service. No difference than what we're doing here. Same line of work. So your first task, is that. Then once you're done with that task, then you move on to other tasks. And a lot of agents do all the other tasks but never do the first one first because no one sat them down and said, this is your first task. Do you have a database? Yes. But these are esoteric questions, rhetorical questions, rather. If you do, what's the value of your database? We talked about the value of your database and how you can quantify it. Do you have an established production goal? I hope so, because I asked you to all write it down on a piece of paper. If you do, what is your prospecting plan? Because that's coming next. Do you have a prospecting plan? Now, that's part of your business plan. Hopefully you have the beginnings of a business plan, but very few of you will actually have a business plan. And that's okay, because that's coming next. If you have a prospecting plan, do you have a lead follow-up plan? Because in this business, you are the planner. You have to plan for everything. That means that you need to have SOPs and contingency plans for every scenario. 100% referral-based business is the reward that you get after establishing your mission, being true to your mission, building a business plan, following your business plan, and after years of hard work, the reward that hard work and focus is an end result. The truth is most agents fail in the business because they do not make enough money. That is why most agents leave this business. Most have not gone to business school and lack the fundamental to embody the critical aspects of business planning into their business. So this is how MEGA and CXM can really help. Today is about defining your mission. We started that. Defining your business plan and finally understanding the true importance of your power hour, that time during the day where we make those 20 outbound calls. The power hour is truly the fulfillment of your lead follow-up system. This is the engine that drives your business. This means you need to prospect and generate leads, convert the leads, close the leads expertly, build your database from your past closings, and follow up with your leads and slowly transition from prospecting from maybe unknown lead sources to a fusion of unknown lead sources and past clients, and eventually to a 100% prospecting past clients, aka your referral-based business. You don't start pulling retirement the first week on the job. You don't get Social Security check in your 20s. You don't get a paycheck before you put in the hours. So your first goal is to get everything in one place. You should have at least 100 people in your database. And your first task is to call every single one of them.
Today, we're looking at 5 different ways to wow your database and generate more referrals naturally. For over 20 years, I've dedicated my life to bringing you the very best selling, marketing, and business building strategies to keep your business thriving. Get ready to experience the success you've been searching for. Welcome to the Tom Ferry Show. Welcome to the Tom Ferry Show, episode 135. Today, we're talking about 5 ways you can wow your database and create more referrals naturally. Let's take a look at the list. The number one thing I would ask you to do is basically educate your customers, every single person in your database, on the real value of their home. Think about it. How many times have we discussed on the Tom Ferry Show? What's the number one question you get? Hey, you're in the real estate business. How's the market? If you're thinking about your friends, your past customers, the people in your sphere, they're going to naturally be curious about the value of their home. So what a wonderful way to surprise and delight them without asking, do you want it? But instead, putting together and mailing 5 CMAs a day.
Okay, we're going to be talking about your business plan. So these things are things that you can have as part of your prospecting plan. We talked about your mission, which is the anchor that drives you to, that creates that gravitational pull that pulls you forward through your business, that leads you to a good place. Then we talked about the necessity to have a business plan so that you have a plan for all of this, but part of the business plan needs to be those things that you're going to focus your attention on in your prospecting. That's obviously a really critical element that you need in your plan. But then obviously the fulfillment of these things. So just say I'm going to do these things isn't enough. We actually have to do them. So here are 5 things that Tom Ferry talks about that are things that you can add to your things. Then I'm going to put you in a breakout session and I want you to come up with 10 more.
5 CMAs a day. Think about the production to make this happen. 5 CMAs a day where we're going to educate them. Some beautiful stats. Here's what's going on. Here's what's happening with prices. Don't overwhelm them. If you use Google Analytics as we do, or Fitbit as an example, every week or every month, they give you a couple numbers to think about. This is how many steps you've had. This is how many people went to your website. And it's beautiful and simple. Big graph, couple little numbers. Don't overwhelm them. Beautifully educate them. Obviously, you want to give them a range of the value of their home. So here's what's happening. Here's what's recently sold. Here's what's pending. Here's what's going on. And you give them a range. You don't want to say it's worth this, but a range. And again, the thing you want to stress, that I want to stress to you, is you want to educate them on the value of their home without them asking. That it just shows up in the mail in some beautiful package and they're wowed by it, which is my last point. Make it coffee table worthy. What if it was so fantastic that they sit it on their coffee table, and as their friends are like, oh, hey, what's that? Oh, my agent Jillian sent me this. Check it out. Here's what's going on in the marketplace. And, it's just kind of interesting because, we can all go to those websites, but my agent went out of her way to put together this beautiful package and let me know what's going on. That's a game changer. That's how you wow the customer versus sending them a marketing piece and saying, curious about the value of your home, reach out and I will take the time to do it for you. You want to be proactive between now and the end of the year and educate them. Let's look at number 2. We want to follow up in the same sequence, the same order, send on Monday, follow up on those 5 on Monday, by shooting a BombBomb video or an iPhone video, whatever you use. And the script would be something like, hey, Tom, I was thinking about you and I thought everybody wants to know the value of their home and everybody's always asking me, hey, Tom, you're in real estate, how's the market? And imagine I'm doing it like this, like, hey, I just want to reach out, Mark, and say thank you so much. I've just been thinking about you. And, the number 1 question I get is, hey, Tom, how's the market? And the number 2 question is, what's the value of my home? And I thought it'd be great that I just put it together for you. So I hope you took the time to review that and you have a little more understanding of what's going on inside the marketplace. If you've got any questions, I'm always here for you. Look forward to seeing you soon. Boom, video ends. Now, I'm a huge fan of BombBomb. If I send it out that way, I'm going to know, bing, they opened it, and bing, they watch the video. That's always good. Then I can follow up with a text or a phone call. Either one is great. And then, of course, if you think about really this, I mail them this, I follow up, I'm conditioning them to say, hey, look, I'm sending you something of value, I'm following up and reaching out. And what we know, thinking about a few weeks ago, one of our great clients, Jay Glazer from New York City, came out to Southern California to work on some relationships with West Coast brokers. And we were chatting as we were walking out of the restaurant. He said, Tom, I've kind of thought about that video thing a bunch, and it's amazing. I started sending some of those videos, and then people were sending videos back to me, and it's insanely great, the experience. And I said, Jay, remember, we have 5 senses. Now, I know some of you have 6 senses, but the rest of us, we have 5. And if I'm calling you over the phone or sending you a text, I'm only activating one of those senses. If I go to video, I've got 2 senses. That's 100% improvement of how they're able to interpret your message. Cannot stress to you enough the power of video. Let's go to number 3. Number 3, if I really want to wow my customers and ultimately get an opportunity to generate more referrals, maybe naturally without even asking, schedule a holiday party. I'm talking to a whole bunch of my personal clients about this. Most of them, they do it annually. Some do a summertime, Del Mar racetrack party, and others do a holiday party, right, around the end of the year. My whole question for you is, what's right for you? And then what's the theme? Should you have some sponsors there? Your mortgage company, maybe it's a great restaurant in town, maybe it's someone else, your CPA, someone that would want to do more business and they would absolutely be a part of it and maybe contribute somewhat to the budget. And then what's the ideal location? Your house, a big open house? We have clients in Phoenix, Arizona that will take a monster new listing and basically say to their client, hey, let's throw a mega open house. They invite all their customers and they put snow on the ground and Santa Claus as an example. Yes, in Phoenix in December. It makes it stand out, and what it really does is it creates more awareness for you, and it's a wonderful way for you to give back to all the people that are your clients and your sphere. So think about your holiday party. Number 4, create an educational experience for your database. This is something, obviously, I'm a big fan of, right? Being the knowledge broker. You've heard me talk about it a lot on the Tom Ferry Show. Whoever's bringing the most value, right, and delivering it consistently and reliable to their customer base is the one that stays top of mind, right? That's who wins. So consider this, know your customer. Do you need to have a conversation about the great transfer of wealth? What if all of your customers are boomers and they're all thinking about, what am I going to do with my kids? Am I going to transfer it to my grandkids? That's a conversation that people are interested in. If you know your customers, you can find someone that could do a conference call, a webinar, maybe even a live seminar. But think about it, with each one of those mediums, maybe you do the live event and you record it and you put it on YouTube and you share it with your database, or you take an audio and you make it available as a podcast. The bottom line is educate your customers. So the great transfer of wealth, tax strategies in real estate. How about this one? Real estate investment opportunities, where you can say, I am associated with agents all over the world. And I can tell you right now, Spain, specifically Marbella, is massively undervalued for all my friends in Spain. Or you might say, gosh, right now in Nashville, home prices are X, but rent is here. This is a wonderful opportunity for you to explore and look at. The bottom line is, you know your customers. Where do they need education from the real estate professional in their world? Is it taxes? Is it bringing your CPA in? Is it the transfer of wealth? Or is it investing in real estate? Or is it home improvement? You decide. Know your customers, but be that force of education for them. And then the last one, which obviously I'm a huge fan of, community give back. Whether it's the Susan B. Komen Breast Cancer Walk, or it's a food drive where you say, hey, let's go rally and help the people in our marketplace that aren't as blessed as we are. And, it's, turkeys and food around Thanksgiving as an example. Or obviously something like Toys for Tots for the kids that were impacted by the hurricane season this year. There's so many ways that you can rally the people around you to contribute and give back. Or you can just call people and say, hey, had any thoughts of buying and selling real estate? Or, hey, I'd love a referral, who do you know? My experience is, by doing all of this, you create a wow experience, you stay top of mind, you let them know where your heart is and your head is, you give back, and referrals become more natural and automatic. So as we're sitting here in the fourth quarter, know this, that there is plenty of time for you to decide one of these 5 or something better to impact, to educate, and to more naturally create referral opportunities with your database and ultimately make a difference. Make a difference. So thank you so much for watching. Can't wait to read your comments. Remember always, your strategy matters, and now more than ever, your passion rules. Hey, thanks so much for watching. If you want more of this, make sure you subscribe to our channel.
Thank you, Tom Ferry. All right, so we're going to jump right into a breakout session. And then when you get back in a breakout session, then we'll talk about break. When you're building your business plan, I want you guys to be thinking as a group of things that you can be adding to your business plan for your prospecting, whether it's open houses or an 8x8 campaign or door knocking or geographic farming or insert here, all the things. I'm going to put you directly into a breakout session. This one has a lot of points assigned to it, doesn't it? Everybody in your group is going to get 100 participation points for the group that walks away with the best list. So you only get 10. In fact, I'm going to make it even harder. You only get 5. So come up with the top 5 things. I'm going to keep changing my mind here. 7, do 7. Because there's 7 that I can think of that I don't want you guys to not have on your list. All right, you're going to have smaller groups this time, or larger groups this time. We have 5 groups. Please quickly pick a group breakout captain that has never been a captain before. Then pick 7 of the top marketing things you can think of to prospect yourself that's going to be on your business plan that you're force yourself to do over the next 12 months. What is that great idea that's going to hopefully generate the 100 leads a month that you need to make the 52 transactions that you want every single year? Does anybody have any questions? Andy, I saw your hand up briefly.
You answered it about who can be captain. Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone. Let me see if I can reshare my screen because I know it's That should be better, yes? Okay. Group 1. Aki, Alicia, Angela, Ariel, Sherry, and Iris. Angela.
I'm captain of number 1. So our first thing was open house and marketing door to door, letting people know you're having the open house, inviting them, bringing them cookies, and that way you're letting a whole community know that you're having the open house. Number 2 would be reaching out to prior employment and letting them all know. Some people have multiple employment, some people are still employed, but letting them know where that you are selling real estate and you're ready to help them with their real estate needs. If they know anybody. Number 3 would be video marketing and social media, listing tours, testimonials, community highlights. 4, blogging. And the blogging would be done 2 to 3 times a week so that you're staying focusing with the blogging. And then 5 would be webinars and seminars through YouTube, through community events that would want to have chambers of commerce or ideas like that. Number 6 would be newsletters. And then number 7 would be charity fundraising, sponsored activities in the community and giving back.
All right. Thank you. And then the big question is, based on your newsletters and webinars and blogging and video marketing, what is going to be the budget that you use to obviously create ads? Because we're looking for 1,200 incoming leads for 12 months. So we need that. We need that built into here. Okay, good. Thank you, Group 1. Group 2. What do you
So,
got?
I was the team captain for that one. Some of these are repeats from 1, but first one we said was host your own happy hour. Second one, running a charity sport tournament. 3, newsletters farming. 4, using holiday events to partner with local restaurants to bring your sphere into. 5, doing pop buys to local areas. So maybe not just narrowing it to your clients, but also trying to branch out to other areas that to get those referrals and people interested. 6 will be raffle off tickets for different things. I know it was mentioned like comedy tickets, movie tickets, etc. 7 is host community/volunteer events.
Explain to me this whole raffle concept.
So I can't remember who, I think that was Charlie who mentioned that, but I would say maybe not raffle, but it can be I know something I've done personally before is post and say, guess whatever my prompt is or whatever, submit your submissions, and I would do a random drawing for this. And so maybe not exactly raffle because that's money. To me, I think of money, but some kind of drawing, and it gets people to your website or whatever source you want to use.
Okay, I'm going to comment the same thing I did before. And when you're looking at this, try to figure out how is this going to generate 1,200 leads a year so that I have the amount of leads that I need to come in. All right, good. Thank you. Group 3, Corby, Isa, Kelly, Kyle, Luckinson, and Tasha. Who's the captain?
I am.
Tasha, hello.
Hi, how are you?
Good.
So we have 1, social media and blogging. We have 2 local business shops, local business shops, local business shops. We have 3 volunteering. We have 4 sponsoring teams, per se, Little League teams sponsoring their shirts, getting your logos on the back of their shirts, or as well on the soccer field, football field. Also, we have 5 neighborhood groups, HOAs, contributing to the groups and volunteering. 6, we have geoforming. 7, we have pop buys.
Okay. I'm going to toss out these 4 words, 5 words really, but these 4 words under for the whole class, under the heading promotion, because everything is promotion. Under the heading promotion, we have branding, we have marketing, we have advertising. Under those 3, branding, marketing, and advertising, where do you think sponsoring teams lands? Branding, marketing, or advertising?
Branding is what I would go with because you're showing whatever it is your brand is in that moment.
Is branding prospecting?
No.
No.
Okay. So make sure we don't have items on here that are branding you, and a lot of videos brand as well. If it doesn't have a call to action, it's not, if there's no call to action, it is not advertising. So we advertise our listings, we market our agents, and we brand our logo and our face. But branding is not going to bring you business mostly. It's trying to create trust. And the companies who can afford branding are billion-dollar companies or $100 million companies, not maybe a single agent in a marketplace. So we have to then figure out something different. We want to advertise ourselves and or market ourselves and advertise our listings. And so when we're prospecting, we have to figure out what tasks are we going to do that's going to bring me in 1,200 leads. Excellent. Thank you. I appreciate it. Very, very helpful so we can talk about the different things so we can make sure that our business plan is set correctly. Who's up next? Tasha was group 3. Group 4 is Andy, Ann, Christine, Gabriel, Rachel, and Wells. What was your 7?
Okay, I was a team captain
Great
for
job, Tasha.
7, and this is what we came up with. Feel
Hold on.
free to read.
Got it. I'm sorry. You said 7, so I got confused. You group 4? Yeah, okay, good. Keep going. Sorry.
Feel free to redirect if we didn't hit the mark where it's marketing or advertising or prospecting. So this is what we came up with. Speak up and sell yourself with each in-person connection. Make all marketing collateral bilingual and ADA accessible. Engage in community events and church. Leverage. So my contribution was leverage personal experiences to drive marketing outreach efforts, i.e., this year I am going to get my designation to work with divorcees since that's the bulk of my work. And I have a few friends who have successfully achieved their independence. The next one is connect with prospects through social media and advertising. Update your community and sphere of influence first through open houses and conversations. And last, educate young adults online, so on YouTube and in person.
Very nice. Good job. Excellent work. And group 5 is Andrew, Brandon, Darlene, Indu, Luckinson, and Tina.
Tina's the team captain.
All right, take us home, Tina.
We had strong social media presence. We had renting out a venue or throwing an open house. I know that was already spoken about, but we had it to purpose to show what it's like to live and entertain in that home. We have handwritten notes for birthdays, anniversaries, check-ins. And then my favorite one we have is to host workshops for like first-time home buyers to kind of educate them because people are renting because they don't know if they can buy. We have keeping up with their lease clients because they are eventually going to be buyers, sellers, and they're great referral people because they've worked with you before. We have pop-by gifts to past clients and neighbors. And then we have a quick market update via text, email weekly as well.
Very good. I would only change the keeping up with tenants with keeping up with everyone. Good job. I love it. Wonderful. Thank you. You all did very good. So we've got our mind in the right place right now. We're thinking about our business plan. We're thinking about ways and things that we can implement in our business to bring more leads, more people, more buyers, more sellers, more landlords, more tenants into our business so that we can help more people. We know that, chances are the people that we're bringing into our business, chances are they're not going to transact with us, at least for 3-5 years on average. 5 to 10 years is the cycle, but so they are somewhere in that cycle. So it could be up to 5 years or more that we not help that person. So how are we going to get them excited about sending us to people who they do know? All right, this is very powerful stuff. We're about to go on break. I owe you one now. I think this is a 3-minute video.
All right, so listen.
All right, we're gonna watch this guy's video when we get back. I've got a list here of an example of some follow-up plan for any realtor that must include. So I'm gonna go through this and then we're gonna watch the video. In fact, I'm even gonna change this slide. Farm your subdivision, maybe a movie night on the 4th of July, something like that. So if you are a homeowner and you live in a subdivision, you get on your HOA board, maybe you're the secretary in charge of the newsletter, even better, and then doing these events. So monthly newsletter and lottery ticket, you want to call everybody at least 6 times a year, everybody in your database. One house anniversary with a movie ticket in it. That's super cute that you can do on the anniversary of the purchase of their home. One pop by at least, maybe a pie on Thanksgiving for your A plus clients. Inviting your clients to 3 client appreciation events every single year. We've got our car show, which we just had this weekend, a trunk or treat on Halloween, and a movie night. 3 things that are very powerful. CMA, like Tom Ferry said, and sending them an annual CMA. Maybe you do it quarterly as well. Add them to social posts that concern something that you think they're interested in, tagging them and basically having interaction with them online. Handwritten thank you card every time they get a referral from them, and take a client out to lunch Friday. So here's some broader things that we can add. And then I promise you, we're going to add a whole bunch of things to this list as we go on for the next couple of hours that we're going to be together today. So it's 3:22. Let's do our break. Let's come back at 3:32.
It is now
3:32.
32.
Yeah.
I had a timer on it. I had another 2 minutes.
Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back.
Okay, well, we had 2 more minutes, so we're just gonna play the music 1 minute early and open it up to anecdotal comments, questions for the next 2 minutes as we're waiting for everyone to come back.
This song hits different because it has double meaning now.
Yeah.
That's Welcome Back Carter, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Yes, it is. I'm gonna go let the dog in. I'll just be right back.
You got a couple minutes. Take your time.
I have a quick question.
Isa, yes. Hi.
When we call from the Realty Texas app, how do we know? Does it say Realty Texas when they're receiving the call? Does it say possible spam call? Because I found that I don't get much luck when I call from the application itself.
Yeah, so no, you should always call yourself. We have submitted all of our phone numbers to the Orion system and have marketing and branding set up on each phone, which is, I think, $2,000 a month we spend specifically on that item alone, which is branding the Realty Texas logo and company name and agent name on every phone number. So when they and depending on what network, so you've got the AT&T network and you got Verizon, and then you've got T-Mobile. And those are 3 completely different networks altogether, and we have an account with each one of them. And 2 of the networks don't accept images yet, but one of them does. So if you call someone T-Mobile, it's supposed to turn Realty Texas blue. The screen's supposed to be blue in your name. Verizon does nothing, and AT&T will show your name. That's where we are right now, but the technology is outpacing us. When we first created our office lines with Twilio, none of that existed, and so over the last 6 months ago and the 6 months in the future, that's all going to change because they're putting in place this technology for allowing us to have control over what the display is on on the device phone that's ringing from our phone call. So more to come, but it should not say a spam call.
Okay.
And if you turn on your smart plans, then they should be getting text messages from you and emails, and then asking them to save that number in their contact list for you as well. Okay, good question. All right, to get more referrals, we're going to watch this quick video, and then we're going to jump into the business plan for success. 10 items that is another great thing to add to your business plan and your business planning.
All right, so listen, there's no secret that we all in the real estate business, we want more referrals, right? Working with referrals is the most profitable business. It's arguably the most enjoyable business that we could work with, right? The question is, how do you get more referrals, okay? And I think that regardless of your strategy, if you follow what I teach and you're focused on creating amazing world-class sales skills and you're prospecting every day, or you're doing something else, it doesn't matter. Regardless of the strategy, at the end of the day, we're all trying to grow. I hope you are doing this. We're all trying to grow a database that one day our business is growing 100% by referrals, and that is what we all want, okay? Now, not only do we all want that, you know, again, it goes back down to, well, how do we generate more of them? Because I think what we see in the industry certainly is the waiting strategy. We've got the phone and we're sitting looking at the phone. Nobody's calling you. We've got to do something. We have to play offense to go out into the marketplace and generate referrals. So let me teach you how. Generating referrals starts at the beginning of the sales process, not at the end. Okay, so a lot of real estate gurus or trainers or sales people, they want to teach us, hey, when's the best time to ask for referrals? At the end of the transaction, when things go well, you're sitting at the closing table, that's when they're telling us, that's when you ask for a referral. Well, in my experience, yes, you should continue to do that, but I believe that it starts way in the beginning of the sales process. Let me give you an example. And then after I give you this example, I'm going to give you specific tactical things for you to take notes. And then when you're done watching this video, go back into your business and execute on the strategies I'm going to give you guys today. All right. So starting at the beginning of the process, you sit down with a prospective seller. You're interviewing to take a new listing. You're having a conversation with the prospect about it possibly being a good fit. Because if you've been following me for any length of time, you know that I teach something called reverse selling. Reverse selling has everything to do with evening the playing field. You're interviewing the seller as much as they're interviewing you to make sure there's a good partnership, there's a good fit, that you get the listing at the right price, at the right compensation, under the right terms, so that you could provide your clients a world-class experience. Now, at that interview, you're going to use this script. You're going to say, Mr. and Mrs. Seller, it is my goal to provide you such an amazing experience selling your property that when we're sitting at the closing table and I pull out the check at the closing table from the title company and I hand you over that check, that I want you to look back on this experience and I want it to be so positive. And I want you to say to yourself, Brandon, you did everything you said you were going to do. So much so that you feel confident and comfortable referring me to your friends and family in the future. Would that be fair? And the prospect always says, oh my gosh, of course. If you do a great job for us, Brandon, we have no problem, passing your name along to our friends in the future. You follow that script up by also saying, because here's the reality. If we decide to work together and I do a bad job, there's no chance you're going to turn me on to anybody. Am I right? And yet again, using reverse selling, they always agree, okay? And so now what is this doing? Number one, I want you to think about this, and I want you to be very, very honest. If you're talking about referrals at the first meeting with a potential client, what is the purpose? Why are we doing that? Number one, yes, It is to absolutely set an expectation so you get more referrals for sure. It also does something else that's really magical. When you start to talk about things in the future, you start to help to hardwire in the prospect's brain about what the experience is going to be like working with you. And so what that does is it helps you to convert prospects into clients. They start to think subconsciously, well, man, if this guy or this girl's already talking about me potentially referring them business down the road, certainly they know they better do a good job. So they start to, in a subconscious manner, start to process that, wow, they must be good at what they do. So talking about referrals, setting that expectation up front, helps you to earn referrals later or during the process, which is the best time to get them, by the way, while it's top of mind. And it helps you to convert your current prospects into current clients, okay? So that's the first strategy.
Okay. So what we are not going to do is turn our entire listing presentation into a session on them returning, giving you referrals. That's not what we're going to do. What we are going to do is mention that my goal is to do such an incredible job for you that you refer me to all of your family and friends. It can be simple as that, but we're inserting that in there in the beginning, and then because your referrals would mean the world to me. And then I get them all excited about my listing presentation, but I am going to mention referrals. I'm going to start that gate open, that the type of relationship that you build with clients is that of a lifetime relationships, that you deliver a level of service that far exceeds what they thought possible in a real estate agent. And, you know, they're going to be thinking tall order, right? And then you're going to deliver on that. So referrals start at the beginning. We're going to open the conversation with that. Remember, and I said you got to say you got to talk to them about referrals 3 times before it sticks. So if you wait to the end and mention it once, it's not going to stick. It's just going to be part of that conversation that says, "Well, of course I'm going to send you my referrals," but then the only time that you are ever going to be referred to them, all right, we talked about the synapses in the brain and how the interconnected or non-connected synapses, how we can connect them together in neurotransmitter programming, neuralistic programming. If that is true, and let them know, hey, if you would, you know, your referral would mean the world to me, and you wait to the end and that's all you say, then at what point is that person going to remember that agent? Only in one very specific scenario, according to how our brain is wired. What would it take for someone to say something to that person in order for you to fire in their brain? Does anyone know? It would take someone going to them and saying, "Can you refer to me a good real estate agent?" Those words specifically would have to be entered. Instead of, is that what we're trying to accomplish with asking for referrals? What is it then?
I feel like it's almost like you good real estate agent, then most people, it's weird because like a part of me wants it so that when they say any kind of real estate agent, they will refer to me because I want to be the first one. But the good one is also a good one to have because that
Okay.
means that they recognize quality and they're willing to pay for it. So it's
I
weird.
I didn't say
So
good. I didn't say good. In fact, what happened though was I was at the closing table and said, you know, thank you. If I waited to the closing table and gave him a hug, oh my gosh, thank you guys. It was such a pleasure to work with you guys. And please remember to refer me out if you know someone looking to buy, sell, or lease a home. If I simply said that, then it would take someone going to them and saying, "Can you refer to me a realtor?" And I said a really good agent, but the agent didn't tell the customer that. One of the customer's friends came to them and said, "Can you refer to me?" That word refer would have to be included. in order for that to pop up in their brain. Even if you said, do you know a really good agent? They'd be, oh yeah, I have a good agent. That would work too. But that is what would have to happen. If your friend who you just closed with heard from their friend, like, yeah, we're thinking about buying a home. Oh my gosh, really? I just bought a home. It was fabulous. And the real estate market is really good right now. Unfortunately, you're not going to pop in their brain. The experience of buying their home and moving in and all the things and living in it and the fireplace and backyard, whatever, that's what's coming into their brain. But that's not what you want. You want your friend, when they have someone talking about buying, selling, and leasing a home in front of you, and that conversation is taking place, that's when you want to fire in their brain. That's the moment. Not, hi, Sally, I'm thinking about buying a home. Do you know a good agent? Oh, yeah, our agent was great. You should call them. In fact, and that conversation reminded them. But that the chances of someone going to your friend, your past client that just closed, and someone coming up to them saying, do you know a good agent you could refer to me? The chances of that happening are slim to none. Or maybe once every 10 years, maybe. When's the last time someone came to you and said, do you know a good plumber? Maybe once in your life, right? Do you know a good dentist? But that's not when we are trying to kick it in. We're trying to kick it in a different place. We're trying to get them to think about us when they're having the conversation about real estate. So take that forward, Charlie. And Jeff, you were shaking your head as well. Wells.
I was just curious in asking, like, can you refer me? Are we able to also say, feel free to share me on your social media if you think I was a great agent, to refer me to people on your page or so forth? Is that okay?
Yeah, that's fair too. Also, you can take a closing photo and then take the closing photo and get their permission to upload it online and tag them. And if you tag them, it's going to show up on their wall and all their friends are going to see it. So obviously that's best. And I always tell them, look, when you have your housewarming party, please invite me because I want to come. I try to be there for the housewarming party if they are going to have one. Isa.
The last client I worked with, she does social media. She said she would be happy to make a video for me, like, talking about my services. Is there any place that you would suggest we put these videos at, or ask her for like a certain length of time of the video? How could we do something like that successfully where we can hopefully get more from the rest of our clients?
Reputation management, which is coming on Friday. Let's hold that conversation until there because the entire day is about social media marketing. It's going to be a very powerful day. You're all going to get super inspired about YouTube and about getting out there because we're going to see probably 20 different videos of different real estate agents in their marketing attempts and which ones epic failed, which ones did really well, which ones went viral, which ones different. And we're going to be looking at the metrics and what are the important elements in order to make social media marketing successful for a real estate agent. Just remember, we have to have a conversation with our people 3 times before asking for the referral makes a difference. Asking them once and just casually mentioning it, they're saying yes, you'll get their buy-in that they're going to do it, but then they won't. And so if you're someone who's been in the business for a couple of years and you've not been getting a steady set of referrals, it's because you're not asking, your business plan doesn't have the right SOPs to make sure that happens. So your promise to them at the beginning, that your promise is, my goal is that you are so happy working with me that you're going to send me all your friends and family when they're looking for an agent. Then that's opening the door. I'm going to remind them about it 2 more times, and then at some point I'm going to ask them, look, when you hear someone talking about buying, selling, leasing a home, your referral would mean the world to me. And of course, I'm going to ask that at the closing table too. I'm just, you guys are amazing to work with. Part of this gig is finding your next client. And so I spend so much of my time dedicated to my clients that I spend less time marketing these days. So a lot of my marketing is word of mouth. My clients helping me find my next client. And that means the world to me. So when you hear someone talking about buying, selling, leasing a home, if you would refer me that person and let me know who they are, that would mean the world to me. And based on asking exactly that way, I've connected those 2 dots in the brain, connected them together, and they're very happy to do it. And I get referrals. And then every time I do, I go out of my way to make sure that they know how thankful I am about that, because of course that's where all the business is going to come from. That's what's going to take you to that $500,000 point in your career, by doing that one thing. And it doesn't have to be a past client. It doesn't have to be a current client. It could be your friend group as well. When you're ready to buy a home, I want to do such a good job for you that you're giving me everyone that you know. If you know someone looking to buy, sell, at least a home, your referral would mean the world to me. And get into used to saying that. All right, business plan. A good, prudent business plan for any real estate agent. Would someone read the first 3? I need 4 volunteers. So raise your hand and I'll call on you. Kelly, would you read the first 3?
Sure. A prudent business plan for any realtor must include 1, creating the largest sphere of influence possible. 2, prospecting daily to bring new leads into your business. 3, diversify your lead generation without creating diminishing returns. And 4, maintain at least 5% conversion rate from your lead gen program.
Okay. Remember, 4% is the average, so we want to do a little better than that. Andrew, will you do the next 4? 5, 6, 7, and 8?
Yep. 5, provide a level of service that far exceeds your client's expectations. 6, use a CRM to organize your lead follow-up system. You need a system. 7, build a database of 200 plus past clients in 5 years or less that are trained to refer. And you said 8, right?
Yep.
8, keep current with all tasks in your CRM to ensure timely lead follow-up.
Lots of agents have overdue tasks, so to do all the work to get them in there and not call, that's a big problem. So don't let that happen to you. Wells, 9 and 10, please.
9, prospect your database to generate at least 1 lead per past client a year. 10, build a bulletproof client appreciation program for 10 annual touches.
Ooh, 10 annual touches. All right, how are we going to do that? All right, breakout session number 1, SOI. In groups of 5, create a way to increase your SOI, your sphere of influence. How can you get that to be bigger? I want to hear 5 great ideas. So this is going to get complicated because I am going to let group 1 go first. I'm going to ask them 1 idea. And then I'm going to ask every group to give an idea that they haven't heard before. So you guys are going to need to spend at least, I'm going to put you in the same groups you had before. I'm going to put you in there for 5 minutes, which is not a lot of time. And so what I don't want is I don't want any duplication. So pick your group breakout session, Captain. When you come back from your group, please raise your hand. Only the 5 captains raise your hand. And I'm going to loop through you with something that your group said, the next one, but it can't be a duplicate. See you back in 5 minutes. How to increase your SOI? What are good ideas to increase your sphere of influence? It's always good to be able to hear from all your fellow classmates in talking about building your business. I mean, how cool is that to be able to have a community of 30 or 40 people and draw from all of their ideas? It's an amazing thing. All right, so please remember to do the task I asked you to do when you come back, which is
Raise your hand, guys.
Yep, put your hand up, everyone. Did we forget? Group captains. Thank you, Isa. Thank you, Lewis. We're still missing.
I'm sorry. Give me 1 second. Let me turn down this TV. It's going over here.
Okay, so I see Wells and Ariel, but those are the only 2. Who are our other 2 captains? We had 5 groups, so we should have 5 hands up. Okay, apparently we only have 2 groups. Wells, what group are you?
We're 5th.
Oh, I forgot to ask.
Okay.
We were the 5th group.
5th, 5. Okay, 5.
Yes, you are 5. Ariel, someone in the classroom.
Hey, that's me, Jake. It's just for whatever reason on my end of my laptop in the classroom, so I just came over here to unmute it for group 1.
Okay, great. And we're still missing 1 person.
I'm in I don't know, group 5. I don't know.
Okay, so raise your hand, Aki, so I don't lose track of you. All right, Wells. What was one idea you came up with?
Doing seminars for retirees.
I like it. All right. Ariel.
I believe we were group 2. I think so. And correct me if I'm wrong. So just one. If we're doing just one,
Yes.
we came up with a ask a realtor booth, like a consultation. Like if you know how at Walmart they have the tax services or Girl Scout cookies, and they have a booth outside, so we can have like a stand that shows our broker and like a sign that says 5-minute free consultation or something like that, or a coffee shop or.
Okay, I have a booth. I like it. Lewis.
Okay.
Keep your mics open because we're gonna loop through you guys pretty quick. So we need to be really quick. Lewis.
Yes, sir. So what we were talking about was running a social polls or fun questionnaires. That way people can see or be informed on what's going on, and hopefully they find the information informative and they will join us.
Ooh, I like it. Aki.
Okay, we came up with community yard sale or garage sale event. We'll have a great time talking about the real estate.
Garage sale. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you. Who was in the classroom? I wasn't sure who this was.
That's me, Jack. I'm sorry. That's group 1, I believe.
Who is me is what I'm
Oh,
asking.
Gabriel,
Thank you, Gabe. Okay, Gabe, what'd you guys come up with?
All right. So the first one, man, I wish it was a food drive doing community volunteering events. 2 was previous jobs and some alumni groups, health and wellness groups.
Okay,
3.
that's good. No.
Oh, well, can I give you the best one? Is it just one that we're selecting?
I'll be
Okay,
back.
well, if it's just one, then let me give you the last one. First and foremost, wear your business. I would do what Edie's is doing. If y'all can look at Edie's. Stand up, Edie's. Where you at?
Hey, Gabe, I'll be back to you. We're going in a circle, so just don't.
Yes, sir.
Wells, what's your next one?
So the next one would be creating a live drama in regards to all of the real estate procedures with like a drama team and putting it out there, like a live video.
Okay, those can be very impactful videos. Those are really fun. Thank you. All right, Ariel.
We did bark at the park, pet play dates, and then top real estate.
Okay, that's cool. Lewis.
We also wrote attend your local senior centers because they need help, even though they're in a senior center. They don't have the assistance to help themselves, so we can offer our services.
Okay, Aki.
We came up with being involved in religious gathering event, church, and involved with the family and friends at the gathering, something like that.
Okay, I know Lisa gets a lot of referrals from her church. That's a good one. Gabe.
All right. I would do what Edie's done is wear your name tag, and she has, I mean, I'm not sure if you can look at her, but she has a shirt that has her business card. So you cannot miss that she's a realtor wherever she goes.
Okay, not be a secret agent. I love that. Wells, do you guys have another one that's not been mentioned?
Yeah, so a social gathering, like a book club specifically for real estate, reading books, information.
Okay, that'd be cool. Is it like a one-off or multi-meeting book club?
I would say a continuing book club strictly for real estate that continues on.
Okay. Thank you, Ariel.
Just doing network events like the tech meetups, wine test tasting, or church events.
Okay, yeah.
For real.
Great. Okay, thank you. Lewis, do you have something that hasn't been mentioned?
Yes, hosting or co-hosting a buyer's workshop or real estate shop.
Okay, so group one had Wells had talked about seminars, so that was one that had been mentioned. Do you have another one that hasn't been mentioned?
Yes. We talked about certain moms groups of, but that's also wasn't it a social topic?
Mm-hmm. Okay, Aki, do you have one that wasn't mentioned yet?
Okay. Wearing a badge, realtor. Oh. Well, anyway, Realty takes this badge and goes to involved in Chambers Commerce event and community event, and addressing some kind of a tip, real estate tips or something like that.
Well, we get an F at following instructions, all of you. Okay, well, so what I was trying to get at this is not everyone say the same five. And so we hear the group one, tell me one, and then group two, tell me one, group three, tell me one, start over with group one again, something that had not been mentioned so that we can have a list, a complete list of, a solid list of 10 items that had not been listed before. So thank you all for your participation on this one. You know, when it comes to, I'm going to share back the slide here for a minute. Sphere of influence. Here are 11 things that we can do. Some of these were mentioned. Can I have, Wells, would you read the first four?
Yes. Number one, get involved in your realtor organization community service committee. 2, farm neighborhood or sponsor a neighborhood website like Nextdoor. Number 3, volunteer at community functions. Always wear your name badge. 4, interview local business owners. Find ways to refer them business.
Thank you. Ariel, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Write a weekly blog about trending subjects, real estate subjects matter. 6, weekly open houses or do a buyer boot camp at a local model home. 7, join the local chamber and attend their meetups. 8, get involved in local city government. Attend your city council meetings.
Excellent. Thank you. And Angela, 9, 10, 11.
9, hang out at your Starbucks, get a tent card, and answer real estate questions. 10, leave your card everywhere. 11, get a booth at a community outdoor events. And number 12, what Grace and I do, we're handing out water bottles at the locals farmers market, and we're getting stickers put on them that have our name on it. And we've been doing that, and we'll do a couple hours, and we run out of water so quick. But we're getting more water, and we're talking to people, letting them know that we're doing this. So that was my personal one.
I love it. Yeah, so these are just a couple of slides that you can pull from, plus hearing from all the great ideas that your fellow classmates have, so that when you're putting a business plan together, you've got some ideas to pull on, so that you're not trying to reinvent the wheel, because everything has already been thought of. So what are the great ideas that are happening right now that we can add to our business process, our business practices? So we talked about ways to increase your sphere of influence. We talked about ways of prospecting for new leads. So, and the first one was items that you can add to your business plan. This next one is, where can you get leads? That's different than increasing your sphere of influence. Those are two different things. Your sphere of influence is kind of relationship based, but your new leads, where are you going to prospect for leads? And this is, you can purchase them, you can run ads, all that kind of stuff. Lead generation. Farming a neighborhood is probably by far the most successful all-time farming technique. Contacting the owners of expired listings, doing open houses, going into our leads department, which is our referrals program for CXM leads, the one that gets a message to you that says, new client, act now. Call your past clients for referrals, asking them for leads. Call your family and friends. Drip marketing, email marketing, and then here's a bunch of others. Billboards, cookies to first responders, social media, partner with local businesses, pickleball groups, door knocking, partner with other professionals, especially professional services like maybe find yourself.
Chat is the easiest way to streamline communication.
Okay, at least I don't like mic. One of the good things that you can do as well is partner with other professionals. And how you can do that is like finding a power washer and tell them, look, for every home that you're doing power washing, um, let them know if they meet with me, I will pay, and they hire me, I will pay for their power washing. Those are some really good marketing tips that you can do. Local meetups, buyer boot camps. I recommend that before the end of Mega, that all of you try at least one buyer boot camp. We have multiple offices, and if not done at the office, there are model homes everywhere. And if you go to a model home and speak to a builder and tell a builder that you'd like to do a buyer boot camp inside their model home, what do you think they're going to say? I know exactly what the first response is going to be. What do you think it's going to be, Wells?
No, what I was going to say was I don't know what a buyer's boot camp is.
Oh, well, you make them all show up and do calisthenics.
Yoga.
Oh, that's even funnier. I like it. Okay, so buyer boot camp is you advertise a morning and everyone shows up and you walk them through home buying. So it's a home buying seminar. Home buying seminar, you talk to them about the steps to purchasing a home. So advertise, interested in becoming a homeowner, come to our home buyer seminar. And you advertise the heck out of it and you get them to all show up. And you go to a model home and say, I'd like to have a home buyer seminar here at your model home. Literally, their manager, the VP of the on-site's job requires them to have a certain amount of events every week and to have a certain amount of people coming to the model home. So you're helping them do their job. They're going to say, when can we do this? When do you want to host this? They're not going to let you out of their sight until they get a date out of you. And they're going to say, I'm going to use my marketing budget to bring in food and coffee, and the whole bit. You can also have a lender come along with you, although you might want to talk to the builder about having their preferred lender also come in-house and have a conversation with that lender ahead of time, and have your flyers built and let the on-site talk to them about their community, and then let the lender talk about them, and then you talk to them about the buying process, about home inspections, and about the contract, and about all the things. Very, very, very powerful. I recommend that you guys do a home buyer seminar. Sometimes we had an agent that was doing them here on Saturdays, and they were running Facebook ads. And we had one of our preferred lenders coming in on Saturdays, and they were very, very successful. In fact, just about every Saturday, they had 10 or 15 people in here every single Saturday, just coming off the street, people we did not know, and wanting to learn about how to buy a home, which was very, very cool. So very powerful. There's a lot of people that are seeking this information, and you advertise it on Facebook, they will actually show up. So think it like an open house, just less about the house and more about the process. So what are some other ideas? Instead of putting you in groups, we can do it as a group together. What are some other ideas that you can do to bring leads into your business that we haven't spoken about on this slide?
Looking for sale by owners or for sale or for lease by owners.
Okay. Bizbos? I like it.
Doesn't I think you can go to a title company, and can't you ask for people who've been recently divorced so you can contact them? I think there's I've heard that before. I haven't tried it personally, but isn't that a way?
Well, you can certainly go into Remine and you can use Remine, or you can use CRS data, and CRS data has all kinds of lists like that that you can, for pennies, buy. Yes, there are data houses. CRS data is the main one. I don't know about title companies giving it to us, but I do know that Remine #1 and CRS data 2 are the two great resources for that. So I will just put that here. What are some others?
Look, we talked a little bit in our group about like CPAs or insurance agents. They all need the referrals, dentists. You could align with some of them on some event or some way to network with each other and or just a process maybe of referrals with them.
Yep. So that's item 17 on the list, but it's important to underscore partner with other professionals can be very, very, very beneficial. Attorneys, talking about your preferred lender and say, look, I'm happy to make you my preferred lender, but who's your preferred agent? Because if I'm going to make you my preferred lender, you're going to make me your preferred agent. Because if I'm going to send you all my business, you're going to send me all yours. And if you already have an agent you're giving all your business for, then you're not the lender for me. Lewis.
I don't know if it's a little dark, but I had a personal issue where grandma died. We didn't know where to go, and we went to the cemetery. And in the cemetery, we actually found an agent. So go to your funeral homes. There's people in need that actually need business just because situation popped up. So morgue and cemetery both.
I'm going to say literally don't do that.
I apologize. That's why I threw out the disclaimer first.
Yep. Nope. I'm going to literally say don't do that. Don't show up at a seminary trying to give out your business card to sell their home because they died. You are going to be literally on Facebook about being the real estate agent no one wants to have. That's honestly, Lewis, that's the worst idea I've ever heard.
Disclaimer. That's why.
You might go viral.
But it was a personal issue that we just didn't know how to fix, and there was a devil, I guess.
No, I don't want
Especially
people
not with the name tag on.
Leave Realty Texas out of that at all possible. Jamia.
So I had a question about the lender part. Okay, because you said preferred lender, do you recommend 3 lenders to your clients or do you recommend your one preferred? Like, how do you go about that?
So there is no such thing as there's no TREC rule, there's no code of ethic rule that says that you're going to hand out 3 lenders. I know you'll hear that a lot, or 3 preferred partners. What you're really hearing though is a lot of brokerages who don't have preferred lenders and they're asking you to hand out your own, and they're concerned about the liability of using a lender that's not tried and true and that lender messing it up and then blaming you, pointing the finger at you. We have closed hundreds of transactions with our lenders, and when we refer one of our preferred lenders, we usually give them the list of all of them and say, hey, here's our preferred lenders, recommend calling one of these or all of them, but the one I usually use is this person. That's how I go about it. There's no requirement that you do that. So when you're doing a home buyer seminar, there's nothing wrong with you and another lender going out there and having a home buyer seminar and doing that together. You are completely golden. There's not even a smallest of an issue unless you're using that lender because they're writing you a check and you know that their services are horrible. If you're doing that, then that's a huge issue. But if you believe that they are a good lender and you've chosen them because you trust them, then there is no issues at all.
Thank
Christine?
you.
Yeah, no problem. Christine.
This was not intentionally a public call out. I'm not able for some reason to choose names in the drop down on the chat. But the subheading says brining leads, and I don't think we want to soak our leads in salty water.
Thank you. Appreciate that, Christine. Angela.
I was gonna say, I know it says farming a neighborhood, but I was thinking that one of the things I wanted to try was farming one of the leasing communities where they have apartment communities where they have a lot of people have moved here from other areas looking for property that they not knowing where to move, so they just rent something. And I thought that would be a good place that you could the people are most likely going to be looking to buy a house, and you could be sending them informations of what the interest rates are doing, what the housing market's doing, getting started. And I mean, just maybe mailing, maybe having letting them know maybe once every couple months that you're going to have a buyer's seminar and things like that. But I was thinking working a apartment community, like one of the big ones would be like the Landing, would be something that would be pretty profitable.
Yeah, I think that's great. That's a great idea. Isa.
I used to attend the title companies invite you to events, and one of their events was at, the little local bars here in downtown Georgetown. And since we were all showing up in groups, I actually remember getting like 3 or 4 leads from there. But I had a question as well. Every weekend, Georgetown has market days.
Mhm.
Is there something we could do, like just go out there, give info, and try to capture leads that way?
Mhm. Yeah, we even you can I think Miguel had a 10 by 10 booth created that was all branded Realty Texas and logos all over it, and it was like $800 for the 10 by 10 booth, but you can use it forever at both because usually most of these, fairs are usually allow you to have a booth that's 10 by 10, so you can even do that. I think even Miguel, if you ask him, will let you borrow it, but he is going to ask for your DNA as held hostage for his booth. But yes, there's the Pecan Festival in Austin. There's the Chili Cook-Off in Pflugerville. There's all kinds of really, really great events. And we can poke fun at Lewis all we want, but of course that's just in jest. Point taken that if you want to partner with a funeral home and do co-advertising and marketing and have your and your materials there, and figure out how you can co-brand or co-market, there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. I work with many divorce attorneys that I work with that I co-brand and co-market. I mean, obviously the picture that he painted was funny of us, showing up during a funeral, walking around handing out your cards, but of course that's not what he was saying. But co-branding and co-marketing with them is another really good idea. So I mean, I've heard lots of good ideas here. Wells, I see your hand up too. Is there something else?
Yes. So I had a question. Am I able to title different groups? Like I do events for foster kids and events. That's been my thing. Am I able to say create a class or real estate teaching class like a buyer's boot camp strictly for like foster families or past foster children, now young adults looking to buy a home? Am I able to title it with something
No,
with foster care past?
no. I mean, foster care is not a protected class, but you are looking for people who want to be foster moms and foster dads to help them buy a home big enough to facilitate that kind of use. Is that what you're saying?
So I've worked with Central Texas children, Central Texas and Buddha, and one of their things that they were asking about were like we have these young adults who came from foster care, came
Oh,
back for
yeah.
their siblings, and now they're looking like to
Oh,
buy their home. And I
that's
thought,
awesome.
how nice to have a class strictly for them for the past now foster parents, foster adults, or anyone that used to be in foster care to be first time home buyers. Don't know if
I
that's
don't.
a thing or can be a thing.
I think it can be a thing. I don't think that there is any protected classes being infringed upon there. So I think you would be perfectly okay with that. And I think that would be a very interesting niche. Certainly not one I've ever heard of before. So you'd be unique on that. So that's pretty cool. I like it. It's exactly what we're thinking of. Good ideas of thinking about niche marketing that maybe is not already saturated, ways of bringing leads into your business. So exactly what we're talking about. Okay, good job, everyone. Excellent job. Thank you, Lewis, for letting me poke fun at you too. So maintain at least 5% conversion rate from your lead gen. How can you increase your lead conversion? Learn your scripts, practice, get a coach, watch training videos online, learn your market really well so that you have market competency, obtain designations and fill your time with learning. So here we talked about increasing our SOIs, increasing our lead conversion, working and partnering with other builders, and how we can be better at our own craft. And remember, all of this are the nuts and bolts that we're going to use to help create a business plan for the next 12 months so that that business plan is going to help generate leads and focus our day. If you wake up in the morning and you have no idea what you're going to do that day, there are so many things. And if you look back prior to Mega and think about the 2 weeks that you were
Hey, Jack, can you reshare your screen with us, please? Because it's doing the whole flashing thing again, please.
Yep, certainly. Better? Yes.
Yep.
Okay, cool. So again, if you can think about the 2 weeks before you got into Mega and ask yourself the question, what was I focusing my attention on? Were they income producing tasks? And realize if 2 days went by and you had nothing to do with those days and you're kind of waiting for the phone call, waiting and planning for your open houses that weekend, but you weren't actively out there soliciting people to bring into your business, then those were missed opportunities. And hopefully we're going to make a minimum of those days and over the next 12 months realize just how much work there is to do. And actually you can find yourself doing so much of it that you're like, wow, I really do need to hire an assistant. I really do need help. And that you can keep that person busy 24/7, 365, helping keep leads coming into your business so that you can be on the phone converting them and working in your database. So now, how in our business plan can we help ourselves increase our professionalism, increase the level of service that we provide, level up my ability, my commitment, and my ethics, so to speak? Know your profession inside and out. Education, we talked about that. Designations, very important, like MEGA or GRI, ABR, all of these things. Know your product inside out. Always be kind, positive, and solutions oriented. Yoga helps with that. Anticipate clients with questions and return inquiries as fast as real time as possible, certainly before the end of the day. Take ownership of your role and have pride in it and try to impress. If your goal is to make your clients impressed by you, you're going to be trying to figure out, how can I impress my clients? How can I get them excited about working with me? And in every interaction, make them like, wow, okay, there's something just totally different going on here, and it's a good thing. Volunteer, give back, be humble, and try to have fun when you're doing this, because this can be fun and stressful at the same time, and that be okay. Question everything. I know there's several of you in here that question everything, and I think that's good. I question everything myself. I read everything, and I'm digesting everything continually. If you're strategizing and always trying to be innovating, you're going to kind of go and get into the camp where Warren Buffett is, which is delight your customer and continually be trying to reinvent that. How can you continually try to make your clients more and more satisfied with what you provide them? Dress to impress, especially when you're out there in the world. Wearing your name badge, have business cards, learn how to use your virtual business card, the RF technology, but either based on tapping your business card on their phone or getting your digital swipe card close to their phone using that RF technology. That's really cool too. Or paper business cards if that's what you prefer. But wear your name badge so that they can know that you're a real estate agent. So if you're in a professional environment and they don't know, they're going to know. I like walking around with a t-shirt business card. That's cool. That's awesome. If you want people to respect you, really respect you, we notice that when you wear a tie and you wear a suit, that it puts you in a class of people that's respected. And I know a lot of people, especially people in Texas, born and raised, they're like, it's hot. I'd rather wear a shirt and a Hawaiian shirt and shorts. That's my brand, so to speak. And if that's your brand, that's okay. I've noticed that though, when I'm at an open house and I wear a suit, people come up to me. I have more engaging conversations, and people seem to gravitate towards me more than if I'm not wearing a tie. And so I have found that people look at you more as a professional and will engage with you more when you're dressed to impress. So I highly recommend dressing to impress, because I personally have seen the way people look at me, and the difference between those two. Also, your commitment to your CRM in your business plan, because right now we're again still talking about the business plan. Use a CRM database to organize your lead follow-up. CXM has built-in pipelines and smart plans, well thought out action plans. It's integrated with your phone dialer, because you already have your dialer built into it, auto emails that you can update and change, auto text messages, which you can also change, and an opportunity vault full of almost 30,000 people that you can click the call button at any time. And so you can use a different CRM if you want, 100% okay. You have to use our room system to submit a DA, and your app and everything, the tools that we have is built on top of our CRM. We recommend you use it, but we certainly don't force you to, but you have to use the room system. The most important things that we ask you of your CRM, though, is that when the leads come in on the websites that we've created for you, that you call them back as soon as possible. Under 20 seconds is, what we ask, 20, 2200. The scripts that we have, that you practice them, especially the 5 things scripts. Hi, Kelly. This is Jack Stapleton with Realty Texas. Realtor.com said you were interested in 123 Main Street. When would you like to see that property? The Zillow and Realtor.com scripts, learn that verbatim because they work and they work really well. Set the appointment and go meet them in the real world and have a conversation with them and get hired for the job. And then, of course, don't allow your tasks to become overdue. Tom Ferry has this video about referral-based business. We've got about 30 minutes left, so we've got about 7 more pages. So we're actually doing pretty good on time. We're going to jump into this little video real quick.
That right there is a money question that not enough people are asking. Welcome to the Tom Ferry Show. Do you want more referrals? Of course you do. The challenge that you face today, my friend, is that you are stuck like a bag of chips on a potato aisle. When was the last time you walked down the grocery store aisle, saw all those bags of chips, and the challenge you have is, how do I select this one versus all the chips out there? Well, let's be very clear. The same thing is happening to you, specifically with your database. A mentor of mine, you got introduced to him on a Tom Ferry show recently, named Jay Abraham, actually created back in the 90s a thing called the 93 different referral strategies. Many of my contemporaries built their entire business teaching you how to run your business by referral using many of the principles he taught there. He and I are now collaborating. We put together 36 modern referral drivers for you. And today, I want to share with you 6 or 7 so you can immediately connect, engage, and become the source to stand out, to be the obvious, don't eat these by the way, the obvious source for referrals as the real estate solution in your marketplace. So let's jump in. Some will be obvious, some maybe you used to do and you haven't done it. It's time to re-engage, and some might be just that out-of-the-box idea that gives you the inspiration to go out and take some action. So the first one is pretty obvious. I hope you do this. Every time you get a referral, what do? You immediately send them a video and say, hey, Sean, I just wanted to say thank you so much for the referral. You told me that Jillian is interested in buying. I've reached out to her. What a terrific person. Thank you so much. The reason why I want to do it on video is it's memorable. I know a lot of people say, write them a handwritten note. It's 2019. When was the last time anybody wrote you a note back? That's like sending somebody a fax. Send them a video. Make it memorable, make it stand out. But most importantly, do it immediately. Rather, even if the referral's horrible, even if it's bad, you do it immediately because we want to condition, like Pavlov's dog, that when you do that, I do something positive in return. Make sense? So, number 2, a little more tactical. When we look at the studies of where our clients' listings came from in 2017 and 2018, there was obviously a multitude of buckets, right? 2 of the top 4. One was agent-to-agent referrals, and the other was their database. When we dug deeper into both, what we discovered is it wasn't all these agents that they knew, or it wasn't all these people inside their database, but it was 25, 35, 40, 50. So in business, a lot of people talk about your dream 50 prospecting list. Your dream 50. What are the 50 companies you want to work with? What are the 50 communities you want to dominate in the real estate space? We take that same principle and we apply it here. So here's what I want you to do. Who are the 25 agents that referred you the most business, or the most companies, right, that referred you the most business throughout your network? And then who are the top 25 to 50 cheerleaders, people that support you, that have done multiple transactions, that would go out of their way to refer you business? We want to have in contextually both of those in separate buckets, because they're going to deserve, in a 2019 environment where there's just so much noise happening in terms of marketing, they're going to need way more of you, touches, connections, education, videos, face-to-face, lunches, and more to make sure that you further those referral opportunities. So I wrote down for you, consider 2 buckets inside contextually. And what I wrote down is, let's create a plan to do more for them than you do for anyone else in all of your marketing. So what could you do? I wrote down as an example, if you're social, right? A lot of us like doing social events. only doing events for those people that are referring you business. I know coming up at my events, a lot of my agents that we're working with that get referrals from everybody, they're going to host private dinners just for the people that have referred them business over the last 12 months or 2 years, right? To really cement those relationships and keep those referrals alive, agent to agent. For you, consider just a bunch of ideas. Do you have a holiday party planned this year? A summer barbecue? An open day at the TREC? Dinner at a super hot restaurant? A charity event where you buy the tickets, you buy the tables? Or you hire a thought leader, an author to come in and speak just to your group? Creating these magic moments where you get to shake hands, connect, and be together with these people that are furthering your business and furthering your career is a really good idea. In 2019, I would challenge you to do 2 of those events this year. Do 2 of those events this year for your very best referral sources. All right, number 2 on my list, obvious one. Once we've identified the 25 to 50 of our best, we want to send them along with all of the transactions we did in the last 2 years, a CMA twice a year. Now, you've heard me talk about this before, and you might say, well, how does this create more referrals? Well, now think about it. There's 2 ways we can get referrals. There's those direct transactions from people that we already know, like I would think of that as a referral source of business, and then there's the people that they're going to refer us. I want both. So by providing, like my stockbroker or my CPA is going to give me updates on what's happening in my financial world, I think it's irresponsible for a real estate professional to not be updating my best clients and my clients that I worked with over the last 2 years on the value of my home. Companies like Zillow and all of these different home valuation sites, they've made a fortune trying to give people what they want, which is the value of their home. To me, that is your responsibility, and it should be in your marketing campaign to do 2 of those every single year. First 6 months, last 6 months. Make it simple. Get it into a plan, get it into a routine, keep your clients educated and informed. That's a game changer. All right, I got 36. I'm just going to give you a few more. Ready? After a closing, this is an easy one. What do you normally do? A lot of people send client gifts. What do? We send the client gift to the house. That's a great idea. Some people show up with a basket, a bottle of wine, movies for the kids. My thought is, the challenge is, who's going to see that basket? How can we leverage that moment? Maybe you do both. Maybe you send something to the house, but what about sending a big bouquet of flowers and a balloon to their office saying congratulations on your new home? I got, 4 of my teammates. If all of a sudden, you buy a new house and your realtor sends you this giant bouquet and, with 170, somebody's going to walk up and go, hey, Patrick, what's that? Oh, well, my agent. And just like that, you're being talked about. An easy, low-cost way to generate more referral opportunities. All right, a very tactical one, and really one that you should do the second you hang up from this show. Hang up, you know what I mean. The next one I wrote down is you want to call your database and you want to ask 3 questions. You want to call every single person in your database and you want to ask 3 questions. Number 1, have you had any thoughts of selling? Now, you've heard me say this before. It is the money question of all time, especially if you want to generate more listings. Have you had any thoughts of selling? Question number 2, do you know anybody who's had any thoughts of selling? And question number 3, who do you know that tried to sell in the past, but it didn't work out?
What were those 3 questions?
Have you had any thoughts to selling? Do you know anyone who sold, or did you know anyone who had a bad experience
in the past?
The selling.
That's right. Who tried to sell but couldn't. That's exactly right. So, and who did he mention us calling? Which group?
Past clients.
Contact list.
Is that what he said?
Our sphere.
Our database.
Yeah.
Our
did he
entire
say-
database.
He did. He said, call everyone. He said, you're going to pick up the phone. 3 things. You're going to call everyone that you know and ask them these 3 questions. Have you considered selling? Do you know anyone that might be looking to sell? And do you know anyone who has tried to sell but failed? Wow. That is pretty impactful that you're hearing from one of the largest coaches to pick up the phone and call every single person you know and to ask them the question, do you know anyone looking to sell? I expand this. It's the same thing that you're hearing from me over and over again, except it's not just so specific. It's, do you know anyone's looking to buy, sell, or lease? You guys are thinking, when you hear that, you're probably thinking that you're looking for more buyers, aren't you? When you hear that, you're probably thinking buyers, but is that really what we want? Or we're okay with sellers? Most referrals are actually sellers. Most referrals that I get, at least, are sellers, or people who are looking to sell a home. I get more seller leads than I get buyer leads. We heard a lot of things about today. What are 5 things that you are going to put into practice? I want to hear from us until we have 5 solid things that you know that it's going to land on your business plan.
Grow my sphere for sure.
Okay, more people. I like it. Very important. Muy importante. Kelly.
I'm definitely going to send some of my past buyers some CMAs. I think I love that idea.
Yep. Every quarter, let them keep them up. You know, one of the things that the lenders do is they have these AVMs that go out. For those of you who may not know, there is a really cool tool in the MLS. That I'm going to show you because some of you may not be using it, and it actually doesn't cost anything. I think you can send it to your first 200 people, so most of you are never going to hit this. It's called eProperty Watch. eProperty Watch is right here, and all you do is you put your clients in eProperty Watch. Reset identity because I opened it up last in my CTX MLS. You're going to import your clients in here. I guess I'm using it on CTX MLS, not Actress. But any event, what's cool is you upload your clients and you put in their property, the property that they bought from you, and it's going to send them, it's going to continually sending them properties that are listing near them inside their subdivision and what the value of their home is. And it's a constant touch, and it's branded with all of your information, and it doesn't cost anything. It's really, really, really cool. So I've been using eProperty Watch since it came out, like back in 2015. And I keep adding people into it. It's part of my SOP to every time I close, put them in eProperty Watch. Just another touch. So that's 3. What else we got? What else?
Learning how to do, well, for me, learning how to host a buyer's boot camp. It sounds interesting. I want to do it.
Yeah, I like that. Buyer boot camp, buyer seminar, either one. Same concept. Aki.
Memorize scripts for attractive, like friendly, attractive referrals.
Good. I like it. Memorize your scripts to attract as many referrals that you can in your database. So, Angela, go ahead. Thank you.
I'm going to start farming my community. So that's my number one thing of just because I like to walk and stuff. That was what I want to do.
Well, farming is very, very, very probably one of the most successful things that you can do long term for lead generation. People who farm their neighborhoods typically sell more properties than anybody else. So it's a very powerful thing to do. Once we have everybody in our database, how are we going to segment? How are we going to label people in our database? What does it mean to have an A client, a B client, a C client, or a D client? So this is nothing to do with this labeling system, by the way, is part of how many of you have ever been part of the Buffini program? Nice, Kelly. So Buffini is, we've always had a chapter here at Realty Texas where there was a Buffini program that was launched after Mega. And so it would be July that we would launch Buffini. And that Buffini program is all about working a referral-based business. They've got pop buys and all kinds of fun stuff. We've got several agents here very, very passionate about Buffini. We've had 2 Buffini coaches here. So the Buffini way of tracking and labeling your people is, which is the same as Tom Ferry's, is all about how many referrals the people have referred to you, not whether or not you like them or how many homes they've purchased, but rather how many referrals. Now, you can count themselves referring their own business to you. So if they've sent you 3 clients and then they've bought and sold with you twice, you could consider that 5 if you'd like. But the A is about people who currently send you quality referrals on a regular basis. Your A people. These are very important people because you've got to love on them to keep that going. You can have someone who's continually referring business to you, and then if you don't love on them, if they stop, and then you go back and think, what happened? How come I'm not getting referrals from them anymore? And keep that relationship alive. B list are those who would refer on a regular basis if they knew that you wanted referrals. These are people who love me. I know that they care about me. I know that they would do anything for me, but I haven't had this conversation with them, so they haven't sent me any referrals yet. So I am going to put them in my B category because that's on me. I haven't asked them yet. C, these are people who might become A someday. Maybe they're currently a buyer that you're working with. Things are going really well. You don't know that they're a B yet, but you're going to try to get them to the A list. But they're not going to turn into the A list until they've referred you someone. And then the D list. Difficult at first. Maybe it's people that you don't want to work with ever again. You don't know. They've not referred you any business. Maybe they're going to drain you of your enthusiasm because it's just not someone who's fun to work with. And maybe that's not someone who's going to be on your A list, your B list, or your C list. So there is a rank, a client rank in your CXM, and there are reports that you can run. And there's also referred by, so that every time you put someone in your database, if they were referred by someone else, you can drop down the referred by and pick somebody else in your database that they were referred by. And if, by the way, they were referred by someone who's not yet in your database, then obviously we go add that person and then select that they were the one that referred them. So again, your A list. These are the people. I'm hoping, remember, 50 people know 50 people. That's 2,500 people. The 6 degrees of separation that we talked about. These are people who are predisposed to trust you. They've sent you referrals in the past. This is how we build a business that is going to bring in business to you. Your A-list clients, you can put them on an auto delivery gift system. Small stuff. Just a dream catcher is a great example of one. Stuff that's not super expensive, but on the house anniversary, maybe it's a candle, like they said on closing, maybe it's a bouquet of flowers, postcards, birthday cards, holiday cards, because we're going to try to do the 33 touches. The 33 touches is a mix, and that's coming in the next segment, in our next segment of Mega. Postcards, phone calls, your monthly newsletter, quarterly CMAs, just listed cards, all these things. So part of your business plan is going to be your 33 annual touches and how you're going to put that in your calendar, when and how you're going to mix it across your calendar, so that in January you're planning out your year. That way, when it comes to your holiday cards, you got plenty enough time to order them. So you don't have to pay a premium for them. You can buy them early, have plenty of time to put them together because all your database is in your system. And it's really easy to print labels out of your system because you don't have to, in December, 3 weeks to the holiday, and you're thinking about sending out a holiday mailing for the holiday or for New Year's or whatever it is that you're going to be putting out there. And all of a sudden, you realize, oh, I have a database. I got to figure out how I'm going to get everyone's address. And you're working on that, which is where most people are. And I don't want that for you. I want you to be able to easily push out labels and be able to do a mailing. It feels really good to have that power in your database and have your power in your business to be able to push a button and be able to do a mailing. Isa.
I am not the best at that just yet, which is why I'm taking this class. Would we do this all off of the CRM?
Yep.
And we can categorize our people in there as well, or no?
Yep.
Okay.
Client rank is in there. Referred by is in there. The ability to download the entire list into mailing labels is in there. The ability to upload an entire mailing list and push out an entire set of, we've got postcards in the system where you can push a button and print out postcards, or even upload a list and print out postcards with everyone's name on it. Like if you're geographically farming, you can go to Realist, download all the addresses, upload the Realist into CXM, and do a mailing, and it not pull all those people into your CRM. It just does the mailing to everyone in the subdivision. We got so many tools specifically designed for you to be run organize your business and be able to send out cards, send out emails, send out SMSs, send out your monthly newsletter. All of the things are there. Yes. If you're going to do a client appreciation gift auto shipment, here are a couple of companies that are very, very well known for doing this. Ames and Oates, Fountain Gifts, Marigold Gray, and Fox Blossom. Maybe some of you have already been using these. These are these are business professionals auto gifting. You can go there, you can click gift for him, gift for her. It's always professional based, and it's all different things. And you can pick stuff that's not very expensive, that's part of your auto gift. And yes, your A clients, this is the kind of stuff we do for our A clients. Absolutely no question about it. That's what the top 1% are doing out there for sure. Angela.
In California, the last 3 years I was helping my dad out a lot with his property needs and stuff, and I was sending him Tiff's treats, and everybody loves them. So, and that has been, my dad it's really helped him out a lot, and so I was acting as his assistant. So I don't know. I really think that we had such really good feedback with that.
Tiff Treats is awesome. Everyone loves Tiff Treats. Something that we've implemented here as a company is when we have our ISAs, our inside sales agents calling our database, our 100,000 clients. When we get a referral from one of them, every time we get a referral, we send them a Sugar Wish. And in the Sugar Wish, you got all kinds of things to choose from, but we do the standard candy Sugar Wish. So they click it, and what's cool, and I'm not logged in here, but essentially, I'm going to just continue as guest. Actually, I think it was going to let me log in. Let me try to log in because I want to show you guys how cool this is. Don't give me any drama. Okay, cool. Send a Sugar Wish. We're going to customize a Sugar Wish. And then we can pick 1 to 2 choices, 1 to 4 choices, 1 to 6 choices, 1 to 8. I think we're doing the 1 to 4. And essentially what happens is they get this really cute little box, and then they get a really cute email that's like a card, a gift card. They click it and it opens up, and then they get to pick 4 different candies that they like the most. And it's hot tamales, it's Skittles, it's M&Ms, it's all of the candies, licorice, all of them. And they pick the 4 that they like, and then it mails them this really quality box that's super cute, and the candy is high quality, and it's just super fun. So they get to pick their candy. So this is what we're using right now as a company for the people who are giving us but Tiff Treats is great too. I mean, you just got to find something that's going to work for you, that you're going to love, that your clients are going to love, and you kind of get known for it. So, but try to pick a company that's going to be around for a while. Henry and David, which recently sold to 1-800-Flowers. Henry and David, is that who it is? They have got the big gift baskets where it's got fresh fruit in it and some other things that's really cool that I send out a lot as well. Okay, so the last thing we're going to talk about is your client appreciation monthly marketing. Client appreciation event. Has anybody here ever planned a big client appreciation event? Have you ever had one? I'd love to hear one. So none of us have? Okay. How many client appreciation events does, let's say, Buffini recommend? Does anyone know? A year?
I think you said twice.
Once a month?
Well, 2 to 3 times a year. 2 to 3 times a year is what your client event is going to be. So give me some ideas of maybe an event that you could plan for your clients.
Go to the sports event.
Okay. Maybe Dell Diamond is a good idea. We do that here. Those tickets can be fairly inexpensive. Sometimes title companies even have like a box that they'll let you use, and you can invite everyone to come. We have a tailgate one here at Realty Texas once a year where we have the tailgate party where one of our lenders will come and we'll do a tailgate in the party before the game and cook off free food for the people, and then you go in the stands, and then we have a section and everyone just kind of hangs out and watches a baseball game together. We do that once a year, and we usually have a bunch of 50 agents or so come, which is really cool. And they're really a lot of fun, and it's a group thing that everyone can do together. And all you have to do really, the company creates a flyer for you and they create a social post for you. All you have to do is share it to your clients. And this is not people that maybe but it's more of a client appreciation. So those could be someone who's not purchased with you, but it's not like put it on your Facebook and everyone come. It's here are my top 20 people that I really want to celebrate and I want them to come, or top 5, or just a couple. And then you just send it out, and all you have to do is show up, and they show up, and it's really a great, cool thing. And you just kind of hang out with them all and let them kind of sit by themselves and with their family, and you're sitting somewhere near them and just talking and just enjoying spending time with them. It's really cool. Wells.
So my husband's English, and so over there I enjoyed their Betty's tea time, which is little sandwiches and tea. I would like to do a theme event in that case, kind of British style tea time, tea, and invite them. Would be something I think I would like to coordinate.
Tea party. That's cool. That's fun. Gabriel put in the chat a barbecue bingo client appreciation. That's cool. I think just about most people in Texas would show up to a barbecue if you created one. Texas is big on their barbecue, so that's awesome. Does anybody else know the other 2 client appreciation events that Realty Texas plans and does and our ALC puts on for you?
Trunk or treat.
Car shows.
Yep.
Car show, my favorites.
We just did the car show last weekend. This past weekend, super fun. We had 50 cars, lots of people, and the same thing. The money that's raised goes to Habitat, which is a really good cause. It's relevant to real estate. And we invite our clients to come and just look at the cars and come to the office and see you, and it's really cool. All you have to do is invite people to come. So you're not planning the event, you're just inviting your clients to come. It's really easy. And of course, planning an entire event on your own is pretty overwhelming. So to be able to piggyback on these events when we're doing it for you and have the food and the drinks and everything here should be an absolute no-brainer. All right, so that was the car show. And what's the trunk or treat about? Who would like to share about that?
I assume it's during Halloween.
Yeah.
And so you give out probably candies and market yourself to families.
You invite your clients, and so you bring your car, and we all park in the parking lot, and they open the trunk, and you decorate your car for Halloween. And you come dressed up and maybe bring your kids and your family, and you just kind of hang out, and everyone just comes. We have hundreds and hundreds of people come, more people than my mom is here doing face painting, and we have actually even other businesses here at Realty Texas that are part of our center here also likes to get involved in it because they are non-competing businesses that like to piggyback on ours, and it's really fun. And we have a lot of trunks, and we have a lot of fun. So again, these are just some things that we do, but there's lots of ideas. You guys can rent out a movie theater on maybe a matinee on a Tuesday afternoon where they're going to be slow, and pick a movie that's currently playing and invite people to come. You can jump in the front and talk to everyone and thank them for coming, watch the movie, and give them popcorn if you want. I mean, there's so many things that you can do. But as a real estate professional, how cool is it that you send invitations to people and inviting them to a party or invite them to an event, thanking them, a client appreciation party, your top producers, your 1%ers who are in real estate, they do these events 2 or 3 times a year, and they're a really big deal. You can make it easy on yourself and piggyback on ours, or you can create your own. Angela.
Kalahari also, if you have they have, if you are gonna have a group have a really good price, they'll let you have like a little area where you can meet and stuff like that. And we've gone to something like that and it's not super expensive. So does Revel. It used to be Austin Parks and Pizza, and that's kind of fun. Those are both really fun things where you can, they have a like a little place where you could meet and talk and whatever you're gonna do, and then everybody can kind of go out and do their thing, and it always ends up being a really good time.
Austin Park and Pizza is a home run. Obviously, they've got miniature golf and they've got the go-karts
Yes.
and all the things, and everyone has fun there. So there's just so many great ideas that we can, as a group, that would be a fun ALC one, Lisa. Austin Park and Pizza mini golf. I bet you that would be a huge one for us. In any event, we're continually looking at things like that, but I'm going to be sending you an email right after class with the exam already recorded, as you already know. So that's ready to go for you. In it is going to be a PDF with a business plan, a blank business plan, and there's 3 different templates. And these templates you can choose from, and one of your homework assignment is going to be fill it out. And if you want, you can schedule an appointment with Lisa to sit with her and go over that business plan. But you should be generating a business plan every year. Tom Ferry has a free business plan template that he gives. It's auto-filling, so it's kind of cool. It's like an interactive plan of how many phone calls you're going to make and how many pop buys, how many expires you're going to do. And so it's very relatable to real estate. So I always send that one out for you, the 2025 version of it. So we talked a lot about all of the elements, starting with your mission statement. And the big part of your homework is going to be to finish that mission statement. So it is officially 5 o'clock, and we are officially on our last slide. So we did good. Remember, you have an exam, so make sure you do the exam. Hopefully, work on your mission statement a little bit tomorrow. You've got Mega Minis. Lisa, you got anything?
No, other than just we'll see you tomorrow for Mega Minis, and we'll start to go. We're going to talk a little bit about your UVP, and we'll get that going, and some of our practicing our scripts to help you as we move forward. And yeah, so I'm excited to meet with you all tomorrow in Mega Minis.
Okay, everyone, you're officially class dismissed. Thank you, everyone. Excellent day today. Wednesday.
Thank you.
Wednesday and Friday is going to be super high energy, so be prepared for that. And I'm going to stick around and answer questions. Some of you may have some. So thank you,
Awesome.
everyone.
Thank you, guys. Love y'all.
Thank you.
Not in love with y'all.
Yeah,
Have a good
thank
day.
you.
Guys,
Thank you,
thank
Jack.
Everybody,
Bye.
bye.
Bye-bye.
First up, Isa, and then Lewis.
Yeah, so one of my questions is I joined Mega a few times and I didn't press to pay on them. And I would like to pay for them so that I have the C hours. Can I still do that?
Yes, Miguel can help you with that. I think the old the old megas are no longer visible, so Miguel's gonna have to process your card and send you an invoice and process that manually. But the future megas you can process on your own on the calendar. But yeah, Miguel, just message him. He'll help you.
Okay, thank you so much.
Yeah. Lewis.
Hey, so just a quick question about the points. We did a group photo for the open house on Sunday. Is it okay we use the same photo? For example, Miss Isa, I was with Miss Isa and she did a group photo with Mr. Charlie.
Yeah.
I already gave you the credit. I saw all your little faces in that, and you guys already got the credit. So yes.
But you should put that points in your point tracker anyway.
Thank you.
Yeah. Good
And
question.
there's open house opportunities coming up. So look in your teams. I'm about to post for this weekend.
Mr. Andy, I see your hand up. How are you, sir?
Doing well, thank you. Loving the class and your inspiration, your everything. I just want to tell you that. And if I could reciprocate, I have some really fantastic quotes. Is it okay if I send you a quote now and then on the number that you called me on?
Yes, 1000%. I appreciate it for sure.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Fantastic. Love it. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow, Lisa. All right, bye-bye.
Charlie.
Okay. Let me move to a quieter room. I'll go after who's.
I think you're the unless Tasha has a question.
I don't. I was just listening to see if I may catch just some little nuggets, but you went to an app in regards to, I think, a CMA. Now, I don't think, does HAR have that same little app that you went into? They do?
Yes, I went to RPR, so that is something that comes from the National Association.
No, not the RPR. It was another app you went into. It was under it wasn't RPR. Oh my gosh.
Oh, eProperty Watch?
Yes. There
Yeah,
you go.
HAR has eProperty Watch. They do.
Gotcha.
And
Okay.
it's a AVM automated evaluation model that they send out. Yeah, they have it.
Thank you.
Yeah. It's a good one too. Charlie's in the booth, but you're on mute though.
Okay, I'm ready. Can I share screen? I need some help.
Okay.
With what's it called? With CXM app, since I'm using it for the first time.
We are actually gonna be going over that, but if I can, let me check with Katie because she's available, I think right now, and you're in-house, so let's just walk over and we can go over it.
Okay, yeah, I got like 294 contacts, and I sort of just want to like figure out how to sort them, and I want to at least get that done by tonight, and then we'll go from there.
Good, let's do it.
Yep. Let our staff help you with that. And they're your go-tos. Whether you're at home or whether you're here, they can get on screen share. They can share your screen on Teams. They can walk you through it. So we have an entire support staff that wants to show you how to use CXM, how to get the best of it, all of that. So like Lisa said, they're here to help you for that.
Okay, thanks.
Andu, did you have anything before we sign off? You are hanging out. Okay, you're welcome, Andu. Thank you. Bye, everyone.